how much time I have left. Okay, it's not moving. Welcome to New Fellows Summit 2024. For those of you who thought that I can't get the mic last night, I'm back. Okay? They try to keep me off it, I'm here. Okay, but guess what? Not for long, because things have changed. Team, I'm going to hand over to the rest of the team to talk. But there's a couple of things I want to say right now at the beginning, right? This is a bittersweet moment for us because I think we're a little bit of victims of our own success. In that not every single new fellow is here this morning. Okay? And there are over 225, and I asked Pregnant this morning, why do we keep saying over 225? Is there something wrong with the 226th one? Okay? So, we're not sure if there's a 226th one, so if you're out there, please let us know. But yeah, there's 225 fellows from 25 countries in Africa. And growing. This year, our focus is on Central Africa and the countries in Central Africa. Last year, our focus was on West Africa, and that's why you'll see later on this week why we focus so much of our attention on Cameroon. Well, Cameroon's central if you want to go according to what the United Nations says, but geographically, it leans west. Cameroon, Benin, Nigeria, Ghana, so much of our efforts were there last year, and this year we're looking forward to visiting and hosting labs and focusing all our attention in the countries in Central Africa. Yeah. So I see the guys from Gabon and Sao Tome and Principe getting very excited. They don't have to be the only ones here. Okay. You can bring a friend this year. So, very quickly, like I said, this timer is not working. I'll say it again. Hello, somebody make it work, please. I don't know how much time I have left. I'm just going to go, yeah. Okay? I know why you want me to go, so that you have to talk less. Okay? So, this week, you're going to hear this so many times. There are so many, and right after this, right, we have the privilege and the pleasure of spending 2.5 hours with Geoff. I'm not going to do an introduction to him. Wambui is later, okay? But it's about story. It's about developing story, and I wanna say to you guys, this whole week we're going to drum on topic versus story. What's your story? Where is the story? What is it about? Because so often, I hear so many of you coming and tell us such amazing, coming with so many ideas. And I hate to stop you half the time and say, but okay, what's the story? Okay? And so I'm going to give you a quick example. How do you change the story? You change the storyteller. Right? And that's a phrase that people like to remind me is what I said on a speech at one of the National Geographic Storyteller Summits. Is that a story or is that a topic? That's a topic. Okay? That's a topic. But the story, the real story lies in how we are changing the storyteller. All the stories have a character, and in our case, it was Pragna and myself. Okay? All right? Who had either a quest or a challenge. And in our particular case, the challenge that we noticed all right, was that Africans, okay, particularly black African nature, environment, and wildlife storytellers were rarer than most of you scientists in this room, were rarer than the species most of you scientists in this room were trying to protect here on the continent of Africa. We also noticed that so many of the storytellers were not women, okay? And so we noticed that challenge, but we made it our quest to try and change that. Okay, and that's how it started. But then, so we started off, let's say, as the two original characters. But we have the most unbelievable privilege of meeting, inviting, bringing more characters in as we go along the way. And this is what New Fellow Summit is about. Okay? It's about a mic that's not working. And thank you. There we go. These things are here to test us. Right? It's about and we have the privilege of bringing in so many characters along the way. And now it's no longer about our story, but it's no longer about mine and Pregnant's story. It's about our story. It's about all of us as a community. You know, we always say in Africa, it takes a village. And I and Pragna are absolutely proud and thrilled that we can be a part of this village. Welcome. I said I'm not going to speak for too long because things are changing. We are building a team. And that team is going to be allowed to run the organization, to make some changes, to make things happen, to communicate all of this to you. And so I'm going to continue harping on about the story right through the week. Okay, and they're going to give me about 5 minutes every now and then. They'll give me back the mic. Okay, so every now and then I'll come back and try and tell you a little bit more of a story. Okay, but for now, I'm going to hand over to Marsha, who is going to explain everything. But before I say that, I just want to remind you all right? There's only half, not even half, almost half of the 225 that are here. Please, guys, make this week count. I know Marsha said last night, don't sleep. Party hard, but please make sure you are here. Okay? I didn't mean don't sleep. Okay, party hard, but make sure you're here. There are some that we cannot afford to bring everybody here. All right? So those that you are here, please don't waste it sleeping in your room. It is 5 days. Asking you to just give 5 days of everything. Be here, be hungry, be a sieve, be network, make the connections, make this week count for you. Okay? So I know there's ushers that are going to be chasing you to get in those sessions, etc. They're not just doing it because they want to, okay? They care about you, and that's why they're doing it. So welcome, everybody. It's time to hand over to Marsha.
Thank you. Who just hit a vuvuzela? What the hell? Morning, everybody. How you guys doing? I'm fresh, thank you. Can I call over Utobi and Wambui to come in front of the stage, please? May you also come, Steph. May you guys come and sit this side. Let's make it formal. We've never been part of a panel. Let's be in a panel today. You get me? Where's Toby Mapanga? Please, may I have you come forward, please? Is she in this room? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like Noel said, in case you guys don't know me, my name is Marsha Bua, and I am officially the project lead for E-Congress and Summit this year. And I think the biggest thing that I want to emphasize is the flow that we're rolling out this year is something, like I said yesterday, is something that we all created together. There's going to be a lot of loopholes, obviously, because once you create something new, it's going to come with rules, it's going to come with patterns, it's going to come with new ideas as you push the other ideas. So there are going to be some difficulties, etc. But you need to bear with us and also assist for us to actually have a proper flow. Obviously, in the team, I'm not working by myself. I have somebody who's in logistics. I have somebody who's part of the Storytellers Lab. They're going to introduce themselves. I'm not going to do that for them. I think the other part that I want to introduce is that at the moment, I am acting operations lead for NEWF. Hopefully, it's something that's going to become a something in the long run. Appreciate it. Another question, guys. Why are you sitting there when there's bin bags and stuff? Why is everybody so far? Is that where you're comfortable? Nah, I'm judging you guys. I'm really judging you guys this time around. But I'm not going to stay here long. I'm just here to emphasize, like I spoke to you guys yesterday, the key for this year is to make sure that we catch as much as we can possibly catch. We also make as many connections as possible. We network with the right people. We create ourselves, or we show ourselves as the people that we're trying to be career-wise. It will assist for the right people to start joining us within our tribe. There's not a lot that I can say today because I think realistically it's the team that's been part of making this a success or making it happen that's going to be able to speak to you guys and explain further what it is that they have as an expectation for you guys, what it is that you guys should have as an expectation for them. So I was just here to introduce myself. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be standing in front of you guys, but I'm now going to hand over to Wambui, then I'll hand over to Toby, and then Steph is going to close off because there are some house rules that she also needs to give you guys. Sure. And Tuku, I'm sorry, I love you, Tuku. I love you, Tuku. I'm sorry, bro. Sure, Wambui, you can come through.
Good morning, everyone. Is this working? Oh my God, it's amazing to be here. So I'm a writer. So speaking is a bit nerve-wracking, but let's see how this goes. So my role at NEWF right now is the lead for Story Labs. And I may be biased, but I've been thinking that Story Labs are, how I see it, they are the backbone, the core of what we do at NEWF. Because essentially, we are a storytelling organization, community outfit. And thank you, Noel, because you've preempted a lot of what I was going to say. That is that in as much as we have a lot of amazing technical labs, we have a lot of amazing cinematographers. But what we have realized in the past couple of months again is that we have amazing ideas again, but when someone comes, it's like, where is the story? What is your story? So moving forward this year, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on story development, and I'm very excited that that is going to be one of the it's going to be like the first workshop that will be kicking off this Fellows Summit, story development. There's a lot of emphasis on character development, a lot of emphasis on research. What are all these things that you do before you actually take your camera and go and shoot and you go on location? Paper development. I think a lot of us who've had a chance of going through this process in the past 6 months have seen the difference that can make, just working on your story on paper before, which makes production quite an easier process, so to speak. So for those of us that are new, what are story labs? What are producers labs? Producers labs are our long-term engagements, which we have open call-outs, ideally at the beginning of I say ideally because in the past it has just, applications have just opened on a rolling basis, but this year we're going to make things very different, that open call-outs are going to be going out in March. They are going to be staying open until August so that you people have a chance to actually develop your pitches. So they open in March, they close in August, and the new fellows for the Producers Lab are inducted in January. And so you have the full year to develop your stories, which then showcase in the subsequent year's summit. So that is going to be one of the very strict schedules that we are going to be sticking to, again with emphasis on really developing strong stories so that we are not only producing films that have amazing cinematography, and we all are very great cinematographers, but we ensure that we are packing a lot of impact and a lot of nuance in the stories that we are creating so that we actually do go back and change narratives and change perceptions in the work that we do. So what else? I suppose that's it. For me, I think, as Noel has said, every time you see me in the halls, the buzzword of the year is, where is the story? What is your story? Let's talk about story. That's what I love doing. I love developing. And for my science people also, it's also, the buzz line is, where is the science as well? So I know a couple of us know what that means. Where is the science? Where is the story? So yes, I think that's it from my end. Thank you so much, Marsha.
I think also before you sit down, maybe you can just enlighten the guys about the sessions that you're going to be having this time around. We also have that session that was open for education, if I'm not mistaken, the Red Lab. So maybe you can speak about that, explain to the people who's part of that lab, what's the structure of it, how's it good, just so people have an understanding of how's that going to be running now.
Okay, so one of the things that is very different about, again, this year's summit and Congress, which we've been communicating, is that we are very focused on skills development. And this is coming off of the surveys that we sent out after last year's summit. And like Marsha said yesterday, we've effected a lot of the stuff that you told us you wanted to do at summit. So, for our producers in the house, again, there's a couple of workshops that are very focused on skills development for story development, if that makes sense. So the first one, story development, there's a research workshop. There's the art of interviewing, which a lot of us will come to realize. We always think it's going to be asking questions, but then you go back and you're going through your interview footage and you're like, oh my God, this is what I wanted this person to say, but I'm not quite getting it. So we have this really, please don't miss that if you can. I think it's already filled out, which is amazing. The art of interviewing. We have the session on producing 101 for our newer producers. We have amazing workshops that are really set out for early career, some of our new fellows, and also something like the shooting for IMAX, which is amazing for some of us who are a bit further in their career, so that's the sort of thing that you're starting to think about as you head out and are engaging in the larger industry. So there's something for everybody. There's the Red Production Lab. There's a group of us who have been in Bayala for the past 1 week, doing a lab on the Red. I believe they will have a showcase for us. So when we are hunkering down in our workshops, they will also be hunkered down in their post-production lab workshop, so to speak. So we have a showcase for that. When would that be? It will be in your swap card. I hope everyone has signed up to swap card by now, because no excuse really. All right, so that should be it.
Round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just to emphasize as well on my end, I think I've been with NEWF for the past 5 or 6 years. I think I've also had the privilege to be part of almost every lab that exists at NEWF. either I'm facilitating or I'm part of the lab. The only lab I haven't been part of is the diving, and I'm sure a few people are not happy about that. But the one thing I do want to emphasize is, since I've had the experience within the labs, etc., everything that we're going to be trying to put together this time around and going forth is things that we've experienced. Every person sitting here, including actually Nolan Pragna, one or two of them have participated in labs as well, and they have the experience and they know what it is that we need to put together now to make sure that everybody's, one, comfortable, and two, you gain something out of that lab that we put you in. So I think I'm also excited, as Wambui said, with all of the workshops that we have that are lined up mostly for Summit and Congress as well. Actually, it's something that's going to be very fruitful for you guys, because you can take it home. It's either going to allow for you to decide what career path you're taking, or it's going to allow for you to say, this is where I'm sticking, or this is what I'm sticking to, and these are the people that I need to put within my tribe to be able to groom and make that grow even further. Just for us to get a bit more enlightened about Summit, Congress, house rules, etc., I'm going to call up Stephanie so she can come introduce herself, and she'll just elaborate for you guys a bit further. Showcase.
Hi guys, I can't see you, and that's not going to help. Like Wambui, I'm a writer, so speaking is a challenge for me, but I've been greatly grown and challenged in this community to get better at what I need to do. So I just want to let you guys know a little bit of what is kind of encapsulated in the communications department, which is very newly more than one person. It's not just Pragna anymore. It's myself and Apiwe, who couldn't join us this year. But we also have a bunch of amazing fellows that are contributing on a volunteer basis. And so I just want you to understand that while the labs and everything that we are doing together here in terms of programming and your development and career opportunities, all of those things are about finding the story. But within NEWF's communication, you are our story. And I think that everything that we've structured here, both for this event and for the year that we're going to be communicating and rolling out for the year, is to find what your story is. So when we are speaking about you, we don't want to talk about ourselves as an organization, and I'm on this side of the line now, no longer just a fellow, but pausing that to put focus on you, and it does feel like a great act of service for my own career, because I specialize in profiling, so it makes sense. And I think when we're talking about topic, we could say that NEWF is the topic and you are the story. We want to unpack all of that. We want to amplify your careers. We want to give you opportunities that are going to do the same. And we want to know, what makes you who you are. So when the roaming reporters come and approach you today, we have Fatima, we have Kizia, I'm sure she's somewhere in the room. Rafashia is also on duty today. We'll be asking you how you are changing the narrative. What is your story? Who are you? What do we not know about you that makes you who you are in this space, as a storyteller, as a filmmaker, whatever it is that your medium is? And I think very much when we talk about finding that story, the structures of the labs, how we're using sign-up protocols and all these house rules are built to support that. We want to give you the room to grow. We want to amplify your voices. From a community perspective, you can obviously tell your own story further than that. But we really just want you to participate, use the things that we put in place, help us refine it for you. This year, our words of the year, I've been saying in the emails, is refine and refocus. This is a big year of growth for us, and I'm really, really privileged to be able to support you on that. Build some resources internally that support that, but also all the things that you see. So when it comes to grant writing, nominations, all of those skills that you're trying to build from a career building perspective, the department is not just about social media. It's actually mostly in the background about supporting you in your careers. What is it that is going to give you the platform to get that next opportunity? Like, yes, we love the social club aspect, we love each other, we make the jokes, we party together, but we also want to make sure that we're really using the time that we have together once a year to convene at this scale, to hone our messages and really sharpen those tools to be able to amplify throughout the year. So just on a house rules front with the Swap Card app, we have been updating session times to accommodate some logistical changes from flights that have changed for some of our speakers. So please pay attention if you have signed up to a session, that you are checking your times and what it overlaps with to make some decisions. I also just want to apologize for any confusion with the Red Labs. Those are going to be closed sessions, not to be exclusive, but to continue on some of the work that our fellows have been doing in the background. We know that you don't always know what everybody's doing, so it doesn't always have context. This year's word is also transparency. So if you have a question about eligibility for labs, you know, what opportunities are available to you, please, 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 please slide into my DMs, email me, do whatever it is that you need to do, and we'll sort you out. I have the support of Pragna in terms of programming and all the things that we're planning for you, but we also have support on the social media side, like I said, from up here, to make sure that we are supporting you on initiatives that are not necessarily of NEWF, but powered by NEWF's community and all of these beautiful collaborations that you guys have been doing. And I feel like it's quiet up here, so I just want to welcome you guys to our team, in the sense of, you know, what we're doing here is for you. We are not just like staff. We are, like I said, it's an active service for the organization and for you. So when you think of Marsha and all her project management, you know, her story is helping people. Her story is making sure that we are putting music and adding rhythm and adding some of the beat to that, because she's still involved with the Composers Labs. Wambui's story is helping you make films. Essentially, you know, we could, like she said, have all the beautiful graphics in the world and have the most amazing show reels, but if we are not getting our story out there, we can't bring others with us. And that has always been the purpose of this community, is to kind of, you know, as we grow, bring someone with us. And to us, I think that's Ubuntu, but it's also collaboration. Professionally, it's collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. So as much as we are heading up our departments with mini teams behind us, or certain aspects and things that play into that, we are crossing over and supporting each other on that. So a lot of what we do for you guys, or to facilitate for you guys in the background, that is a group project. If you want to do peer-to-peer labs, if you want to get involved in building a program, we don't only want ideas and topics, we want the story. So bring us your pictures. We'll be opening call-outs in March for formal labs, but there's also opportunity to do some great initiatives that cross over communication skills from my department, story skills from Wambui's, and then also all the logistical and composition skills from Marsha. So we are a resource for you. We're not only staff, we are your resource in terms of learning, and it's not a one-way learning, it's a two-way learning. It's peer-to-peer here as well. We are learning together, we are building this for you, so we need your ideas, we need your input, and we need to know that you've really spent some time on developing those ideas. So take it beyond the idea, bring us something a bit meaty, and we're definitely going to support you on that. Just from a communications perspective for the event itself, if you have nuggets, little clips, photos and things, please share it with us so that we can directly and natively share that on the page. We really want to do more of what you've asked for, which is showing your perspective and seeing things through your lens. So we'd love to support you on that. We can't without you sending us things. There's no particular format, just send what you have and we're going to work with it. And then just from a perspective of interviews, we have a little hit list of people we'd love to speak to during this event. But if you have a story that we do not know about, that is relevant to what you're doing here, your first time experience here, what the next step is for you, please come speak to us. We won't be able to be amongst 3 or 4 of us, get to everyone, even though we have all 5 days. But we will be in session asking for your thoughts and perspectives. Please be thoughtful about sharing some information with us and take it beyond. Tap into a little bit of vulnerability. We want to know what you are actually gaining as a person from attending these sessions. It has been built for you and purpose built for you based on your ideas and pivoted based on your ideas. So we want to know what that means to you. We don't only want to know, oh, I'm here to pick up a skill. Dig a little deeper. We're going to try our best to tease it out of you using the art of interviewing. But if you can help us along for us to get to know you, it would be really amazing. And then, of course, just on the front of Swapcard and social media, please remember to tag us so we can share all your goodies and amplify this message and make sure that with our focal areas like Central Africa this year, we are reaching further than the echo chamber of who we already know. Share with your networks, collaborate outside of the organization so that we can bring those people in, not always as a fellow, because I think a lot of people have been asking, what is a fellow? And we know that the love in all of our hearts has been extremely confusing, to some extent at least. We've had some questions, so we will be unpacking that. If you have any questions about your fellowship status or how you can be eligible for more labs, again, please talk to us. We're going to be rolling out information between now and the middle of March. But if there's something really burning, please come to us and talk to it. And then we can sort that out for you. But I'm going to hand back to Marsha to further unpack some stuff.
Thank you so much, Steph. Sorry, I'll speak softer. Andrew, are you ready for me? I'd like to put in Tuku. Tuku? Am I good? There you go. What's up, Bloodline? Can you hear us, Tuku? Why you look so serious, man? Can you hear us, bro? Tuku. Testing 1 2, testing the mic 1 2 1 2, testing the mic 1 2. Can you hear us, Tuku? That's what's up. Can you hear us? I think you can hear us now. Tuku! There we go. I'm on. Smiling alone. We can hear you. test. Test, 1, 2, test. Thank you. I think I'm going to call up now at the moment my big boss. No, where you at? I'm going to call up No and ask him to come assist us with closing. The one thing I'd also like to put on hand is we appreciate you guys so much. We're hoping you're going to have some time and you're going to have some leniency towards us as we learn and as we grow and we make this bigger and greater. But thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. And yeah, let's have some fun. There's going to be a lot of learning curves. There's going to be a lot of mistakes. I think don't laugh while I'm standing here. You don't laugh while I'm standing. So just like we've seen with this session that just happened, there's going to be a lot of discrepancies and mistakes here and there. Bear with us. We're trying to make this a clean something, so we're learning as we go along. No? You.
Thank you, Marsha. I see you have a disclaimer for all the mistakes you're going to make. Very, very nice. You're apologizing in advance. Okay, but I think more importantly, what I wanted to just say is just to maybe put everything into context, right? We started this thing in 2017, all right? It was an annual congress, well, what we thought was going to be an annual congress, okay? We quickly realized that we can't meet once a year, pat ourselves on the back and sing Kumbaya and go off into the distance thinking that we're going to change the world. Okay, the barriers to entry, the challenges around access were so enormous all across the continent that we knew that we could not just meet once a year and think that that's it, right? So that's where we introduced the labs program. But you know, sometimes when you start something and you give it the air and you just put your heart and soul and everything into it, and you bring and you attract like-minded people, you start building a community. And when that energy is right and this community grows, it has a life of its own. And sometimes you've got to let it go. You've got to let it grow and let it be. We had a strategic plan 2 years ago that said we would, and at that point I think we had 42 fellows. There were 42 new fellows, and there was a strategic plan called Africa Refocused that we entered into a collaboration with the National Geographic Society, and the goal was to add 25 new fellows each year. So 42 plus 50 should mean 92 the last time I checked. Okay, we're sitting on 225. Okay. And that has got nothing to do with the lack of contraception. Okay? It has nothing to do with that. It is just, as I say, you let the energy, you know, let it be. And also just showed the scale of the problem in Africa, right? And we've only just scraping the surface. However, this year, there is, as Steph said, refine, refocus. There is a need to say, okay, hold it, let's take stock. Let's see where we are. All right? Pragna and I thought we were happily going along on this journey and we could manage it all. Okay? Somebody asked me yesterday, you know everyone's name? I'm like, yeah. I said, the problem will come in when we don't. All right? Because that's when something's not working. Okay? And I challenge each and every one of you this week to make sure when you leave here, you know everybody's name. But don't just know their name. Know what they do. Know who they are. Because this is how we're going to continue to make this work and make this work even better. Like I say, we thought we were going along just fine, and this thing got so big, right, that we need to bring in a team, and we need to get a team to help us make this work. And we've been trying over the last 2 years to get a team together. We're excited at this particular point that with Tuku in Kenya, and for those of you wondering why Tuku's not here, okay, Tuku's serving out a sentence. Okay, he overstayed his welcome on his visa last year by 2 days because he got so damn excited by Aristide diving that he decided he wanted to dive. And we didn't bother to check his passport stamp. And, they announced Kenyans can come to South Africa for 90 days. We thought, well, cool, you got 90 days, bro. Stay another 2 days and learn to dive. Look at him laughing. Okay? And unfortunately, when he was leaving, they gave him a 1-year ban. We have tried everything. Okay? We even tried to adopt Mua's crazy plan. We won't tell you what that plan was. But we almost adopted Mua's crazy plan of getting Tuku here to South Africa. Okay, that's how desperate we were. But Tuku has been the voice of reason. He says, I have 2 months left of my sentence. Leave me be. Let me stay in Nairobi. I will join via Zoom. And we can't wait to welcome you back soon, Tuku. We really miss you, and you're a really important part of this team. So, just to clarify again, Marsha is going to lead on operations, on logistics, on leading the team, on coordinating the team so that you guys get better communication, better understanding of all the labs. This is a long delay, that man. 6 months later. Gee whiz. Hey, well, I guess Kenya's far. Quite a few countries till he gets there. That's, for those of you coming from overseas, that's not normally how our Wi-Fi works. Okay, it's usually fast. It's Monday. Please understand. Monday morning. Okay. But yeah, he's laughing now. After party. Anyway, where was I? You see, you make me laugh. Where was I? Okay, the team, right? So Marsha will lead the team to ensure that we get as much communication as possible to you. This is about you guys, and this is why we are so keen and so focused on building out this team. He's laughing 5 years later. Anyway, and then to communicate this, we have Steph, who is in charge of comms. Guys, one of the things that we do, we work unbelievably hard. But one of the things that we are poor at, and I'll say that, is we don't make enough noise about it. Okay? But it's a little bit of a double-edged sword again, because we don't do this for the pretty pictures, for the fame, and for the eyeballs. We do this because we know that we need to be down in the trenches to make this change, to make this happen. And it's not, and I've said this to you guys so often, when you're doing interviews and whatever, please, you do not, sometimes you got fellows who are wearing Africa Refocused NEWF, and then they say, and I want to thank NEWF. Guys, it's not about, the story is about you. It's not about NEWF. Okay, it's not about thanking NEWF. We're thanking you giving us an opportunity to be a part of your work, of what you are doing, about the impact that you are making. Okay, it's our job to help you scale that, to amplify that. Okay, and so that's where the story lies. Sorry, Tuko. That's where the story lies. Not needing to go out there and communicate and say, but coming back to what I was saying, we do communicate very poorly, and we plan to fix that. Okay, we have 225 fellows. I almost fell off my back when 2 weeks ago in DC, 3 weeks ago in Washington DC, we were preparing for a presentation at National Geographic Society, and so we had to work out how many divers we have in this community. 109. 109. Come on. Okay? Come on. And 20 of them are dive masters. Okay? One of them is an instructor. One of them is an assistant instructor. Okay? And I'm talking about Slee and Kosi there. Okay? Yeah? Come on, guys. 2018, when we wanted to have a panel, all right, about whether we as Africans are using the ocean as a resource for stories, we couldn't find a black African underwater filmmaker. Right? We found Jahawi eventually. But in the space of, we started this straight after that first dive lab, COVID hit. Right? And so in the space of 4 years, we have 109 divers, scientists, so many marine biologists who are diving. We are looking to open dive labs across Africa. We're partnering. You know, if you look at how many, you know, Nancy and Jerry came to dive. Nancy came first for the Dive Master Lab. And then Jerry went to learn to dive so he could propose to her underwater. Okay? And since then, they have, as AFO, have qualified over 20 divers in their own community. Okay? And so we have the most unbelievable success stories. When you think about Nancy and Lebo, who came to the Dive Master Lab, who couldn't swim. And then 4 months later, they were restoring coral off the coast of Zanzibar. Come on, you can't make this shit up. Okay? All right? So, and that's just one example. There are so many of those stories, and so we need to get that out there. All right? And then with Wambui focusing on story. And this whole week we're going to go on and on and on about focusing on story. Guys, if you'll ever see me look at my watch so much, in my life, I'm sticking to time. Marsha's got me. Marsha, I promise you I'm watching. Yeah. So, story. The labs around, and I'll come back to the labs. But please, guys, we have to move from topics to stories. So often people will say, and I have this idea, and I have that, or, you know, this is my story, etc. And say, okay, what's it going to be? I'm going to interview so-and-so, I'm going to interview so-and-so. So I say what? So it's a story of interviews? Okay? Your interviews is not your story. Okay? So we're going to go on and on and on about this the whole week. Okay? Because we want to help you develop your stories. We want to help you develop, and I want to put the emphasis on develop, because so often we go out there and shoot and think we're going to fix it in post. Guys, we're breaking down barriers here. We're not there to think that we have the luxury of going to go fix it in post. Okay? We're hustling. Right? We don't have the budgets. We don't have the access. We're still trying to make that work. So we don't have the luxury of going to shoot, come back, oh, I made a mistake, let me go shoot again. Okay? So the emphasis on development this whole week is absolutely critical. We are going to be bringing back some of our pitching. That open call out for the Producers Lab will be finalized in August. Our readers and judges will select a group of 10 fellows to come back to NEWF Congress next year and to pitch their stories so that you can win the money to produce your films. Okay? Lastly, just to add on what Tuku said about the technical labs, we have got dive labs. There are specific dive labs that will be an open call from now, where the lab will happen only in October, November, but it's open from now till then that you can apply to. We are developing, and we have a number of mentors and friends and instructors, and we'll call them friends of our community that some of you all know, and new ones that are joining, and we'll talk about them or welcome them officially on Wednesday night. Okay, but we are developing year-long fellowships Okay, so that it's not just you come to one lab and then the next time you come to a lab is 3 years later. All right? And then in between, you haven't had access to that camera. You haven't had access to the gear. All right? So you've not been able to practice what you learned on that lab. So we are looking to change, refine and refocus and change and create opportunities for fellowships where you come in over 4 or 5 times over the year. Our producers labs have all changed towards that. If you are on a producer track, you come in before you come in for development. You come in for a week long. We're calling it labs, but you're coming in for a week long workshop or even a retreat, if you want to call it, at Ekaya. Later on this week, we will play a video that looks back at 2023. It looks back at Ekaya. I really wish that we could have an opportunity for all of you to go and see Ekaya this time around. But, and for those of you who don't know, it is our research, storytelling, and dive center that we opened in November last year. To add to what Tuku was saying, we are starting at the end of March, building an absolute state-of-the-art sound and editing post-production facility at Ekaya, so that we can cover every single aspect of the story. If you're looking for Marsha, she'll be trying to be at the studio in Ekaya all the time, but we won't let her. She's got other work to do. But those are some of the exciting things that are going to continue happening this year. There's this week. There's somebody's waving. This week there's a panel on creative droning. Okay, and I'm so excited that Manu's here, that he didn't miss his plane, as Manu likes to do. or he's got, and that there was no visa issues. But we are also looking at having specialized drone labs, and I'm just trying to give some of the highlights that are coming up for this year. Okay, we're looking at creating fellowships for cinematography. There's the red level, or there's the cine camera level, then there's the mirrorless level, and then there's particularly for marine biologists, we're looking into say, if you're a scientist, at what level of camera or cinematography do we need to develop you to at least communicate your science and to assist you with your research. Okay, so there are all those different levels of cinematography labs and fellowships that we are putting in place. Last year, and we'll talk more about it tonight, there was a science film fellowship. I'm wearing the t-shirt. You'll see lots of people wearing that t-shirt around here today. If you want to learn more, go and ask the fellows. Go and ask everybody about it. You'll also see a showcase from that this evening. But I'm very excited to say there will be another science film fellowship this year, but it's going to be marine based. Okay? It's going to be marine based, and it's going to be at Ekaya, and you're going to develop marine stories. And you're also going to make profile films on marine biologists. Okay? So please look out for that coming up later in the year. I think what's exciting is we are now a team, and that you don't only need to reach out to Pragna and myself, and we will do our damnedest to ease off and let you guys lead. And that's why we're not calling you as managers or whatever. We call you guys operations lead, communications lead, story lead, and technical lead, because that's what we expect you to do. No pressure. I'm saying this in front of everybody because I hope that they will hold you all accountable to that. It's not going to be easy. you know, and I keep always say this to you, you're not here to be liked. Okay? It's me and Pragna now will be the ones that are liked. Okay? All right? You're not here to be liked. Good luck with everything. Good luck with everything. But yeah, but I'm so glad that we can kind of step back and let you guys step up and lead. And I hope you guys give them all the support that they need. But thank you very much to all of you. And it's 10 o'clock on the dot. Welcome to New Fellow Summit 2024. I believe for those of you who missed breakfast, there's tea time outside for the next 30 minutes. And then you don't want to miss the next session. No pressure. Okay? Thank you very much. Oh, hold on. Okay, did you all hear that? You better be back by 10:25, or else that door will be closed and you will not be allowed back in. Okay? Thank you. Music.
to start off, like any storyteller, with a bit of a story, right? So I should first try to give you a lead character, right? Do a little backstory, get your empathy, get you involved, get you to root for me. I could say, oh, I got here last night after 27 hours of travel with my wife. But we're awake. We're here. She's here too, so you can say hi to her when she's around. Bree, who could talk about podcasting with you. But we'll get going, and I'll start telling you a little bit of a story. Let's see if this works. Boom. Here we go. That's me. Okay, so, and I don't know if Hillary may be here, so there may be someone else who could help corroborate or interrupt the genesis of the story. But I just want to talk about a project I did a number of years ago and talk about the way that that concept or that story, that film, evolved just a little bit, just to talk about, to bring up the ideas of how a certain opportunity, a concept, starts to become a story. So maybe 10 years ago now, some colleagues of mine were actually in Gcina National Park working on a series for PBS in the United States. And some of the hostilities there had gotten more aggravated, so they had left there and they were over on the coast just waiting it out for a little bit. And they got a call from another colleague of mine saying, hey, there's about to be an elephant baby born at a camp in the middle of the Okavango Delta in Botswana. Can you guys go over there and try to film this baby, this birth? Which is obviously a very rare thing to see or film, the birth of a baby elephant. So, and I guess there had been a crew that had been hired by Vulcan Productions before that to go there and document that from a birth before. However, as the story goes, they were there for a couple of weeks following the mother to be around, and they went to go get a sandwich. The birth happened and they came back and they missed it. So my friends got there, and they spent 17 days, 24/7, following Kitty, this mother-to-be. There was always a camera trained on her. They set up infrared lights to be able to film her at night without disturbing the animals, and they waited. And this was a group of rescued, semi-wild elephants at this camp who, over the years, maybe half of them went back into the wild from this camp. But they were able to actually get it. Can we turn down that light a little bit so you can see this? Thank you. So they got the shot, right? That was intended to be a web video, right? That was what they were brought there to do, is to film this birth so that the camp could show what was going on there. We'll put this on the web. People will be able to see this. There you have it. Several weeks later, the mother, Kitty, had a prolapse of the large intestine, prolapse. Probably related to the birth. There was something had gone wrong during the birth, and she died. So suddenly this tragic happenstance, and the production company said, this is something extraordinary, it's tragic. Send a crew. Follow up. Now there may be a story starting to develop. So a crew started filming, they sent the team back, they started filming. They filmed for a while, and as they were filming, they started reaching out for someone to come and direct that film. I was very lucky enough to get asked to come in as the director for this film that was to be. But there were two different opportunities that the production company had. One was to try to make a featured doc, and the other was to make a 1-hour piece for PBS Nature in the United States. That was sort of the idea. And so what they did, and they sent a producer, there were two different production companies, Vulcan Productions and Off the Fence out of Amsterdam. They sent a producer from each of those companies and an executive producer with me to the Delta to meet the characters, to see what was going on, and to come up with our recommendation. At the end of that time, the executive producer said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a feature doc about the scientist who runs the program, the elephant program, because at the same time, he had gotten a major grant to do the largest survey census of savanna elephants in the history of the continent. He was going to fly across the whole, the range states effectively, count the elephants, not only of the elephants, but actually create a massive, massive data set of all the wildlife they saw, of all the human impact and impingement. And so I was basically asked, I was sent down there to make 2 projects simultaneously. One, a feature documentary about Mike Chase and his work, and then a 1-hour show about this baby elephant and the people trying to save her life, right? So we went down there, we spent 3 weeks filming, and we basically started getting something like this, and this is sort of a version from the final film of Mike. This is sort of the first part, which at the time the working title was Flying for Elephants.
The challenges that elephants face across Africa are so complex. Loss of habitat, with increasing human-elephant conflict, retaliatory killings, exacerbated by the demand for ivory. We are losing elephants every 15 minutes, 96 elephants a day, and a year it's estimated that we may be losing between 25 and 30,000 elephants. We know how fast we're losing elephants, but how many elephants currently exist on the African continent is guesswork. How can you conserve something which you don't know anything about? So our mission over the next year, put in a nutshell, is essentially to count Africa's elephants. Up and away, no. We'll take to the skies. We'll be starting here in Botswana, and then we'll extend to include Angola, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa.
Oh, he's beautiful. One bull shaking his head at us big time.
Then on to Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, through Chad.
Oh my goodness, look at all these elephants coming up.
This is a daunting project of massive proportions which has never been attempted.
One bull, big one. Beautiful.
But besides the challenges, I'm hopeful. How many elephants have survived the onslaught of poaching? Are there isolated pockets of elephants that are thriving?
Look at these bulls, Mike. Nice. Beautiful tuskers.
There's so many unknowns. And this survey will provide us with some of the most important information ever to ensure the long-term survival of elephants. And I've devoted my life to conserving these majestic creatures.
So that's a bit of the, what the focus was. What I was told that, okay, here's your remit. Here's the story we want you to tell. But we came back from that 3-week shoot, and I was like, that's not our story. What he's doing is important. It's powerful. But it's not going to hold an hour and a half of viewers' attention. We just cut that down, like you just saw, about as exciting as we can make that work. They're mostly sitting inside a cramped plane going, elephant, elephant, this, that, you know what I mean? It's not super exciting. His energy, is a prickly character to work with, an excellent scientist, but like a very reserved person who wouldn't want necessarily open himself up. We tried to, earn his trust. You try to see if you're, how comfortable you can get. And I was like, that's not our story. So I had to go back to the production company and say, I think we need to do something else. And our story is something else.
Got the phone call on Sunday, and immediately I phoned our veterinarian.
By the time the vet arrived here, a main intestine came out.
I consulted with as many people as I possibly could, and that's when I learned that there was very little chance of hope.
And then she lied down because she was in big stress and also in very heavy pain. I didn't go there when the vet was putting her down. He had to inject her to put her to rest. And that was the end of Kitty.
From a prolapse of the large intestine. We did what we felt was right, and that was to bury her. You know, Kitty wasn't just any elephant.
It caught us, all of us, by surprise, and we still not believe that Kitty's gone. We think maybe she's just gone for she went out for a journey, for a visit somewhere. Maybe one day she'll come back. I think that's enough.
So the story became about these men, and particularly Welly, who you meet there, and their efforts to now try to save this baby, who we're emotionally attached to, and we emotionally attached to them, right? Because now, I mean, even Mike, you see a very different version of Mike here than when he's talking about his scientific work. We get to see him as a human being, vulnerable, immediate, right? So when we think about what's going to, what is the story you want to tell, there may be an inherent, there's always going to be an inherently human story in that, or an inherent, it could be a creature, right, who has its life experience, but an emotional story that you can try to find in that gives you an arc and that gives you connection. So, and so it really became about Welly. So let me just show one more clip. Sorry, I forgot I had this one here too. This will give you a sense of kind of why I felt sure that we wanted to go this way.
Please don't let me down. We have to be like their mothers. We have to be with her 24/7. That's how she will end up accepting you as her mother, because she knows that you are the provider. That's a good girl. It's me. You want to suck my finger? Oh no. My I can't get inside her heart or inside her mind and tell exactly what she's going through. What they need is love.
I mean, how do you witness that and not go, that's my story, right? And so we went on and we ended up making a feature film about Naledi, the baby elephant, and about this story. But then the producers came back and they said, okay, that's great. Okay, let's go for it. Like they, huge credit to the production companies. They listened to the suggestion that myself and the rest of the crew made and said, okay, let's go that direction, right? They were shifting their expectations and the resources, like, but we have this other hour we need to do that we've committed to give to nature. What can we do about that? Because what I was also saying is, well, we could fold in the story of the flying and the science, since Mike, he would help with the elephants at the camp, but he also had his science, and we can use this way of, in one film, emotionally connect to the story of one single elephant, but then also use the flying around and the surveying to look at the state of elephants across the continent and to look at the conservation that was going on, to look at the threats to them and use it as context, right? So, and I think we even have Mike near the end quotes Stalin, the death of one is a tragedy, the death of thousands becomes a statistic. And we sort of used the ladies like, well, if you care about one, you can care about the thousands. And so that was very deliberate. So and they were like, well, what else can we do? And I said, well, I've been researching this to get to some of the earlier points about the research that gets involved in the story development phase, where you read up on all the papers and you start to learn. Like, there's fascinating things we're learning about how elephants work and how intelligent they are, the way they communicate, all these kind of capacities. What if we propose another film that really does a survey of a number of the most interesting scientific developments in the last 10 years or so, and look at elephant science and do that for nature. And that is what we ended up doing. So we made Naledi, and then we made another film called Mind of a Giant that went on to Nature, went on to ZDF and Terra X. And then we ended up actually doing a cut down of Naledi to become a 1 hour for Nature as well. So Nature got 2 films out of this. And I'm saying this not so much to talk about the particulars of this, but just to kind of give it one illustration of the way what you think a story is may evolve, and what it is, and what you want to look at when you're trying to figure out what is my story. Because as Noel brought up, I mean, it's like we get excited from different things, right? We can be attracted by or from different kind of concepts. And I know for a lot of the folks in the room, I would imagine for many of us, like myself, I came from a fine arts background. What's the camera? I'm all excited. I want to do some cool probe lens stuff, or I got a new drone. It's going to be badass. What if we do something with ultraviolet light and the way certain animals can only see certain kinds of things? Like, that's cool. There's a concept, right? Is that your story yet? Not necessarily, right? It's an idea. It's a frame. Or maybe there's some topics that you're reading about in the newspapers. What's happening to the coral reefs around the country. There's a wildlife corridor in Florida that is that currently exists, but it may be gone. And so it's a cause, right? And you want to make a polemic. You want to make something that has a purpose, that has you want to do it about that story and make people aware of it, change their minds, bring them to it. And maybe you find things from other places, whether it's a UN report, scientific paper. Oh, this is fascinating, right? All right, that's cool. But is that your story yet? And I put up Wild Hope. There's a book written by a Cambridge professor, Andrew Balmford. That actually was the book behind the series that I'm currently running, and that the fellows are working with right now and producing pieces for, right? So that's where that one came from, as an inspiration of where the story germ came from. Not where the actual story, but where the concept came from. Or maybe you meet an extraordinary individual right? You hear about someone who's famed, like Jane Goodall, or someone else that you meet who's working in the conservation space that you're like, what they're doing is amazing. Who this person is incredible. Maybe we can profile their work. And I can say for myself, most of the work that I've done in this space over the past 20 years or so has been more in that space. Even like the ones I just showed you, it's not a blue chip film. It's looking at human beings interacting with nature and using that as a way for viewers to get access to or care about the natural world. But what I would also like to point out is, so when you get these opportunities, then you start looking within this, how do I frame, what's the story I can build? What are the opportunities here? And how do I start creating now something that has a spine, has a clarity of form, has a way for viewers to attach, to carry them through a longer experience. And so, there are all sorts of examples where you take probe lenses or you take aerial photography, and there are films that use that as a premise for what the nature of the piece is, right? We're going to look at the world, we're going to zoom in and make the whole film about that. And that's not saying that's the case for every, I'm not trying to suggest that's the only place you use cinematography. I'm just trying to point out that you can have a concept that carries that really elaborates it and builds it out. Similarly, you can do other films that look at those topics and become galvanizing points for political ends, or bring the ideas or the opportunities of books or other literature or other things you've come across to a wider audience, or profile those individuals in ways where their story becomes something that a viewer gets, viewers around the world can get involved with. But there is also the reality that the viewers, and therefore the commissioners, the places you might get support, where you need support from, there's a huge array of opportunity, a huge array of other choices. So how do you make yours stand out? What do you do to try to address that question? And what's also super exciting, as well as intimidating, is that there are so many different ways and forms that, where do you want this to play? We carry around in our pockets a perfectly amazing, story delivery system. You could be doing it in Instagram. You could be doing it, and in fact, the series I run now, we're releasing all of our shorts, which the first season were half hours for, that aired on PBS in the United States. They're all on YouTube, right? And they're all going to PBS Nature's YouTube so that they are available outside of a paywall globally, because that was our goal. Our goal was impact and education. So we wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be hidden, that you didn't have to, have a Netflix subscription to see it. So all of those, and now all the shorts we're making are shown there. They're also all going on Instagram. And we're making vertical videos, we're making 90-second shorts for every piece we do. Because where are people watching stuff, right? So, but these are some of the other choices or the other opportunities. What do I want to, is this a story that more lends itself to X or Y? Or do I do different versions of it? Right? Do I try to create a version that's a long form or then a short form? So as you're thinking about your stories, you want to think about what that opportunity is, and ultimately it's going to come down to that connection to the viewer. What's going to attract someone's interest? What's going to hold it? What's going to make them care about it? Right? What's going to engage them emotionally? And so, in a way, there's and I think there's a bit of a false duality here. But in some ways, you can kind of look at the approach. There's sometimes we're sort of appealing or constructing the film from an intellectual perspective and or from an emotional perspective. And ideally, obviously, for a film to work, for a piece to work, both of these need to be engaged, right? But if I think about, even just the example I was showing you earlier, the two films, Mind of a Giant and The Lady, Mind of a Giant was more of a concept. Let's look at the science. So we start now building an architecture. And then, I forgot I had these, so let me show you this. So, or other examples of ones. I don't know if you know these films, but Game Changers, or My Octopus Teacher, right? Game Changers is Louis Fizios doing a piece about vegan, sort of to try to break down the idea that to be able to be healthy or powerful, you have to eat meat, right? Because really, his aim is to try to get people to eat less, to consume less meat, therefore have less of the world's arable land, or I think it's 37% of non-ice covered land on the planet is dedicated to livestock. That's what motivated we're doing a piece now with Tim Brown, who invented Impossible Burger. He's a scientist who created Impossible Burger just to try to give an alternative. But so here's a film, and if you've seen it, it's super cool. It follows a bunch of different, high-end elite athletes, all of whom are vegan, and are basically, trying to make the claim that in fact they're better as athletes by having a solely plant-based diet. But it's a conceptually kind of conceived approach, similar to Mind of a Giant. It's more conceptual. My octopus teacher, if you've seen that, is much more emotional. It's all about the heart. It's all about a connection. And that also means when you're creating the film, there's one where you sort of are working together with a group of people to construct an event, to construct a story. And another where you're sort of sitting and you're watching and you're waiting and you're paying attention. It doesn't mean that you're passive, but you're making decisions about when you film, whom you film, how you film, to try to capture what's happening organically, right? So in one case you're building, in one case you're reacting, but you kind of have to do both. Because ideally, if you're appealing to the mind, you can bring the viewer to a point of kind of inspiration or exaltation, right? Where now they're like, oh, insight, I get it. That can be amazing. And if you connect through the emotion, you can bring the viewer to a point of insight and a connection. So that's ultimately the end goal, is that you're going to somehow, through the combination of these things, bring that person, whomever that individual is that you're connecting with. Because in a way, yes, you might be connecting with hundreds, thousands, millions, but you're doing it one person at a time. And so when you're thinking about a viewer, that viewer's in you as you're making the film, it's in all the wonderful people who give you feedback as you're making the film, but you're trying to connect with that person, one person at a time. So as you're thinking about the way you develop your story, you're trying to think about them, if that makes sense. So when I first, when Pragna and Noel talked to me and said, hey, can we do a session about this? I was like, sure, I can do a half hour. And then it's like, hey, we got an hour and a half. We have 2.5 hours, let's go. So here we are. That's as much presentation as I got, right? So what I would love to do is encourage you all to come down, there's a lot of folks already down here in the beanbags, but let's bring the lights up. Let's use this as a real workshop. And really, if you have ideas, if you have questions, if you want to about the stories you're developing, the concepts, how do you take it, whatever it is, I think what I'm incredibly, I think all of us see what's happening, with NEWF across the span of it is hands-on, let's make shit, right? Let's do it. So what I would love to do is to use whatever time we have left in this session to open this up for questions, to work. We could, if you are reticent to talk about ideas that you have, in a group setting, come find me during the week. I'm here all week. I'm happy to talk through ideas. But I'd love to encourage everyone to stop this from a presentational mode and let's turn it into a workshop mode, right? Because I think that's actually what it is on the in the schedule. So thank you, and it's up to all of us now. So jump in. Can we bring the lights up a bit? Just so they're on the spot too. But does anyone have any questions? Any thoughts? Yeah. I think they're going to get some mics around too, so they.
Hello, hi Geoff. How
Hi.
are you? Thank you so much for that wonderful talk. It was fantastic. I have a question. You mentioned that you initially have a fine art background. And sometimes I find that if you consider the audience too much, it might affect the artwork. How do you navigate that? How do you navigate considering the audience you're appealing to without affecting the art?
Well, I think it depends on the piece, on you, and on the circumstances to a certain degree. I think, what I would say is, for at least the way what I do now versus what I was, when I studied fine art, I was doing it, nobody else touched my film. I was a fine art filmmaker. I would have an idea, I'd shoot the thing, and that was actually my first career. I was showing things in museums and in art galleries, and I was a professor, and I was doing that. And then it kind of got really frustrated because it seemed like, at least in the U.S., the fine art film scene was showing, it was like a dozen people in New York showing it to a dozen people in L.A., and like nobody, it wasn't about connecting with audiences. It wasn't, it was like, we're furthering the art, but we're not necessarily concerning the viewer because I want to make my art. And I was like, that's not what I got into this for. Like, I want to make art, but I want it to be useful. I want it to do something. I want it to connect with people. So I kind of eased away from that. And then kind of by happenstance, when I was working at National Geographic, was very lucky to kind of get into natural history and the more wildlife filmmaking. And then my little kid self came alive, right? I was like a lot of you, I bet. I was like a wildlife nerd as a kid. And suddenly like, oh wait, I can be a grown-up nerd and nerd out on the same stuff and do all of that. So, but to get back to your question, I think, some people talk about it where when you're working on the piece, you're ultimately trying to kind of satisfy yourself in it. Like you kind of want to listen to your own voice when you're looking at something. I don't know if that's always, you're always given the circumstance, given the way that certain structures are. Like, I think the fellows are going through an experience now where they're going through, okay, make whatever film you want, but then we also sort of said, if you want to make one sort of that would work for Wild Hope as a series, we'll help show you sort of, here's what we expect from a story, and then you have the sort of the experience of working with a client, right, who's being much more specific about, well, no, like we have a certain style of story, and we've created a template, an archetype for a storyline, or like how we do that, and that's part of what I get to do as an executive producer is help invent that approach, right? Oh, we're going to use a camera this way, we're going to structure the story. So there can become those kind of external influences on what the film might be. I still think that ultimately, though, you have to, all of the different individuals who are contributing, because that's the beauty of going from the fine art film approach, which is it's only me, nobody else touches my film, stay off it, don't touch it, to this is a deeply collaborative medium. And everyone is bringing their art. Everyone brings their vision. And if each of the people along the way, whether they're the sound designer or the cinematographer and the editor or the composer, the director, whomever it is, the subject, right? If they're bringing themselves to it, that's going to elevate the piece. And creating circumstances, so much as you can, if you're the producer or the director, to create opportunity for people to bring their self, their intimate selves, their actual selves, not just sort of their performative selves, but their actual selves to it. Then I think the piece gets richer, and I can't emphasize enough how. Actually, it was Anthony, who's here somewhere, taking photographs somewhere, hiding in the back with the long lens. Where are you? But who just said some very lovely things to me about a series that I had worked on before I was doing Wild Hope. And one of the things that was so wonderful about that series is called Wild Innovators. We were profiling all these incredible women in conservation and the incredible work they were doing. The very first thing we did with each of those subjects was say, what's your story that you want to tell? Not let me come in from the outside and make a story about you and not, get a bunch of stuff and go back and tell it my way. What do you want to say? How do you, and then collaborate with that person in a really organic way and say, okay, let's work on that together. Let's show you a cut. Let's get your feedback. Let's make sure this works for you. And we do that with Wild Hope too. We show them back to the scientists we're profiling. And not only to make sure that we're getting the facts right, but to make sure that we're treating people right as part of a community, right? And that we can all be bringing ourselves. So I think that is one of the keys. I think is just and that's the beauty of this form, is that it is collaborative by its nature, and that just like what we're feeling here as part of this community, that brings out more. The sum is always greater. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I guess is that how it's said. So, yeah. Hey. Hi. Hold on. Let's get you a mic. So here, so everybody can hear your question.
Cool. Thanks. You said something about the beauty of coming to this from a fine arts background, and I thought my question is actually the challenge of coming into this from a science background. I forget the titles you gave, the different approaches, like you said a conceptual, you said like a political, or like a science perspective, or a profile. I forget the other one that had like coral bleaching and, you know. Yeah. Yeah. So I thought that was a really cool way to see it. But the challenge of coming to this as a scientist is you sort of want to say something to all of that because it exists as a whole and it's equally important. How many of those can you want to fit in a story neatly? I mean, it's cool to like choose a perspective from a lens, from equipment, from I'm looking at tiny things, or I'm going, I'm a non-ethologist. I could do a story on like, let's look at the bird's eye view and all the stories told from, you know, but how many of those can you pair before like the story is haphazard and, you know, and also I sort of feel like it's shallow if you sort of just lean on to the emotion or just focus on a person without like tagging on some of the serious global issues that are there. How much of that can you put together before the story is just haphazard and difficult?
That's a great question, and thanks, because what you're pointing out is effectively like the ruse of the storytelling I just did. Those 4 different columns aren't actual divisions. There's no, I don't think any story that gets done only has one of those things. What I was trying to do is sort of say we might get attracted by one of these things, right? One might be the foremost in our mind. It might be where the germ of the story comes from. But it isn't where the story should stay, right? And so, I mean, let's think about, you know, you want to tell a story as an ornithologist, right? Okay, well, you're probably going to need more than one of those things to tell the story of a bird, and context is critical. You're going to want to know what that global situation. The question is, how do you construct your story to be able to start with someone who knows nothing or is coming with relatively little amount, get them engaged into the story. Now, give them the right amount of backstory, what they need to know as you're moving it forward, right? That's always the trickiest part in some ways in the story, is that first like 10 minutes, the first act, is like because you're having to backfill all this information while you're still going forward. And you always feel where it gets really clunky in like a bad movie, right? We're like, well, hi, Bill, you know, it's like, I haven't seen you since that one time we were both spies together and, you know, whatever, and you're like, clunky, right? Because it wants to feel seamless. So I would thank you for the question, because it was actually something I felt a little, you know, it was an interesting way to kind of talk about how we might get interested, but I don't think any film really stays in any one of those or any of the pieces you see there. The cinema, you know, you could be following a character story, and the cinematography is critical in the way you're thinking about the lensing. You know, I mean, just okay, if you're following this person, well, how, right? What, you know, are you doing it in a very formal way, or is it always like sit down interviews? Are you doing it in a verite way where you're following life as it happens and you're running gun with those people? Are you using wide-angle lenses? Are you using a gimbal? Are you staying rough and, you know, you're making cinematic decisions that affect the tonality or the engagement of the story. So I think that, you know, ultimately you're going to need to parse through the particular opportunities of the concept, right? What do I have to work with here? What is my access, right? You might have, you know, like you're starting with like, what are the playing cards I have been dealt with this? What are the other ones I can go get that I'm missing to make happen? And then how can I play my hand the best for this opportunity that will be different than another opportunity, right? Like they're not always going to be the same. And I think that part of what I just wanted to sort of encourage is thinking through not only what is my subject going to be, but what kind of film am I aiming for it to be at the end, right? Like what is that? What's going to attract the viewer? What's going to keep them there? What's going to attract funding or support? How do those things align with each other so that they become cohesive and singular instead of being at odds with each other? And the piece becoming more schizophrenic, right? Where it doesn't kind of know what it wants to do. Because I've seen and I've made some of those films, right? Where it's trying to do this, but it really wants to do that. And that's also the part, and we've talked a bit about this with the fellows, like there's a certain point in the edit, particularly, of every film, I think. And if you're lucky, and almost always happens. But as soon as the film starts telling you what it needs, like you're constantly assembling the whole way. Right? Let me get an idea. Let me bring the people and the resources together. Let me go out and collect from the world and the reality, the material I want to use, right? And you're not trying to finish the film, but you're just trying to get enough to go into edit with, right? Enough of the, enough stuff, and then you start putting it together, and then it's, and now it's fungible. You might have a laid out plan, and you need that laid out plan, but you also need to be able to abandon that plan at any point, right? Just as you do when you go in the field, right? You get yourself, like a friend of Bree and mine, in fact, the week we met, this director that I was assisting up in Maine said, I always make 3 films. There's the film I make in pre-production, and before I go out and shoot, that film is perfect and it's final and it's done. And then I go out to start shooting and I crumple that film up and I throw it away. Because now I'm filming and now I'm trying to get that, but things change, right? And I have to be adaptive to what's actually happening. And then he's like, okay, and then I get all that material, and so that film is finished and it's perfect and it's done. And then I crumple that one up and I throw it away. Because now here's what I got. And how can I take what I have and fashion it into the most living film? And there is a point, I think, in every good film, when the film starts telling you, no, this is what I want. Right? This is like, now it's working. It's like, oh yeah, it's too slow here. We need to speed this part up. Like it's like you feel it. And so I think you want to be paying attention for that, looking out for that. Yeah, I'm gonna go further in the back. It's hard to, and then.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Where are you?
I'm here, Geoff.
Oh, hey, there you are.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. Firstly, I just want to say that I just like the way you structured it. And I mean, you've done a lot of work in your career. And I think when Noel and Pragna asked you to put together this workshop, you sat down and you made a decision about how you're gonna tackle it, and you decided on the content that you would use to just show us how a story or an idea can develop into a story. And I just like the examples that you used, because through showing us those films, you were taking us on how the story developed. And I think it becomes easier to follow when you show us something, because that's what this business is about. And as you were talking, you also touched on, and you moved quickly through it. You said, and these are not blue chip stories, and it's a man and an animal, and the relationship that develops, the challenges and all that. And then something came to my mind about the fact that blue chip has been done. And this is something that has been bothering me for some time, that as Africans, we are, and I like the fact that we are here and we can have these conversations. As Africans, we want to find our own voice, in terms of how our stories develop a character, a DNA for the types of stories that we want to tell, And when we look beyond Africa, we see blue chip, quite great to watch. But for us, animals don't exist in a vacuum, A story starts to really have an impact to us when it's a whole combination of man, animal, and the environment, And I've always thought that maybe that's the angle that we need to look at, but I don't know if you do that. Do you restrict yourself to a particular way of telling a story because you want to develop your DNA, something that makes you stand out? Or is it just okay to develop a DNA that says this is an African story, you know, and ours is going to touch on these three elements: man, animal, and their environment, you know. Is it restrictive, or is it okay to go that way, number one? And number two, if you standing there and you've got this opportunity to talk to us and say to us, Africans, wake up, we've done this, we've done that, we've done that, this is where I think your best angle would be for you to stand out in the world, and everyone who looks at our films can be able to say, just by looking at it, this certainly comes from Africa. What would be your advice to filmmakers here to say these are the opportunities for you to have your own DNA, your own story that will have a character that travels wherever, and anyone who looks at it sees that this is an African story? Because I think that's what I would love to see. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's not only possible to pursue what you're talking about in terms of not only the African storytelling, but also that fusion of human, animal, environment. I think it's imperative. I think that we need it. It's necessary. You know, just as by way of you know, full disclosure and admission, I've made one blue chip series in my life. Almost everything that I do in this space has been character connected, human connected. I think that's the place I feel most comfortable. That's what I'm really interested in. I think it's a great lens and window into our being on this planet, our being with each other, our being with our fellow travelers, the other creatures and ecosystems and plants and all the other things that we share this planet with. So I think I think it's absolutely possible, and I think creating a voice that's uniquely yours as an individual or culturally is also necessary and needed. I think, you know, personally, I find the blue chip stuff beautiful. I think the craftsmanship is like incredible. The only one I've ever done was when I pitched for 10 years and National Geographic finally let me do it, and they kind of screwed it up, but it was called Urban Jungle, because I wanted to look at wildlife living in human context. I was like, why are we framing out the telephone poles? Why are we taking away the people? Why are we taking away and acting like there's this mythology that it exists in a vacuum? That's not the reality. Because one of my second job at National Geographic after I left academics was editing a piece that was basically looking at some dude some white dude in khakis and a leather hat, like filming at a watering hole in Botswana somewhere, and I was looking at the rushes, and suddenly in the middle of the rushes he starts yelling and screaming at somebody off camera. The camera bobbles and suddenly turns, and there are tour buses on the other side of the watering hole, and it was like, that will never show up in the film, because the film was supposed to be about this iconic guy out in the middle of nowhere like doing this work, and it was like, yeah, but that's the story. That's the story. And so it took me 10 years to be able to get to do that, because I was like, that's more interesting, and that's the reality. So I think what you're talking about are what are the realities you see, the realities you know, and bringing that voice, bringing that perspective, and sharing that with people like myself who don't live here, who need to see that, who want to learn more. So I think finding those ways and creating stories, but through connecting with character or connecting with communities, putting the stories, if what you want to tell are stories about the natural world, but with a human context, or a human story with a natural context, right? There are a number of different ways you could pursue that, and I think it's not only advisable, I think it's critical, because I think what's also happening is that, you even see the BBC is doing that, right? Like the more and more the films are incorporating things. It's like, oh my gosh, they're acknowledging climate change, which they've been doing. Obviously, they're always very conscious, but bringing in people, bringing in the impacts of human systems, right? Which is good, but at the same time, what's happened is that the form has stayed very similar for decades, right? And so it becomes a question of spectacle. How do we increase the cinematography and spectacle to get to that next level? That really, and Planet Earth really was what blew that open. Once HD came and all of the different kinds of super high tech shooting, that's become the norm. But they're also struggling with storytelling. I think all my friends who are working in that space are it's beautiful, majestic, and important work, but I think it also becomes like, we've seen it. How do you stir it up, right? How do you make it fresh again? So you either do that by finding a new angle on it, or by finding a different way in. My octopus teacher, for example, right? There's a different way. You can have your different feelings about that film, and I think we all should. But it's a way. It gives a point of view in that gets beyond the 10 to 15% of the global audience who go for blue chip. Right? That's sort of the peak. That's like you can count on that. As I'm just saying, as the programmers, because I'm in those meetings. I used to sit in on all the National Geographic Wild weekly channel meetings and look at their graphs and stuff. Because I was basically everything that Geo made for their own channel. I was the executive producer of that for several years. And there's a certain amount that you can expect, and then there's a ceiling. But I think making that human story, having that identity, that character, that voice that's unique is going to expand beyond that, as that potential, right? Because it's particular, it's yours. Yeah. Can somebody else be picking people? Like I don't even know where to start. Why don't we go here? Thanks. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Mhlophe Ngati. I'm a social science by profession. I wanted to ask, I know that we are in a phase where we're always saying, how can you conserve something you don't know? So we're trying to create stories that are trying to drive a connection of people to connect to nature or wildlife or whatever it is. Firstly, who was the market for the story that you just told? I would like to know that, because as I sit here, I cringed at someone who's never been connected to elephant, and then them being exposed to them touching it, and then the assumption of someone who's never had an interaction with elephant would then maybe go in a park and then start wanting to touch. So without that background knowledge that this is not done by anyone, that for me is a bit of like, oh my God, what happens there? And then coming back to the question of how do we conserve something we don't know, I'm going to give you a case study. So in South Africa, in KZN, we are struggling with communities that stays next to protected areas. So how would you break down creating a story that's trying to drive a connection for people to know what's inside so that they can start conserving? What would be your approach, and what would that story look like for it to influence communities around South Africa?
Well, thanks. I mean, I think in terms of the first question, that was not that the audiences were conceived as a global audience, so it wasn't necessarily somebody who would be. I don't think that we were. How can I say it? What I would say is that the elephants and the way that the film actually unfolds and portrays them is there's a clarity, or there's at least a distinction made between those elephants who are these rescued elephants who are living in this camp that the men are working with and caring for, and the wild elephants that live in the region. So there's a pretty clear distinction in the film between those wild populations and the non-wild population. So, but could someone get the wrong impression? Potentially, and it would be significant. So I think that's a valid criticism. What I would say in terms of, if I understood your question, the second question is how would you go about maybe making a film for the communities that surround KZN or something, right? So that they know what's in the area and they get engaged with. I think you should definitely talk to Ago while you're here in terms of what's been going on in Mozambique and Gorongosa, because I think a lot of the filmmaking that's been there has been focused on that. I think there are ways where some of the stories are focused on those communities and what they're doing, and the storytelling, what's happening in the ways that they are engaging with, and either having to deal with the difficulties of living alongside wildlife and with the opportunities, or at least to know what is there. And I think that, we actually, for the Wild Hope series, Ago Field produced a piece. We'll be talking about this when Jared gets here on Thursday, maybe, Wednesday? I forget, when we're talking about that series. But we did one about a program where they're working with some of the local farmers in growing coffee and trying to help, to bring back the rainforest on the top of the mountain so that that works as to help be a sponge for the watershed that goes to all the people and all the wildlife that lives down in the floodplain below. So it does focus on the communities themselves. And then I also know that what also happens is that a lot of those films are then brought back to those communities and played in those different communities, right? So that they're participating in in creating the story. It's a story about themselves and the way in which their lives are interacting with with that wildlife and with that wild space, and then it's replayed. So it's brought back to those locations. So I think that is an interesting model to be able to think about. So I think that would probably, and then also there are ways and programs where sometimes the children or other people from those communities are brought into the park to be able to see some of the wildlife that they otherwise don't get to see. And I think programs that do that are also helpful. And I think films that could, or showing what's there and then bringing it again, but sort of through a traveling program, rather than saying like, well, and also just, knowing if you know who your audience is, it sounds like, which is great, right? I want to focus on these communities. What are the best means for them to watch something? Is it, do they have phones? If they've got the phones, are those, what kind of connection do they have? Can you get those so that they could be watching them in a form that works on a phone rather than having a theater, right? If you don't have a theater, are there different ways of constructing what you're doing? Or like when I put up the slide of, the cell phone and the movie theater and all the different, what's your venue? If you have a specific community you want to target, where are they living? Like how do you get your message to, and what's the best means to get that message through, right? So maybe you'll make a series of shorts. Maybe you make something that's easier to travel. Maybe you make something that's really focusing on them. Yeah, I haven't been over here yet. Well, I'll hear you. I just don't think, but maybe not everyone will hear you. Okay.
Oh. Good morning, Geoff. Very inspirational workshop. So, from the examples that you provided us, I think I like the fact that you, out of the blues, came up with 2 stories when initially you did not intend to. But I also, maybe it's a wrong assumption, but I also picked up that because you are a senior, or the crew as a whole is a senior known executive, so you came already in the way resources, budget and stuff. Now, in contrast, half of our fellows would be emerging, and it's difficult to secure that funding which will give you the liberty. Where I'm driving this ship is, how do you then make sure that you stick to one, or at least pick one of the story that will be powerful without being disturbed, but what whoever is funding you will say, this is how we want it. Because we end up maybe, I'm sure if you can ask anyone here, we covered about 2-3 stories already here. But now, maybe some of us not sure which one to pick first to keep the balance and stay authentic to it.
I just want to add to what you were saying, because my question is very similar, and also comment a little bit on what you were saying, Nomsa, but just to give a very brief example. So I'm working on a film where, I do films about hair everywhere, like live action films, animation, games, hair, and even my first conservation film has a hair element with it. But now with that hair element comes politics around hair, and then there's obviously the plastic thing that I'm trying to do with it, all sorts of interesting things where everyone is like, oh my word, this story is amazing, but because of the other little elements, it becomes so difficult to access funding and to kind of secure that and. So similar to what Melissa's question was, so how do you pick how you are going to pitch the story? Do you choose according to who you are pitching to, and whether you're going to keep it a little bit cerebral or emotional? Like what is your pitching process? That's the first bit of the question. And then what are your tools? If you go back to indeed when you were emerging, or as you are dealing with emerging filmmakers, what tools do you want them to bring to the table? Is it a pitch deck? Is it like a rippomatic? Or is it literally just a paragraph? Like what does that process look like, and how do you judge?
These are great questions. here, I'll just sit here. There we go. So, I mean, I think to respond first to your part of the question, I mean, I think all I can say is I think you know, ahead of, well, I'll tell a quick anecdote. When I was in art school, I got the opportunity to direct my first and only play as a director. It was a Bertolt Brecht piece. And I remember, and I was outside the space of what I was used to. I was a filmmaker, and I was doing all this abstract projections, all this kind of weird stuff. And I remember opening night, as the curtain went up, I just sat there. I was running the soundboard because I was one of the most technically proficient people on the team. And I just remember going, oh shit. Now I understand the play. And I'm now about to watch an hour and a half of a complete miss. Shit. Because I hadn't gotten to, what is that pre-verbal heart of the story that I'm trying to tell, right? Like, there's usually a point, at least for myself, where it's like, it's not a conceptual, it's like it's like a feeling you have, or like whatever that thing is. And so I think part of it is spending time with your subject, your idea, your circumstance, your opportunity, as deeply as you can to get that, right? What is it, what's the heart of it that I'm feeling, that I want to connect with, that I want to tell? And then, to your question, all right, who am I pitching it to? Because, you know, they're going to have different expectations, different requirements. Somebody may not want this one than that one. And so part of it is then looking for, okay, this is what I want to do. Where are places I could get support to do that would be first. And then if there are opportunities where it feels a little, you know, it's like, okay, that's part of what it is, but it's not all of what my film might be. I can emphasize the part that they would find appealing while still carrying the other parts of what I want to do, right? And, you know, like I could think of some of the films I made for National Geographic where it was like, it was more conceptual, but I wanted to bring in that heart, you know, and it's like, I'm not pitching it to them based on the heart part, because that's not what the part they were looking for. They wanted the idea, so okay, here's the idea, we're gonna do this, it'll be great, blah, blah, blah. Now it's up to me and the crew and the collaborators and the subjects to go find that heart and to put that, have that be part of the film, right? So that it's still there, but I wasn't emphasizing that in the pitch. In terms of tools to have for the pitching process, I think a pitch deck is critical. I mean, yes, and when you get to a point of being more established, you can have a conversation, you know what I mean? And there's no question that, you know, the fact that I had the number of pieces behind me and with that I was able to go, hey, I think we got this wrong, guys. And I was nervous AF when I had that phone call. Because I was like, are they gonna go for it? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, if not, I'm stuck trying to make an hour and a half out of Mike flying around in an airplane, and that's not gonna work. I know it's not gonna work. And I was honest, I just said that. You know? And they were like, oh, okay. All right, let's think about this. And we got there. But I think having a pitch deck, it's like if you want to do a fiction piece, having a screenplay for your film. It's a kind of industry standard form of communication that isn't what your film is, but it's at least a document that someone has gotten, that people are used to consuming or interpreting to get an understanding of the film. If you could put together some kind of a pitch reel, right? Even if it's from found footage, right? Most of them are, right? Which gives an idea. Now you do one interview with your key person, or say, you know, and then you use their bites so we get a sense of who they are. How are they on camera? How appealing they are. Maybe you follow them around for a day. You get an interview, you get some cool B-roll, you know, and then you build a 30-second and 90-second pitch deck, you know, pitch reel that gives a feeling. Because there's also a way where it's like, how does this thing walk and talk? Is it big sweeping strings and going to be this languorous kind of thing, or is it like, you know, like what's the vibe? What's the energy? And that's a lot of what I ended up doing for those years I was at Geographic, was I styled stuff. It's like, oh, I'm going to use Radiohead for my scratch music, and they're like, what are you doing? Making it cool, right? So, but the point being that you could have a vibe to it, and it becomes about the uniqueness of voice, right? The more generic it is in some ways, the less interesting it is, because we've seen it, we know it, right? You know, if things starts off Africa, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, for fuck. You know what I mean? Like, so like, you know, what's your juice? What's different about this piece? What's the unique selling proposition if we're going to take, like, if we're going to just take a piece out of whatever, any kind of venture capitalist idea? What's unique about this? What's going to be appealing to someone? I've got access to this thing, right? If you go into Netflix, Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost are going to be, then they'll be interested, right? You know what I mean? There's ways where, like, what's the part of the thing that's going to be hooky or appealing? You know, but if you know, like, we're going to be able to go into, KZN, and these communities are welcoming us, and we're going to be working with them. We're going to get access in a way that somebody who doesn't have a connection there won't have that intimacy, won't have that honesty, won't have that immediacy. That's a selling proposition. That's important, So I'd say there.
Sorry.
In what way?
I think I'm going next. I already have a mic. They're already talking.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, she's asking about, well, what happens when if your focus shifts, like I was talking about going from Mike to Welly, and the fact that, if what you've pitched is, here's this white guy that everyone's going to be paying attention, and then now here's this other person who's working, but that's really more interesting. Are you going to be able to, how do you handle that, is what you're saying? Right.
I'm saying I've lived this. A National Geographic photographer was where I worked and could not get like the shots he wanted for days. And then one day he found me working, scrubbing the stuff, and spent the entire day like, wow, this is the work you do, the disgusting work you do. And I was just in gumboots. But the photo that came out on the feature was just the boss in an office somewhere carrying the bird and stuff like that. But knowing the person that they were working with, she was Access, So how do you, when the story evolves, tell the person that was the star? Like I saw in that scene where they're trying to feed the Naledi, how he actually sits there and you can see the power dynamic that he's the boss, he's the scientist, he knows the science, but he's working with somebody here that knows and has the connection with, Naledi, and but how do you do that? How do you, when the story evolves, tell Mike that he's actually supporting cast? Yeah.
I think that comes down to, tact and delicacy and honesty. You know what I mean? And trying to figure it out. I mean, I think in that particular instance, I think Mike didn't want to be featured. In that particular case, I mean, certainly, the Wild Hope series we're working on now, we're finishing 32, like we're right now, not counting the 3 that are being made by the new fellows, like there are 32 other pieces that are each profiling individuals and communities working around the world, basically, who are reversing biodiversity loss. Most of whom are scientists, many are community members or whatever. So what we're doing is we're trying to, I guess you would say pre-interview, to try to find who are the people whose story we want to tell, and it's not always the top scientist involved. Sometimes it is, and in those cases, I think it's you try to do the best due diligence you can, and I think you just have to be as clear as you can with the people you're working with, and that's also why I think reaching out to them once you start, when there's the potential to collaborate and having honest conversation about, well, what's the story you want to tell? Like, if you're going to open up your world to us, because it's invasive as anything to let a film crew into your life. And we have to recognize that as filmmakers, like for someone to give you that gift of, you know, being able to come follow you around. I mean, I hate being on the other side of the camera, right? So I try to keep that in mind and be sensitive to it, and like, when do you turn the camera off? My very first film when I was in college was about how my mentor, this guy Ross McElwee, who'd done this film called Sherman's March, where he filmed his whole life, kind of suggested I go film my best friend who'd gone in the Marine Corps when I went off to college. And it was sort of about reunited states, like how do I get together with my friend who I think we were close, and now we're kind of, are we just different? Can we not connect? And my film became about me putting the camera down and being like, no, this is getting in the way of my relationship with this person whom I love. You know what I mean? Because the filmmaking apparatus can get in the way too. So it's tricky, but I think you have to be honest. I mean, there was somebody who, when I was first at National Geographic and kind of emerging, I kind of got in after academics as an editor and then became a producer. And she gave me the horrible advice of never show anything to your subjects. You know, never, like, basically trick them into working. And I did that once. It was the biggest mistake I've ever made. I've regretted it every day since whenever I think about that project, and I've never done it again. And that's where having an honest conversation, being collaborative, right? Make it a true collaboration. And then hopefully, then you'll understand each other and be like, oh wait, no, what she's doing is cooler. Because that can still show your science, right? That's another way of telling this story. Right? Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go next so I can release.
Oh, hold on, I'm not calling enough people over here somehow. So, okay, yeah, because you guys are right front. All right, thank you. You guys pick then. All right.
I'll give him the mic when I'm done. Okay, I was looking at your story, right? And it went from profiling a scientist, having them show you what research they were doing, and it lacked the connection element, right? And now I have a question where the South African Economic Zone, the EEZ, goes up to 5,700 meters deep, right? And we're getting into the marine space. How do I introduce an animal that lives at 750 meters to the everyday person? Because I don't have film of me touching the animal. I can't dive deeper than a normal human. I think it's around 200 max. How then do I make an everyday person understand this animal, and very importantly, if it's a fisheries species, understand that I'm not trying to conserve it to a point where they stop eating it. I'm trying to ensure that it gets conserved to a point where their grandchildren can still eat it. How do I keep that connection without them having to see the animal being interacted with?
That's a great question. Well, I would say a couple of things. One, it sounds like this is a creature who is, that part of our experience as human beings with this species is that we do consume it. Is that true? Okay. So, I mean, that gives you, you know, what does that do? That gives you a familiarity. It gives you an access point. We care about this animal because it's delicious, right? You know what I mean? But that's not necessarily, and I'm being facetious and entertaining, but what I'm also saying is that there's actually a point of connection where somebody fishes that creature. Someone eats that animal. There's ways we already interact with it. So you have that as a potential part of the story. You talking about it being down at 750 meters and you can't go there, that's interesting to me. Like, I can imagine, like, that could be an open, like, I'm trying to get to this creature, but it's impossible. It's down beyond, it's mysterious, it's this mystery. What is this thing, right? And you could build that up. I could see that being a Wild Hope cold open, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like so you have a character or yourself talking about, I'm trying to do this, I want, you know, but it's almost impossible to see. And it's like, then everyone's like, what is it? Tell me. And then you show one little, and it swims by, right? You know, like, oh, and now we're hooked, right? All right, now tell me more about how it lives. Tell me more about what this is. Talk about how it's important to the communities that fish it, that eat it. How long that's been going on. Find people who have that, can speak to that from their own experience, from something authentic, right? And now they're collaborating with you. They're telling you your version of it. And they're saying, yeah, this is how we've always done this. But we want our children to be able to do this. We want our grandchildren to be able to do this. But there's a problem because it's because of X and Y, right? So the only way to do this is now to be able to what? Well, what we're proposing is we do this. Right? And then you can also use some of the wonderful statistics about the way fisheries come back when you leave them alone. We tried to do one for Wild Hope where there were some pretty amazing things where after Obama put in the giant marine protected area off the islands of Hawaii, like all the sunken peaks, right? So not where the Hawaiian Islands as we know them are, but all the former Hawaiian Islands, just a string of them for 1,000 miles. And they wrapped a huge marine protected area around it, right? Fisher people can't go there anymore. We can't go get the tuna? You're breaking down our, we're losing money, we're doing all this stuff. Well, actually, tuna catches outside that area have increased because it's so fecund, they can go in there, they can reproduce at incredible high speeds, the way fish do. There's more fish overall, as well as there being a safe zone, right? So you tell a story like that, fisheries are particularly good for that because of that incredible regenerative capacity. So, and suddenly now you have a story that's helping people connect with this animal that we can't get to in that same way, right? Where they can't just be hugging the fish and stuff. But there's a way. You see what I mean? But they're like, and that's why I'm saying, like, you're dealt certain cards. How do you play them to your advantage? How do you shift your story angle to use it to help you, right? Okay, who's next question?
I think I was next.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Geoff. That was a very interesting conversation and the questions are really engaging. I just have one, I don't know if it's a question, but it's just a thought in my mind. I'm wondering if the world is truly ready for Africans to demystify the perceptions about people and wildlife in Africa. I mean, you did refer to Blucher film, and my pet peeve with a lot of those films is that they try and personify animals. And whether we like it or not, that actually doesn't create a real connection with the actual animal, and it makes it, I'm a scientist by profession, so it makes it very difficult for me as a scientist and a filmmaker to be able to tell the real story behind a specific animal if the broader world is actually not ready to accept that we don't really have elephants in our backyards, we don't really have pet lions. Is the world and all the other people with who offer grants, are they ready to actually hear African voices in a meaningful way? Because otherwise it means we're wasting our time to an extent, because as Africans, we have a great responsibility to be able to represent ourselves well. Many people from the rest of the world come into our continent and tell us how to tell our stories. And it still continues, even though there's more than 200 voices here with brilliant stories that they have in mind. The grant funders still want to dictate the level of storytelling we need to give that's going to grab audiences. But when we travel overseas to conferences, people can't get enough of us. So I want to hear your perspective. If the world is truly ready to hear African voices, or are they just cherry picking us because we just look good for their perspectives? Thanks.
I think that, bravo. Yeah. I think you would be better able to tell than I could, right? Because you guys are all living that experience and know what that experience is like. I mean, I can tell you what it looks like from where I am. I do have similar concerns. I've seen some of that happening. I think we all have. How ready they are, I think it depends on what audiences you're talking to. I think it depends on which potential allies that could exist. I think that in general, I think I think demystifying and having clarity and openness and the kind of uniqueness of voice, is I think it's really important and necessary. I think it does and will find more and more receptive ears, but to your point, there's a bit of a catch-22, right? Because you need to be able to make the films and share them, and you also have to find ways to share it for people to be able to hear that voice and to be able to appreciate the particularities of it. So, how ready they are, I think it depends on the individual group or body in a way. I think there are a lot of people who want to be open to it, so I'm personally optimistic. But I'm also realistic, and I recognize what you're talking about, and think there are some real limitations and inhibitions there that continue for the whole reason this whole Congress is assembled, to try to help break through those distinctions and limitations. That's all I would say. Anybody else want to take that up? But hold on, it looks like they've got another.
Thank you, Geoff, for this wonderful session. So for me, I have a question on the art of story development. So I'm looking at blending in human animal environment, as you mentioned earlier. So I'm looking at, I have the story. I know what I want to put out on the human bit. I know what I want to put out on the animal and the environment. But how do I arrange this into something that becomes a story, you know? Like, how do I blend this in? What kind of art do I bring into the story? I'll give an example. For if I have the community, do I start by focusing on the community in the activities, and then I go to the animal, then the environment? Like, I don't know if it's making sense, but I'm trying to see an approach where the story is going to be delivered, but where do we get taught about the art into doing this to deliver the story?
No, thank you. I think it depends on the particularities of what do you feel are the most where would be the what's the hook, right? Like, there's kind of a way where that's maybe where you start. What is the part of the story, whether it's here's what's going on with this animal, or here's a person who's from this community, right? Or here's this circumstance out in the planet somewhere that's going to gather interest, right? That you feel like that's a starting point, right? And then you sort of start building from that, right? So like, and I think it's the particulars. It's like the question about is it a fish? I don't know. You said a creature living 750 meters down. I'm guessing fish, but you know, who knows? But you see, but my point is like, is there what parts of the story or those if you sort of, I mean, and you could do this for yourself. You could bullet point these out. You know, if those are sort of if that's the triad of areas in a way that you're thinking about, right? Community, wildlife, environment, bullet point. What do you want to say about this? What do you have access to? What's compelling about it? What are the start thinking about it. What's then the order, right? What ranks is the most compelling to hold on to? What gives you that opportunity? For me, I find that most, and this is why I was saying, you know, I tend to focus on human-centered stories that bring us to understandings of wildlife and appreciation for the environment and the possibility of change, right? So, I mean, that's why I really love the series I'm working on right now, because there's a lot of doom and gloom for all the reasons we know, because it's challenging, but there's also ways where it's like, people are coming up with solutions all the time. And how are we not telling those stories? Where we actually have, you know, it's like we're looking at climate change. We know the answers. You know what I mean? And we can kind of keep going through clickbait and doom scrolling and just kind of get pessimistic. But what science also shows us is that people will get engaged when they think there's hope, when they think they know they can make a difference. When you know, and if they see other people doing it, they're more likely to join a group, right? Than have to pioneer it themselves. So if you show, oh wait, no, there's a solution and it's already going, and oh, you were going to miss the boat. Oh, let me jump on that, right? So there's ways of thinking about the way you craft your story that also kind of give it a tenor or a focus or the way it's going to play, the way it's going to live and breathe in the world amongst other living minds, right? So I think maybe what you can do is think about what those elements are, and talk to your friends, think about it yourself, and find those elements. I mean, I think in terms of, I don't think there's necessarily a single workshop in the art of blending those things. I think it comes down to the hard work of hammering that story, that particular story, and what are its attributes, what are its possibilities, right? Because it's going to be different than the story of someone sitting elsewhere right in this room, right? What do you have that you can hang on to here and leverage? Because in a way you're leveraging it. You're turning, you know, and it's also, get back to another question, like, and what parts of that are fascinating and part of this are just not part of this story? And there are plenty of times where you end up shooting it, right? And then you're like, oh yeah, I love this scene, it's perfect, it's amazing, I love it. It doesn't belong anymore because it's getting in the way, or it's a bridge too far, or it's an extra. And then it's like, wait, but I've spent all that, you know, and that was, I went through that a good bit earlier in my career. It's like, but we put all this energy into getting this scene. That was a hard day, you know what I mean? And you're just like, I worked my butt off to get that shot. Yeah, but that's why they you know, the horrible expression, kill your babies, right? Sometimes you just have to, what's the benefit of the overall? This one doesn't need it. It's in the way. Okay, let it go. Let it go. You'll have another chance. If you really want to come back to that one later. And sometimes you just never will. But ultimately because you want the peace to be the strongest. Right? Where's our next question? There's so many people. I have no idea where to start. That's why it was really helpful.
Next.
Where are you?
So I think my question here, Geoff. Hello.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you.
You've been. I'm here. My question leads a little bit to this matter of killing your babies and what's so special to you. And as I think Namza was the one who mentioned this, managing the expectations of the person you're filming. Like, for instance, when we were working on our group work during the fellowship, we had this theme of the map of life, which is huge. It maps all species, like from bacteria to big mammals in the region of the Gorongosa National Park and surrounding areas. But then our main character became Cesaria. She's around, a scientist. There she is. From that finished her master's in the Gorongosa National Park.
Congratulations.
Along with her colleagues. It became her. And what do you do when you have such fascinating characters and like, because you were talking about that balance between what's intellectual and what's emotional as well. And you do that for your audience. You're building that for your audience, what you're going to transmit to your audience. But how do you manage your own expectations as an author by getting to know such amazing characters? How do you find that balance in your relationship with the person you're filming? Because yes, you want to get to know that person very well and build that relationship of trust, but at the same time it's a film and you want to tell a story, and at some point you need to distance yourself a little bit, because if you're too inside, too connected, you can't see the bigger picture and you can't see the story. So how do you create that balance in your relationship with your character, as well as your own like intellectual and emotion expectations?
Oh, wow.
I love to make it difficult. I'm sorry.
I know. No, it's good for all of us, right? Well, I think it's a couple of things. I mean, one is, and hello, nice to see you. I think one is to be, it's again, it's the way you're being a human with those other people, right? You're going out there with an incredibly big, broad, amazing team full of incredible people. If they know that your focus is on Cesaria and her work, that helps with all the other incredible scientists who are there doing their own work. Like, okay, you guys are super badass and amazing too. This is just sort of the focus we're doing, right? We're really interested in this particular story because of what it does. And I think being clear about that, and I mean, and that's where spending time where you sit around and you're having coffee, you're having breakfast, you get to know each other and you get to know each other's people. You also could be clear, like, hey, I'd love to do something maybe someday with, you know, like you learn about each other, but you're also being clear. Like this is, so you know what I mean? So I think with those people it helps that way. I think there's also something with the individual person where to be honest about what you're involved with and be like, look, let's, what is the story you want to say? Well, how do we do this? What would you recommend? But also recognize and be able to say that, but you know, I'm the filmmaker, I know the film side of this. You're going to have to trust me at a certain point, and we're not going to, and also be honest, we're not going to be able to say everything. There's just not enough time. We're not going to be able to hit every point that you might be interested in, right? Or get into the detail that is super important for you, but may not have necessarily relevance to a neophyte who doesn't understand this information yet. We have to set up the entirety of the story and not necessarily the detail level. So it's like, what are the key details about your work that we want to communicate? Which part of your story are we telling? Because we won't be telling the whole thing. That's impossible, right? So I think if you set those expectations clearly, now you're working together in a collaborative way that's also realistic. And you're not just saying whatever you think they want to hear. Like you don't want to be in that position, right? You just don't want to be blowing sunshine, as the American expression goes. And I won't tell you where that goes, but you know. So I think, and then you just have to. It just has to evolve. You know, in the particulars of that relationship as the film starts to come together, and that's where showing them the film and getting their feedback. And hey, did we get this right? Did we get that wrong? You know, we also have there's political sides of it, and we get it for the series now. It's like, oh wait, but you know, you haven't identified who this person is in the background. They're important. It's like, yes, I know they're important, but it's a 10-minute film. Like we can't ID everybody in the film. So you also, but I think that setting those expectations as much as you can while you have the incredible privilege of being together, if you're in that situation, helps. Because it also shows that there are limits for them and for you. I think that's about all you can do. I don't know. Where's our next question?
Yeah. Thank you, Geoff. It's been an amazing session. So I wanted to ask, well, what I love about the scenes that you've shown us is just really reminds us how film is so multifaceted, and it's just like there's a visual element, the sound, the impact you're trying to have. So I wanted to ask about how the construction of the scene when Naledi's mom is dying. So did you know just very early that you want to go with the stars, you want to go with the grass and sort of just show all the nature around, and some of the scenes of the elephant rather than just the process of the elephant dying and the vet putting her to sleep. So in terms of that creative decision and the direction around that, was that something you knew early that you kind of want to use your fine art background, like your own language to talk about this really a universal experience of grief and loss, Or was that something more in post that you decided this is what I want to go with? And in terms of the music, did you already have in mind what you wanted that would create a certain emotion and impact? Were you working with a sound composer early, or was that more just at the end, like for many films where the sound composers come in at the end?
Sure. No, thanks. In terms of that particular scene, that was 100% post in terms of the approach there. Kitty had died, no cameras were there, right? That had all happened. That was all ex post facto. The interviews with Mike and Welly, where they were so emotional and immediate, those were filmed as quickly. That was the crew that went before I was even on the project and filmed them. The entirety we had of Naledi's life with her mother came from those 17 days. No, sorry, it wasn't. They stayed after she was born. They stayed for 3 days and filmed her as for a couple of days with her mom as an infant. That's all we had to show her with her mother when we built the feature film. So there was a good bit of, okay, what do we got and what do we not have? For that particular, what also happened though, is as a director, I start looking through the rushes of what we have. And what we have is this really immediate reportage, here's what's happening. We also have these really powerful personal interviews, but then there was none of the kind of the time-lapse stuff. The high cinematography kinds of things. So I knew when we were going back, I was putting an emphasis on that to get some of that context, to get some of that lyricism effectively. The particulars of using the night scene, that comes down to Ben Harding, who's an absolutely brilliant editor, and he was the one who chose and built that sequence. Like he was just like, I had laid out, here's what's said, right? These are the lines. And I'd said something, I might have said something about night sky, or I might have said, whatever it was, to sort of give him the idea. And then he used a piece of scratch music, and he built that. We never re-edited that sequence, ever. Like none of the executive producers for any of the production companies, ever wanted to touch it, because he hit that emotional side inside of himself. And so we were talking about trusting yourself as an artist, like, that was Ben listened to himself and let his emotion, let their emotion come through him as an editor and create that. And then the composer came in at the end. And so we took out the scratch track, and then the composer built that score to the picture. So that's how that particular one worked. So I think it varies, right? Scene to scene. There's sometimes you pick a piece of music first. There's plenty of times, or there's sometimes where you work with libraries or things like that, and you have that music in hand and you can edit to it and create those relationships. But certainly, if you're able to work with a composer, I mean, it's both good and bad. I've had some collaborations with a composer where I'm just sitting at the end like, we've gone through this whole production and post-production process, and it's like, yeah, okay, we'll get it. And then right at the very end, you're like, oh, how do we save this film? Because it suddenly goes, poof, if they don't quite get what you're wanting, and it's scary. Like now you've got little time, you got little money, and you're like, how do we salvage this? But that's, again, comes back to communication. Okay, here's what we need to do, and thinking about what needs to happen and finding a way to speak a language that they can understand. And that's where I think for everybody in the room, the more opportunity you have to wear as many hats in the production team as possible, the better. because it lets you be able to speak to the camera people better. It lets you speak to the sound, to the editors, to the composers. It gives you some language in common. The more science you read, or if you are a scientist, the more you can speak to that. And so I would encourage everyone to, wherever you feel like you're behind a little bit, like what's the part of my game I'm going to hide because I feel most vulnerable, spend some time there. Build that part up a bit. Don't be afraid of it. Lean into it. Learn. You don't have to become that person, right? I'm never going to be a sound engineer, but I love, let me learn how to record. Let me mix some stuff, just be able to speak the language. Who's up?
Hello. Hi, from the Blind
Oh,
Side.
hey.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Beautiful. So I just kind of wanted to circle back to pitching, right? So I'm lucky that I have this incredible story that I've been pitching for the past 7 months, and it worked out. I got greenlit. I'm starting to build a co-pro. Now when we get to this place, my story is wildlife, but it's also science. And now I'm in a place where I have broadcaster A, who's like wildlife, 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 broadcaster B, who's like science, science, science. And at this point, unless I can pull more partners, I can't make, and your example was so topical, right? Because I would love to be able to make 2 films. I don't know that I can afford to do that, especially when, I'm building this funding and it's like, doing more science would mean filming in, putting money into filming in certain locations that if I just do wildlife wouldn't, it's just I'm trying to figure that out. So had you not been able to make those 2 films, how would you have navigated that, knowing that, I'm pitching, I'm in a wildlife slot and I'm also in a science slot. And they're not incompatible, but each one wants specific things.
Okay, that's a great question. I think, can I ask you just a question about the science part? What parts of the science is the broadcaster who's, if that's the part they're leaning on a little bit more, they want more, is it the findings, is it the process, is it, what parts of the science are they really, do you think, what part of that whole aspect of your story are they most interested in?
It's the process and kind of diving in. So basically, long story short, my film is about the last wild lion of Gabon, the Bateke lion, who were thought to be extinct, and now one was seen in a camera trap, and now they're trying to save them from extinction. So the idea is with the translocation. So the idea is to look at the genetic sequencing, finding out. They want me to lean into that common genetic, the closest genetic match, which are lions from Namibia and Botswana, and kind of go into that and going into that DNA and the background behind a translocation, and especially when you're mating lions. Okay. So they want me to kind of, and they also really want to focus on the scientist who's doing this work, because he's German and the Germans want us to focus on that and him. Okay. And then the others are like, no, it'll cut that out of the script. So I'm like, okay, well, what do we do?
Well, cutting it out of the script, it makes it really hard. They know you're in a co-pro, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're like, cut out those chunks.
Well, I mean, I think it also sounds like they would understand they don't get a film if they don't have that co-pro, right? So, yeah. There are a couple of different ways, right? There are, I know of different instances where different versions are sometimes made for different clients, where you lean a little more this way and you lean a little more that way. That does take resource because that takes more time, and it also is very hard in the feedback modality, because what you don't want to have to be doing is doing 2 rough cuts every time and 2 fine cuts every time, and 2, it eats a lot on your energy and your resources to do that. So, in some ways it would be great to be able to have a meeting with everybody in the room, to have a, let's hash this out. And what also could be helpful is for yourself to develop what you feel is a good compromise approach, right? Like, okay, if the German part of the deal wants to focus on a character, an individual character, and some more of this genetic stuff, there's only so much time you can do deep genetic dives, without it just people tuning out, right? But getting the key importance of what that means for, genetic, to prevent inbreeding and why lions from this place and doing all of that, that's super cool, right? So, and there's a way to do that through a character and through what they're doing whether that's in Gabon or Botswana or both, right? Although the more places you go, the more expensive now, so trying to restrict that to one or the other would help. So I would, and how long is the piece you're looking to make?
52 minutes.
So yeah, TV hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so I would think really carefully about, well, how much airtime do you think it would take to tell that version of the story, or that part of the story? My gut would be you're in 8 to 10 minutes on the genetics. Yeah. Because you don't want to, you don't want to stay there, and you got to set up the whole thing, and then the other. I mean, what I'm also not clear on is if what they're thinking is you're going to have, a natural history, not pure natural history, but an environmental kind of story. If it's the last lion of Gabon, the first one's back. I remember several years ago they started catching him on the trap, right?
That's the lion. So that's that story that I'm telling, and now they're doing a translocation to bring females.
So you're focusing on the translocation?
Yes, kind of. It's the way I've kind of written it. It's getting in that backstory of why lions disappeared from this area. Yep. Last lion was found, kind of your middle point, and then now our translocation, which is going to be kind of the culmination end of the film.
So they're both getting a hybrid, humans engaging with the natural world film. They know they're not getting pure natural history. You also shoot. I've shot in Gabon. It is hard AF to get wildlife. It is hard. I think I lost 20 pounds, 25 pounds spending a month there. Trying to track elephants in the forest. It's hard to get just a shot.
Yeah.
Camera traps is really the main thing you got to work with. So, making that clear in terms of how much wildlife we're going to see, making that, and so it's also like, hey, you're going to need to lean in for this story to work. You're going to have to lean into these people who are doing this and the way we tell that story. But I would really think about what that storyline is, show how they both benefit each other, and then see if you can have a group meeting to see and sort of say, here's what we're proposing. If you get stuck, then you could try to go the two versions.
Because I feel like a piece
yeah,
of meat
you want to
being
try to
dragged
get
in
it
every
be
direction. Yeah.
But that's classic. I mean, a lot of times when you have co-pros, somebody wants it more here and somebody wants it more there. And in the worst case scenarios, I do know colleagues who have had to do the two versions, like where we'll figure it out. Some scene that we would otherwise cut, we pull or if there are 3 scenes with your genetic engineer, maybe there's only 2, and we replace that with this other thing that we otherwise would go on the cutting room floor, something like that. But I would think about what your solution is, and try to have a meeting with everyone and sort of propose that. Let's all get on the same page because we all want the same thing, right? But congrats, it's gonna work out. Yeah, and I'll talk to you more about it later. We can get into greater details. All right, okay, here we are, next one.
Hi, Geoff. How do I pronounce it?
It's just Geoff. It's spelled like
Geoff.
Geoff, but that's just because, I don't know, my parents picked the British spelling. I don't know why.
I'm Kolisa Nyanya from Cape Town. And I'm a scientist. I'm an oceanographer. And I just firstly would like to say that I really love the question about microscopic organisms or organisms that are found in the deep ocean, because I had the same problem. So I just completed my PhD last year.
Congratulations.
Woohoo! Thank you. It was so hard to ask a question here. It was almost as hard as completing that PhD. But my question is not about that. I just wanted to make a comment about that, because a lot of scientists have a problem around it. My question is about the pitch deck. So after completing the PhD, I thought I don't want to work for anybody. And I started my own company. And now I'm in the process of getting funding, entering competitions where there's prize money and exposure, really. And last week, I was working, doing this stuff at around 3 a.m. in the morning, and I come across something that requests a pitch deck. I'm like, what the heck is the pitch deck? That was my first time hearing about it. In the sciences, we don't have that. So I went into this research about this pitch deck, and now you are bringing it up again. I'm like, whoa, okay, so he knows about this thing. And I want to know more about it because I would like to know the differences between storytelling pitch decks and business-based pitch decks. Because I think my company will need both. I will need to use it individually for storytelling and also for business, but also sometimes I'll need to merge the two. How do I do that? Thank you.
Well, I don't think I'm qualified to tell you how to do it on the business side. Like, you know, because that's basically, you know, a business proposal, right? Here's, you know, it's probably going to have some kind of market analysis and, you know, like here's positioning, you know, potential revenue streams, whatever that is to try to get investment into your business. So I'm woefully ill-equipped to give you any good advice in that way. I mean, we could riff about it. I'll give you the best advice I can. What I'm talking about are pitch decks for individual cinematic or television projects, media projects, and it's really a highly visual synopsis of your idea. You know what I mean? That sort of says, whatever, you know, working title, whatever you're calling the thing, and has like an opening page, and then probably has some kind of very short summary, so basically like a one paragraph, or even sometimes, like, you know, a lot of times you'll have like the name of the thing with a log line, you know, where the wild goes to sleep. I don't know, whatever, right? Something that's hooky. And then there'll be like a paragraph that sort of says, here's the basic idea, and then a breakdown of here's what this project is going to be about. If it's a series, it may sort of enumerate, here's the bunch of ideas, and we're going to follow stories like this. If it's a one-off, it'll sort of say key characters. It'll have details about something, so it's someone who might be wanting to support and fund this project, they'll be able to get an idea. Here's what you're looking to do. I come away from the end of it knowing, here's your vision for this media project, right? And they tend to be very visually, like lots of photographs, right? Because you want to give a sense of the look of the piece. Sometimes you'll play with fonts and get a graphic designer to help you with that. I'm happy to give you some examples. You know, I can just email you some examples of pitch decks I've seen, either that I've worked on or that friends have sent me or whatever. I guess I shouldn't send the ones that my friends have sent me, but, you know, that wouldn't really be fair. Just trying to keep the ethics in mind. But you know, a lot of times they can be there. It's really just a reference. So, and a lot of times what happens is they're often send it before you have an actual in-person meeting. So they won't, and then you pitch them in person. And you're like, hey, here's my idea.
And I heard you said it's 90 seconds.
Although there's a pitch deck and a pitch reel, or a sizzle reel. You'll hear that term a lot too, right? A teaser, a trailer, right? And a sizzle reel is a version of it's like a movie trailer for the movie that has not yet been made. How do you do that, right? So you basically, a lot of times people just rip imagery. Because it's not going to broadcast, it's not being put out into the public sphere. You're only showing that person to person to individual funders or collaborators or whoever it is. You can use any music you want. You can use any images you want. You can get, you know, so you can help create a look and a sound and a feel to basically a movie trailer for the movie you want to make. And that's the pitch reel or a sizzle reel. And a lot of times, like, that's going to win the day for you. But that also takes some resource, right? You need an editor. You need a really good editor. Because and this is what's always, and I think we all appreciate this, we know how hard it is to build the things we're used to consuming. You know, it's really easy for us to go watch whatever your favorite latest film is in the cinema and be like, yeah, that wasn't so good. You know what I mean? And yet we know how much it takes to try to create that. Like, I just watched Oppenheimer, couldn't stand it. Hated it. You know? But like, to make that thing, like, that's thousands of people, highly creative people for years making that thing. And I just get to dismiss it offhand? That's kind of arrogant and stupid of me. You know, I should be respectful, like, hey, they really laid it out on, you know, they did some amazing work in that thing. You know, was it my cup of tea? Not necessarily. But is it a formidable, you know, achievement? Hell yeah, right? So making a pitch deck or a sizzle can be tough. And a pitch deck is basically the print version of the sizzle. It's like a way for and those are typically the two things you have when you go to pitch meetings. So somebody can give an idea of what you have in mind. And they're just super helpful because you could sit and you could song and dance all you want, but if they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? you're going to rip 24 a second past them for 90 seconds. It gives you get a good idea of what this idea is, and they're usually whoosh, bang, bang, so you feel the energy of the film.
Okay, thank you.
I'd say between 60 and 90 seconds. 60 to 90. You don't want to overstay your welcome, but if you go 2 minutes, that's okay. Don't make a 6-minute sizzle, because now they're like, really, but it's hard. It's really hard because you want to try to pack everything in. Yeah, I could probably find one. I could, yeah, sure. But I would basically think of any, if you look at any trailer for a film that's like the film you want to make, that's what you want it to be like. More or less, right? You want to, so if what you want to make is a Virunga, watch the Virunga channel, right? Where it's more following people in action and looking at this thing. If you're making a Planet Earth style blue chip, how do they pitch that? Right? Because they're pitching it to the viewer, but you're basically pitching it to execs who want it to appeal to a viewer. So you want it to look like the thing that they want to sell. Does that make sense? Okay. Where's the next one?
Hi, Geoff.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good, thanks. What happens to the O?
What's that?
What happens to the O? Is it?
Oh, why do I have the O in there?
Yeah.
Talk to my parents, man. Yeah, it's kind of the British version, and why as an American? I think it's because my grandfather was named George, so they did GEO. So it'd be like or just so people can call me Geoff my whole life.
No, thank you so much for a beautiful presentation, and it's very informative to be here. But then I have a question.
Sure.
How do you find a soul, or how do you balance a soul and trendy as you want to market it to? Or maybe wanting to have it on the market for the longest time, because trends comes and go. So how do you balance your story in terms of having it have a soul on it at the same time, have like a beautiful art and trendy at the same time?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think the trendy is sort of, that's your marketing, right? That's yes. That's kind of like what's going to get someone who's going to support you to be interested, because it's kind of au courant, right? Yeah. And it's going to be ideally also what gets a viewer some viewership to want to experience your piece, right? Whether it's on Instagram or whether it's in the movie theater, it doesn't matter, right? It's like, this is appealing in some way. This is current. This has a tendency. I think we also can see things that are only that have a very, to your point, limited shelf life, right? And I think so. To that respect, to have it be lasting, that comes down to what we were talking a little bit about earlier. The art in the piece itself, the strength of the actual story, right? Because if you look at, we all have our favorites, but you can look at some favorite film of yours from 20, 40, 80 years ago, it still holds up.
Yeah.
Right? If its bones are strong, right? If it knows what it's doing, if it's a powerful piece. Some stuff just doesn't hold, and it just sort of becomes like, oh, look how, yeah. And I've definitely done my share of that, because there were times where it's like, oh, this is the cool new toy. Like there was a time, I don't know if any of you guys are old enough in this room, I don't think any of you are, to remember the PD-150 when that came out from Sony. It's a little handy cam, DV cams, crappy looking thing, but it suddenly was this, it was an inexpensive HD, like right in the beginning of that, and like everybody was shooting with them. And so there's this period where suddenly you see factual television went into that look for 2 years. And then like the bigger HD cameras came out and it was like, phew, they just got thrown away. So like it was sort of a trendy look, but that vanished, kind of just a style thing. So I think ultimately, for me at least, you want to focus most of your energy on the timelessness in the story, on making the strong story, but be aware of your context. Be aware of what might find someone more interesting. And that's where having something that feels contemporary in terms of the way you're using music or the way you use camera work or the kind of story you focus it on, the way you lean the story and the way you pitch and develop it. can help in terms of it having that kind of current sizzle to it, right? That's why I think they call it a sizzle reel, like we were just talking about. It's like, how long is a sizzle? And it's gone, right? It's just like, it doesn't last. You're just trying to get it hot for a minute, and that's all, and it vanishes. And there's a way where, if you have some of that in your story, or you know what part of it you can lean into, that's good. But ultimately, when you're actually working in the body of the piece, you just make it good. Lean into. Don't. I would steer away from trying to do things when you're in the depth of the story that are there just for it feeling current, because you can end up making more superficial decisions that you're doing it for someone else in a way, and then you're not satisfying that part of you. It's like the question about the Kitty's death sequence. Ben wasn't trying to do something particular. Oh, we should do something styly with time lapses and night. He was trying to tell that story of that moment, and it felt like to lose someone you care about, because those men loved that elephant. She was super gentle. It broke their hearts that she died. So he was just trying to honor that and connect with that emotionally, right? And he wasn't. So if he'd done that for style, you might not feel that same feeling, I think. And that's why I give all the credit to him. I had nothing to do with that. He just made that happen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next. Hello.
Hello, Geoff. Sorry, I feel like all of our attention spans are dwindling, but I really want to ask you a question. So I have an opportunity to pitch to National Geographic in May, and I've kind of been thinking about the story I want to tell. It's natural history, and I really would love to talk about, I'd really love to do how the Earth was formed, so really prehistoric. And I think, I've been thinking, my question was going to be, how do you create that human connection? But I think just from this session, I've definitely got some inspiration. I mean, I think it's a story about time, really, and I think it would inspire a lot of awe and a lot of existential questions, like what does it mean to be human and our time on Earth? But I think a big element of storytelling, which we haven't explicitly spoken about but is underlying in all these questions, is how do you raise the stakes? What's at stake? And I mean, I think with I think it's a fish, the underwater species. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it seemed like the question was, okay, how do you create that human connection? But it felt like there was still something at stake. But I think in this instance, it's not quite something at stake. It's more like looking at something that happened, in our Earth's history, and how would you raise stakes in that situation? Or is that even called for? Or is that even needed?
It's a great question, and I think a really apt perception. I do think you're right. I think raising the stakes is a lot of what happens, right? Why should we care as a viewer, right? And at some points, a lot of times, as you're building the story structure, it's like, ideally every scene turns you to a new place to move you into the next scene, wanting something, fearing something, hoping for something, whatever it is, right? So that from when you come into a scene to where you come out of a scene at the end, the stakes are raised for whatever comes next, right? That's sort of that's the nature of writing a screenplay. It's the nature of writing a poem. It's also the nature of sequences or a series of shots. I would say. But I think you're right. So raising the stakes keeps that engagement, right? And I think as we're all starting to fade, we've been going for a while here. How do we raise the stakes of our conversation, right? It would be like if I were dangling from a rope over a boiling fire, and every question was putting me closer to the fire, it would be getting more exciting right now instead of feeling tired, right? So I think it's apt in terms of when you have. When the nature of the story that you're interested in is further away from the familiar, there is, I think, a bit more work you have to do, or creativity you might need to bring to bear about how do you create that relevance, that connectivity, that relatability, right? And I think that's one of the things where, for myself, doing storytelling around the natural world that involve humans, that's my cheat, because we can connect to another human. And now, if they care about what's going on there, we can start caring. They can show us that. I think for the particulars of your story. I think we have to be careful not, to your point, and you're highly aware of it, which is great, not just to sort of feel like, oh, it's going to be an elucidation of fact. Like we're not going to sit around for that. How do you feel that sense? What is that drama? What is the amazing? I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is like a very close friend of ours is an astronomer, and the number of odds against life happening on this planet, and the scale of the universe, and of all of that suddenly here it happened, and it happened like this, and all the things that were against it, and then the way that it happened, and this incredibly deep genetic connection we have to everything that's alive on the planet, how we are family, everything, right? That's stakes. That's cosmic level stakes. And is there a way you can bring that sense of, you could tell this, if you could tell me that story and keep me on the edge of my seat that way, like I'm in. You know what I mean? If you're like, here's how it happened. I don't know if you see what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit more like, it shouldn't have happened, but it did. Oh, what do you mean? Like, it's just a shift of the emphasis that then like give you a lever. And there's a way where a ploy like that can get old too, right? You can't kind of you got to figure out how to not just kind of make it a one-trick pony. And I don't know how long the piece you're trying to create is. I mean, it sounds like that could be a feature, an hour, or a 5-minute short. You know what I mean? And be effective in any of those modes. I mean, it's a big story, but it could also be, you could blow people's minds, in 90 seconds with that story, depending. But I don't know how much time we have still to go, but I'm ready to try to keep up here. I got 10 hours sleep after 27 without any, so let's just try it.
Okay.
Or are we done?
Good afternoon, Mr. Geoff.
Where are you?
Here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Yes. So my question is, how do you avoid turning a character profile story into some kind of publicity piece? Because sometimes I'm caught in a dilemma. I just really hate being making a publicity piece because it kind of takes out the authenticity in a lot of cases. And how can you even identify, a publicity piece from a story? Because sometimes you see a publicity piece but it has a great story. Is that still like a good story? And sometimes you just see a story but you didn't give enough credit to the organization, and was that poorly done? And also, is it like if you're telling me the story about a character profile story, and all the interviews the character is wearing maybe the logo of the organization, the T-shirt and everything, is that the publicity piece? Does it kind of questions the authenticity of the story? Equally, I love that you were able to screen these two versions of the movie, showing us concept and showing us story. And in the second one you screened, Naledi, hopefully I got that right.
That's right.
Okay, I see 3 characters. I see Naledi, the elephant. She has a very powerful story. She carries the story. I see the conservator, who has a great connection with the elephant, and obviously he's very important in the story. And I see the scientist, and he's the one counting the elephants, which is not that much interesting, but it's very important as well. And I'm like, how do you choose your characters, right? How do you tell that, okay, the scientist, he has to be the main character? Why? Maybe when doing the movie they told you, okay, this one needs to tell the story of a scientist, and then he had to be the character, right? But if that was the case, then how were you able to create a connection between all these characters and it doesn't look forced, it looks natural? Thank you very much.
Thanks. There's a bunch of questions there. I'm trying to figure out where to start with it. I think, well, let's talk about the publicity question. I think you have to be careful that you don't become that your film doesn't become a mouthpiece just for any single organization. You're not doing it as a promo for someone, and you don't have to do exactly what they may have an agenda of what they want, the way they want to be perceived, of the way they want to go, and just journalistically, you have a responsibility to be objective and to try to be, to be fair and clear, but also not just do a hype piece. I mean, if you're getting you can also get hired by, say, an NGO, and do a piece about how great they are. And that's then you are hyping it, then it is a promo. But if you're doing an independent documentary or an independent film of whatever form, and you're highlighting some of their work, you want to make sure that you're putting it within context, you want to make sure that you're doing the research, that you know how it sits within that body of work. But you also want to be really clear and fair with them, that maybe the film isn't about them, but it's about a topic that their work engages with, right? So, okay, yeah, you work in this space, but we're making this film about this. But we want to be fair and respectful of your work and not take it for granted, or also not be duplicitous about it and somehow put them into a light that's not fair to them. Right? You don't want to, I should also, I guess, foreground it, the work I do hasn't been like a news magazine kind of format where we're doing interviews and we're doing got you, all these people are stealing all this money and doing horrible stuff, right? So we tend to be sympathetic. The people that I tend to profile, we choose, that's part of what we're doing in the vetting and the choosing of the story. How do you choose your character? How do you choose it? It's like, well, we have to make sure they're legit, right? What they're doing is what they say they, and so there's research behind, and this is where it gets back to what Noel was talking about in the earlier session, like doing your homework before you go out and shoot. Like, so, here's an idea, this is a really cool scientist or a really cool organization, well, let's make sure before we just say, okay, let's make a film about that, learn about them. Make sure that you're on the same page about what they're doing, so I think that's fair. At the same time, I think it's also important to recognize that we're all collaborators in this space, right? We are, I think it's no surprise that we have scientists here, that we have conservationists here, and as well as filmmakers, right? As well as people from different media organizations, etc. We are all we all depend on each other to do our work, and in many ways are, kind of conjoined in the same enterprise. Because a lot of us get involved with this because we care about what's happening in the natural world, and we want to share stories and inspire people and to make change. I know that's what gets me up in the morning. I'm sure it's what gets a lot of you up. So I think there's also something to recognize that there's an indebtedness we have as filmmakers. I'll talk to myself as a filmmaker because I'm not a scientist. I'm a huge science fan, right? I read it, I love it, I follow it, I make sure everything that goes into our films is right. Do the research, have the vetting, have someone else check your facts. Every film I make, we have annotated scripts. That was something that was standard at National Geographic, at Tangle Bank where I work now. Heavily, we have 2 layers. We have one on our internal team, a research person that all producers have to show their facts and their substantiations to, and then the other side has their own research team that checks it. Said, no, this isn't strong enough, or no, that wording's suggestive, that's not accurate. So I think you have to do that. But my point is, we're ultimately collaborators, so I think there's also something that's important to recognize, that the filmmaking part of our community is a vocal, it's the megaphone for the important work. If that important work isn't being done, we don't have anything to say, because what they're doing is what's important. And that's how I see my work, is to amplify stories that are being created by others, right? I'm just trying to broadcast it out. And many of the people I collaborate recognize that. Like, they want to do their work, but they also want to make sure people understand the implications of their work, the importance of their work, right? So long as you set up that relationship, so then having something where they get recognition, that they have a lower third that says their organization, or they wear the t-shirt and stuff like that, that has that sponsorship. I'm not personally against showing that, because that's also their way of having this be helpful for them to continue their work, right? And to get funding to go out and do more work, and to show that they're out in the media, that people are learning about this. So I think so long as you handle it in a way where they're not necessarily prescribing what's being done, but that you're being able to check with them to make sure you're getting it accurately, that you're being fair and accurate, then you have a good collaborative pairing, right? You have good collaboration. And so that way you could do it. And then, like, we have to do things like, where I'm working now, we have to get logo releases, and sometimes it drives me nuts. It's like, they wanted to wear the shirts that has all their sponsors on the sleeve, and the sponsors want those on the sleeves because they want the recognition of being affiliated with this work. So why not show that, right? So long as we have all the legal stuff checked off, like, oh yeah, we're allowed to show that logo. So you need to do that kind of due diligence, just some of the less important, the less romantic but highly important part of the filmmaking process. I hope that helps. Sure.
Yeah.
One
Okay.
last. All right.
Hi, Geoff. How are you?
I'm good, man.
I'm good, thanks. My name is Mpiwe Nyawose. I'm a musician and film producer. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. Very, very informative. As a first-time filmmaker, I found it very informative. I don't necessarily have a question, but more of like a comment to an earlier question. So the question was speaking about wanting to know what we could do to produce authentic films that the world could be interested in, right? And my answer is, I think that we might be able to make an impact on the world if we use films to tell great stories, pushing the conservation agenda, but also finding ways to address the problems that we are facing, right? So for example, we are busy with a documentary right now about thrifting as a solution to fast fashion, right? And yes, it has a sustainable agenda, but there's also an entrepreneurial agenda. And if you know South Africa, we have a huge unemployment problem in this country. So it's also solving that and pointing people to that as a thing, So I think that could be, something that we could do, where we could tell these amazing stories of like our wildlife, or, but also input something there that could be solving our problems, and that could make us, different in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I love that. Let's leave it there, because I think that's right.
Okay, sorry, actually I looked at my wrong watch. The one watch is more generous than the other one. You do have time for, I think, one more question if there is, if you are able to take that. And then after this last question, we can all go up to lunch. Can I ask that we give Geoff a bit of a break? He's been talking for almost 3 hours. So let him go to the loo, let him get some water and all of that. And then maybe like 1:30, you can approach him upstairs during lunch. So maybe just one more question, is that okay? And then we'll break for lunch, and then be back at 2 o'clock at your various stations. So who is our last question? Oh, did you look like you just put your hand up now. Let's go to one of the people at the back. Has he? Okay, do you want to take one question or two? Two. Okay, let's do the gentleman at the back and then your question.
Thank you so much. So my question is based on the nexus between science and policies and story. So we understand, even when the scientists, when they meet politicians, it's going to be a great fight, right? So the idea is this nexus, sometimes it's hidden, because we understand that we are all experts. Today we are attending expert workshops. We are understanding about nature-based solutions. Tomorrow we are attending communications workshop. We understand about storytelling. And the other day we attend policy negotiations as well. That happens to me as well. So you for example, indigenous knowledge. We understand target number 22 of the post-2010 Global Biodiversity Framework speaks of indigenous communities and their rights in conservation of biodiversity. At the same time, the experts, which means the science part, tell you about the power of indigenous knowledge in terms of conservation. And at the same time, the storytellers come in and tell you about, and give you the indigenous lens of this scenario. So what's the best take of having an input, of a policy input in our stories? Because it happens that policy input is more of a journalistic approach, just out there in the media, and not into our stories, or is it too political to have it in our story? That's my basic question.
Thanks. I mean, I think it comes down to the story and the way you want to approach it. You know what I mean? I think there are highly powerful, more kind of policy-focused storytelling, right? That really look at, here's what's happening in this place. I mean, I think of like The Territory or something like that came out that looked at it through an indigenous lens, but in terms of what was going on politically in that space, and therefore what the implications were for the environment, right? So that's a powerful lens to take. There may be others that are looking at it from a say, here's what's going on with this particular ecosystem or these natural animals, but then it starts having, it reveals itself to have political implication or to have, reliance upon or influenced by different kind of political decision makings or lack of political action or whatever, or need for political action. So I think I think it becomes a focus of what you as a filmmaker, the angle you want to take, the access, the points of access and starting, the backing you can get in terms of the way you want to tell that story, and sort of what where you feel your own interests, passions, and strengths lie. Right? You could be telling that a highly political story that has the environmental implications, or you could be telling an environmental one that has political implications. And I think you can get to one or the other in the same story. It's just a question of the lensing. Does that make sense? All right, thanks. But I think it's super important because that context is critical. We don't always get there, right? No, last one. This one's pretty warm.
Thank you very much. I think mine is not a question; it's just a response to a question that was asked earlier. So it still stands as one question being asked. She asked if the world was ready to accept Africa and the way we want to tell our story. So we've been hearing about storytelling. I think we are all focusing on us telling the story, but I think we should also think of owning our story, because obviously if I own the story, then I influence how it's being told. So if you own the story, then you tell it the way you want it to be heard. And where the problem comes in is our story is true, it has to be natural, it has to be original. And so if the one paying authenticates it, something that's supposed to be an African true story or African intelligence, I call it, becomes artificial intelligence. So instead of us just being always telling the story, we should also think of owning our story. So that's just something I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And I'll be here all week, so you can find me at some point if you still have questions or want to talk.
Yes, perfect. I actually wanted to reiterate that. Please can we give Geoff just one more round of applause? That was amazing. And just a request again to let the man sleep out quietly and just refresh himself. Half past one, you can come back and ask him questions. And then so lunch is where breakfast was this morning. Just a reminder, after lunch, the session starts at 2. We have the Red Lab post-production. I know that's been spoken of in Greater Langa. We've got at the Northern Langa, the Building Your Personal Brand with Hilary Sparrow. And then we have a masterclass, not a masterclass, but I think the vision boarding with Barbara, Auntie Barbara. She's probably out preparing. If you've never done one of her sessions, definitely make sure that you get in on that. And then only later do we come back into this venue. So yes, everyone have lunch, and we'll see you back at 2. Wait, there's an announcement. Pragna, please do come up front. Oh, I did want to say quite a few questions. Okay, maybe you come up front. You come do what you need to do. Yes. So where is that? Okay. I'm sure they will be labeling us out the room so that you know which workshop to get into. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you. Okay.
an indie filmmaker, in my experience, it's okay to start with that. It's okay to not know what your story is. It's okay to say, unless I have a story fleshed out, I'm not gonna start, right? Because once you start working on something, once you find a thread to start pulling at, you reveal a story. And the film that we made, our first film, an investigative film on the trade in manta rays, was one of those projects where when we started, we didn't know what we were doing, but as we started pulling on the basic idea, the story revealed itself. Let me play a trailer to that film, and then I'll go through the various stages where we discover different parts of that story and how that came about. There we go.
That in 50 years we've eaten more than 90% of the big fish in the sea.
We as a species learned how to grow food 10,000 years ago. But even today, when it comes to the oceans, we still hunt. My name is Malaika Vaz, and I'm an investigative filmmaker, focused on shining a light on the wildlife trade globally. 3 years ago, I discovered a massive trade in manta rays originating from my country's waters.
Because you're rich, sir. This is what they're after.
I'm following the trail of this transnational contraband.
Can you understand?
A trade that could very well mean extinction for one of the most enigmatic ambassadors of our oceans.
Okay, so what was the thread that we started pulling at, which set off this film? My colleague Malaika, she was traveling on the east coast of India. This was 5 or 6 years ago, and she happened to come across manta rays being caught. That was it. She was at a fishing village. She saw big mantas being caught, being cut up and sold, and she started documenting it. At that point of time, it was just something shocking that you see, something that you connect with, and you feel the need to start photographing it or filming it, to start documenting what you're seeing around you, right? She told me what was going on. I went and joined her there, and we immediately knew that we wanted to make a film. We didn't know what the story was here. We just had this one thread to pull at, but we knew we wanted to make a film. We didn't know what the various aspects of this story would be. This is, at this stage, an idea. And we didn't know how it would all come together. But in order to film something, you need to have filming gear. And remember, back then, we didn't have access to the kinds of cameras that we thought we needed. We didn't have access to the kind of gear that we thought we needed. And it turns out, you don't need all that much to start filming something. Yeah, you do need some gear, but you don't need all that much, right? This is already when mirrorless cameras were around, and these days, with a basic Sony camera, there's a lot that you can do. That doesn't mean that a Sony mirrorless camera is broadcast approved. That doesn't mean that if you're working on a TV show, they'll be like, okay, yeah, you can film on it. But if you've filmed a story that is interesting and well put together, then the quality is good enough. Very often the best camera that you have is the one that you have with you. The best camera to tell a story is the one that you have with you. And that is, I think it's more true today than it was maybe 10 years ago, just because the basic bar is quite high at this point in time. I would say though that there are two things that are very important, more important than the camera that you use, which is a tripod and a good mic. I think those two things go way further. Again, right now I'm talking about a very early stage filmmaking process, right? Where you're just starting out. A tripod and a mic would go way further in making sure that what you're filming looks and feels more professional. I would invest in a good tripod and a good mic. That camera, which is the Lumix GH5, and I would call that the A7S III of maybe 8 years ago, because that camera is what we filmed our entire documentary on, and then finally it went to TV. That camera is what we filmed a 3-part series on, which went to TV. So it's really not about the camera. Once you've got your gear in place, you start documenting what you're seeing. So how we started making our film was we were at these fishing markets and we just started filming what was going around us. I'm going to play a quick clip.
I started looking for people selling reels. But there are no mantas at this market, as they aren't consumed by locals around here. I need to track down where these mantas are being sold.
I'm heading to the sport where I thought there are large landings of rays, so let's see what we find there.
Within minutes of arriving at the harbour, we see a boat pulling in with a ray. More trucks come in, bringing mantas from countless fishing vessels.
Okay. After this first stage of documenting what was happening around us, this is when we needed to sit down and figure out our story. We came back home. I would equate that first shoot to a development process, where if you're working with a character, you spend some time and film them. You get their story, even if it's more like a first draft. And we started thinking about what were the different parts of the fact that manta rays were being caught along this coast. What were the different parts of that fact that we needed to document and then figure out how to document to be able to make a comprehensive story out of it. The first thing we figured was that we needed to establish a connection with the species. Most people in India didn't know, or still many people don't know what manta rays are. If you say the word ray, people immediately say, oh, you mean that thing that killed Steve Owen? Aren't they dangerous? Right? And we realized that we can't make a film about an animal being hunted, being caught, and a trail in that animal, and expect that to connect with audiences if we don't begin with establishing that connection. We didn't know how we would do it, but we realized that we need to be able to do that. We needed to document the fishing and hunting of these animals. We needed to investigate why mantas were being caught, what was happening. And we figured early on that we wanted to film all sides of the trade. So speak to all stakeholders that might be involved in this. So that involves the fishermen, it involves the traders, it involves the people who are finally buying these things. Where is it being used? Why is there a market for it? Right? And finally, what can be done about it? Documenting the fishing and the hunting of these animals, that was the easy part. To establish a connection, we need underwater footage. We needed to speak to traders, like I said. We needed to figure out how to film in China, because it turns out that's where mantas are sold, that's the final market for it. And we figured we needed to start a grassroots campaign. Okay, so in order to do that, you need money. And we didn't have any money, right? And I think what really helped in the beginning especially was friends, networks. And we reached out to anyone and everyone that we could think of who was in some way related to our topic, right? For instance, we got in touch with an organization called the Manta Trust and the Marine Megafauna Foundation. At that point, it was just a couple of emails. It was us saying, hey, we're making a film on manta rays. You're an organization that works with manta rays. Is there something that you can help us with? Can you help us figure out a way to fund this film? Is there some way we can collaborate? And they both organizations were very helpful. The Manta Trust said, you know what, this is very interesting. We would love for you to make this film. We can't give you money, but we can help you. We have a research expedition going to happen in the Maldives a few months from now. So we're going to have a boat there, we're going to have our researchers there. If you can make your way to the Maldives, you can come on our boat and film. And we're like, okay, that's more doable than mounting an entire underwater shoot. And we managed to do that. Although we were able to figure out a way to fly to the Maldives, but we had to find friends to stay with in order to make it all happen. The Marine Megafauna Foundation, they do a lot of work in Mozambique as well. They happily agreed to send us some footage of manta rays, which was invaluable to us because you can't go for a few short weeks and expect to have the kind of footage you need to make an entire film. Anyway, we with the help of these two organizations, we were able to film the underwater part of the story, which would be the basis of the connection with the species. A quick clip to show you what we got.
I grew up on the coast and spent my childhood in the ocean. I still remember the first time I put on a snorkel and a mask and peered into the blue. I couldn't believe a place so magical existed. I was 4 years old and I was mesmerized. 19 years later, my life still revolves around the oceans. As a dive master and filmmaker, I get to spend a lot of time underwater, where every moment lasts longer. Where every encounter is bizarre and fascinating. But one species is particularly special to me. Manta rays.
There were more manta shots. But yeah, the idea was to build that connection with the audience, build a connection with the character. Right. So we had figured out a way to tick off the first two parts of our story, right? The next step was to talk to traders, to figure out where these mantas are being sold, why are they being caught. This was easier from a production point of view because this was in our backyard, right? And the whole genesis of this story was from our own backyard. And I think that's something that's very important for anyone who starts with, starting out in environmental filmmaking. You don't have to make your entire film in your own backyard. But if there's a connection with your immediate surroundings, it becomes a much more organic process of discovering a story, right? That story might take you to many places, but if the genesis of the story is in your immediate surroundings, you have that instant starting point. You have that proof of concept. We went back to film with to interview the traders. I'm going to skip this clip, but basically we were able to establish that the mantas are being caught to be sold in Hong Kong and China, and now we needed to figure out a way to film in Hong Kong and China. And that was, we had no clue how to do it. Before we were able to do that, however, just the act of reaching out to, say, the Manta Trust and the Marine Megafauna Foundation gave us something unexpected. There was an element of the story that we couldn't have planned for, we couldn't have tried to get that, but it just happened, right? So we got a call from the Save Our Seas Foundation saying, hey, we heard that you guys are filmmakers in India working on a film on mantas, and somebody got in touch with us saying that there's a big bag of manta gills that somebody was trying to transport across the border in the northeast of India, and we thought we'd let you know. And we said, wow, that's cool. We immediately went to that part of our country and filmed what was happening. I'm going to play the clip, and then I'm going to tell you how this whole thing happened to come about, because to me, I think that's really the power of tapping the networks. Just reaching out to people who are in some way related to your topic, your field of the film that you're making. Let me play the clip.
I've received information that 200 kilograms of manta gill plates have been seized at the Indo-Myanmar border in the state of Manipur. I get on the first flight out to investigate this further. This is it. This is the last part of the trade pipeline of manta gill plates from India. We have no idea about what the scale of the trade is, but I have a good feeling that we're going to find out in the next couple of days. Manipur is nearly 3,000 kilometers away from the shores where these animals are caught. This geopolitically important state borders Myanmar on its southeastern side. Coming from a history of armed ethnic conflict and insurgency, Manipur is still a state in turmoil, with rebel separatist forces often having clashes with the state. These are ripe conditions for all kinds of illegal activity to fund these forces. I am here to track down the people behind the shipment of manta ray gills that was found here. Hi, Mr. Chief, the bus.
Okay. Somebody went on the website of Save Our Seas Foundation, and in the get in touch section, wrote to them saying, hey, I'm a forest officer in India, and I found out that there was a van carrying a bag of manta gills, and the Indian Army stopped that guy because it looked like it was suspicious goods, and got in touch with me because I'm a forest officer. Because of that message, the Save Our Seas Foundation got in touch with the Manta Trust. And the Manta Trust, because we'd spoken to them, said, hey, get in touch with these guys. And through that happenstance, we found a very critical part of our story. When we went to Manipur and when we met the forest officer and asked him, how did you know that this was something to look out for? He said, I didn't know. I watched a film called Racing Extinction, and in that they talked about manta gills, and I remembered. So when I saw the picture that the army sent me, I realized what it was, and I got in touch with whichever organization I could find on the internet, right? And I think that's one of the ways in which your story can grow and build as you're working on your investigation. Next stop, we needed to film in China. And that was complicated. We had to figure out the logistics, the budget, access, and also how we're going to film undercover in a part of the world that can be dangerous to film undercover in. Logistics, again, we were able to find friends to stay with. I can't tell you how much people willing to help us in small ways helped us make this film. It wouldn't have been possible otherwise. These seem like small things, but they really add up. We were able to save some money from freelance films, projects that we'd worked on, to be able to get a little bit of budget for the shoot. Now, I'm not saying that's how it should be. A lot of sessions that we're having here are about trying to figure out how to find funding for your film, how to be able to develop an idea and tap into the right networks and channels to get it made. But back then, the only way to do it was self-funded. Funded with money that you save, and figure out a way to, reduce your costs. Access, again, that was all about sending out emails. We got in touch with a bunch of universities doing research, conservation research, and there were young research scientists researchers who were doing their PhDs who we got in touch with, who said, okay, we'll take you to the markets. If you get here, we'll take you there. Which is very helpful. And filming technique, we decided to go very, very low tech. We decided to get, just a camera hanging around your neck as you walk through the markets, and basic spy cameras that we bought off of Amazon. And we went to China. I'm going to play a quick clip of our investigation there.
Despite its shiny metropolitan vibe and high rises, Hong Kong is the global capital of wildlife trafficking and consumption. The final destination for an industry that funnels endangered animals from across the world into these streets. We've got an alligator here doing a namaste. The things you will find in Hong Kong's wildlife markets. To film in these markets, we've got to go in with a low-key vibe. I'm going to film on my glasses, which have cameras embedded in them. And my teammate Nithya will have his camera strapped around his neck, filming the entire while. My friend David will help me navigate these streets as our translator. We're going to try and understand the demand for mantas better.
Can you say? Can we see how much we're going to have?
You say like some environmental organization that you come here and ask about.
Oh, so the green is counted here.
No, this is they call it heat pumps.
Oh, so getting rid of heat.
Getting rid of bad heat, excess heat from your body, especially with the children. Like, there's no need for surgery.
No, there's not even surgery. Oh, the cancer treatment.
Yeah, it falls under medicine. That means it's actually from plants.
Oh, it's made from plants.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying that some wild plants in the sea.
It's like seaweed, so basically the effects are made from seaweed.
If locals are to be believed, it's something akin to a multi-purpose wonder drug that can cure everything from acne to cancer.
So, once we were able to film the demand side of this entire trade in manta rays, our story suddenly started feeling way more complete. it was not just our side, it wasn't just one side about an animal that's being caught, killed, and then sold somewhere, but who's buying it? Why are they buying it? What is it that they believe it's going to do? And that kind of rounded out the entire arc of our story. But we had one thing that still didn't feel complete, which was, what do you do about it? You can't just talk about a problem and then say, well, that's it. You can, but a story becomes more interesting if you can talk about something that can be done about it, right? And that was the last step. What is it that, is it about awareness? Is it about figuring out a way to stop the hunting? And we figured that nobody really knows how many manta rays are being caught in India. Nobody knows what the numbers are. So the first step was to have a grassroots campaign just to figure out where these animals are being caught and how many of them are being caught. And once again, we reached out to organizations like Wild Aid and Wildlife Trust of India. At this point, we already had filmed a fair bit of this documentary. We even had a rough cut that we edited on our own. At this point, we were able to get some funding, right? Wild Aid, which is, again, an NGO based in the US, said, okay, you know what? We'll give you some money to help you finish editing your film. And we'll give you some money if you can tie up with a local organization to do a grassroots campaign. And that's where the Wildlife Trust of India came in. We collaborated with them, we sat down with them and decided that for 6 months there will be a couple of researchers who are going to go to every coastal state in India and write down how many mantas are being caught, where they're being caught, to set up baseline data. Thanks to the funding, we had some money to finish the edit. We were able to get this campaign kicked off with the Wildlife Trust of India, and we filmed that process to, wrap up our film, to put it towards the end of our film and say, you know what, this is what can be done. Of course, it's just the beginning of that process, because the campaign, it took 2 years for it for them to come up with a report. And that report is now being used to lobby for the protection of manta rays, to put them under a higher schedule of protection under the Wildlife Act of India. That kind of was the final closing of the loop, which made the story really strong. Now, once the film was done, once we had figured out in some way these 4 basic elements that helped us tell the story, we needed to figure out what do we do with it. And I think when we were making the film, we didn't even dream that this could be a film that would go to TV, that could do well, that we would even recover the money that we put into it, right? But we managed to send the film to a few film festivals, and it did well. We went to Jacksonville, we went to a bunch of festivals, and started winning some awards. And then, out of nowhere, at Jacksonville, in fact, somebody from a television channel in Europe reached out to us saying, hey, we saw your film, we'd like to buy it. We're like, wow, really? I think some of the things that helped that happen was, we discovered this by accident, but the duration of the film that we made was fit for a television slot. It was a 54-minute film, which neatly fits into a 1-hour television slot. Later, when we sold the film to Nat Geo India, they wanted us to cut it down to 44 minutes. So anywhere between 44 to 54 minutes is, the 1-hour slot is a little more flexible that way. The half-an-hour TV slot is 22 minutes. If you're making a shorter film, if you can find a way to make your film around 22 minutes, 21, 22 minutes, it makes it much easier for a TV channel to say, you know what, maybe we'll just buy it. So it was the fact that it was the right duration. It was the fact that it wasn't a one-sided story about something bad happening. The fact that it was a multifaceted story, looking at the same issue from different directions, investigating the same thing by talking to a bunch of different people, the fishermen and the traders, and the guys the army guys who stopped the trade happening at the border, and then the guys in Hong Kong in the markets who are selling this stuff and have all sorts of beliefs about it. So finally we were able to get the film out to audiences, recover the money that we put in, and really it kicked off us working on bigger projects further down the road, and what we learned from it really helped us. I'm going to quickly talk about another project where it wasn't an investigation. It was a story where we knew what we wanted to do. This was a Nat Geo grant project that Malaika got, and we both worked on it together. And the grant was to make 3 10-minute films, short films for the web, for YouTube, about coexistence with big cats, tigers, leopards, and lions, and communities in India. The reason I'm talking about this is because one of the key learnings, which is the duration of the film, really played a part in that doing well, because this was conceptualized as a small web, short-scale web project. And we said to ourselves, you know what if we make these 3 films 22 minutes long? Let's just put in that little extra, let's find enough meat in the story to make it 22 minutes long. And we did. We ended up with 3 episodes of 22 minutes each. And Nat Geo decided to buy it, just because it was the right duration. It was a series with a coherent theme, and it worked for them. I'm going to play the trailer to that series and leave you with that, and then we can take questions and talk about, the processes we went through.
Big cats, the most feared members of the animal kingdom, struggling to find space in modern India. As the city expands rapidly into some of our last remaining wild species, humans and big cats are being forced to confront one another. But in some pockets, people are learning to live with big cats. But what is the secret behind this coexistence? To find out, I'm embarking on a journey of a lifetime.
This forest is where the natural world meets the historical world.
Getting up close with these incredible predators.
She's literally 5 strides away from me right now.
I'm meeting the communities and rangers on the front lines.
Mobile technology plays such a big role in the fight against wildlife trafficking.
To understand what it's really like to have big cats as neighbors.
It's super tense right now. If we keep the tiger's neighbors happy, the tiger is happy.
This is the story of coexistence, like never seen before.
I'm Mhlophe, and I'm looking for the extraordinary relationship that some communities share with big cats in India.
All right. Any questions? Maybe we can have a bit of a chat. Yep.
One question. How do you deal with the issue of ethics around people's spaces when you film it?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and it's tricky. I think there are 2 different approaches here that we follow. One is when we were filming with the fishermen and the traders in India, the idea was that we would be transparent about what we were doing, right? So you're not trying to trick someone into talking about something because you have an agenda. You say, you know what, we're making a film about these animals that are being caught, and you have a conversation about it. And I think that made it, in my opinion, ethically more. It was more of an agreeable way to do it because it didn't involve being dishonest about your intentions. When we filmed in China, you're right. We filmed covertly. We didn't tell people that we're filming. And this is a question that came up when we were trying to sell the film, and when the question of, okay, do you have releases, etc., for the people whose faces are visible. And in an investigative scenario, a film that is investigative, even broadcast channels have a leeway for that. They understand that there are certain situations where you're documenting something, you're documenting it in a public kind of outdoor kind of market, and you may not always fully include the people in terms of say what you're doing. Ethically, I would say maybe it is an open question. Is it right to do that or not? But I don't know of a better way to investigate something where the people involved don't want you to. Do it. Yeah.
I think, from a broadcast perspective, I can respond to that based on what I know, because I've been with the BBC for a long time on investigations, and that's just from a perspective, of course, different broadcasting. It would be allowed here to do something like that based on one thing, you're doing an investigative documentary in the best interest, the information is in the best interest of the public, for the protection of the species. Those are some of the reasons and motivations that you would put forward to motivate that there is no response for this content, and there are faces of people that would appear in it without the permission. And you also put forward that or show that even if you requested the permission, you would either not get it or you would not get the story, and then you would lose on these other aspects that are quite critical for the story to be told when it's in the public interest and in the interest of protecting the species. So if you go out and somebody has done something wrong that contravenes the law, and you go to their premises and doorstep, what journalists call doorstepping, that would be allowed if you have done your work as a producer in terms of research to actually say that something has been contravened in the same venue. So that perpetrator cannot have their rights, secure their rights at the expense of someone that has been done wrong in those premises. And therefore, if you've got your research that there is indeed something that has been done wrong, and here is the proof, and there has been these attempts that are made, and there was no positive outcome, and so you have to consider. And when a person says, but this is a private property, you've got an answer to say it cannot be at the expense of this person that has been done wrong in this premises and in the premises. So it works that way, in that way in South Africa it was be alive.
Oh.
Okay, so the other question that I wanted to ask before I had this was, do you guys have the same kind of concern that I have, that as a country in India, doing stories like this, that you need to find your own voice or your own identity in terms of the concept or the content that you put out? Because I mean, I'm looking at it and thinking it's a beautiful production, I must say, and I must congratulate you on that. And also put out that I could see some similarities on how the story is executed. You know, the voice that actually comes in and says, in this world where there is this and that, and then you go in and I'm going on this journey and all that. You know, so it becomes the kind of an approach that we have seen before. And I want to know if, as you are working, is it something that is preoccupying your mind, that you want to find your own identity, your own type of content that a viewer, when they look at it, can say, oh, without just hearing the accent or seeing the person who's presenting, this is an Indian production, or is it something that is not important for you as long as you are able to really make content that appeals to a particular audience? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that context about the legality of working undercover, and I think it's similar across the world. Broadcasters across the world adopt those kind of principles, and they also have a principle where if you filmed undercover, say at a premises where you think something illegal is happening, you give them a chance to respond. You get in touch with them after you've filmed, saying that we've documented this and we're going to broadcast it. Do you have a comment? And if they don't respond, you've technically, legally, you've done your responsibility to get a comment from them, get a justification from them. Right, reply, correct. Yeah. To your second question about your voice, you're very right. As you can see in the clips that I played, there was this whole trying to frame the narrative as a journey, trying to frame it as a narrative that, a style of building a narrative that is tried and tested in some ways. And yes, there was a conscious choice to try and make the film as broad, appealing as possible. I think that, you really have to find a balance between finding your voice and trying to build your narrative in a way that you think will be most marketable, that'll be most, that'll have popular appeal, because you do want the film to sell or to be viewed by as many people as possible. And with this particular film, I think what we did was we chose to frame it as a journey, as this, I'm going to investigate this, which was very TV. But then we made a very conscious choice that we're not going to vilify anyone. The fishermen who are catching the mantas in India, the traders who are selling it, even the people who are buying it, we're not going to cast anyone as a villain. And that was, in my opinion, that was a choice that we made. That's our voice that we're using to say nobody's the bad guy here, right? And there's all sorts of intricacies here. There's all sorts of complicated dynamics that are at play. But we're not going to say that these are the bad guys killing this animal and these are the good guys trying to save this animal. Which was very important to us, and in some ways a departure from what you may be used to seeing in more popular, in more popular television and programming. Yeah. Right? Do we have any more questions? Yeah.
I have a question when it comes to, how youth is on the mission to tell African stories in an African perspective. If we were to take that and look at the side of China and how they do it. Firstly, we're not sure if they're lying that they don't know this place. They think it's a punk. Now, if someone from that location were to tell a story from their local perspective, they would say, this is a seed plant that we use for medication and this and this. So when it comes to us telling our African stories from our African perspective, what questions would you advise we ask ourselves without saying our knowledge is wrong and the British or the scientific knowledge is the correct one, but the ones who investigate truly the things that we've heard through our generations are based on fact?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think there's no one answer to that question. I think if you're investigating or exploring a story from your perspective, from the perspective of the culture and the geography where you are coming from, that authenticity is reason enough to investigate it and explore it and to tell that story. What I would say is, if you know that there is a view or an opinion or a way of thinking about something which is quite opposed to what yours is, or the way that you're approaching it, make sure that you cover that as well. And then as a filmmaker, as a storyteller, you can choose to treat it the way you want. You can choose the audience to have both sides of the story and draw their conclusions. As a filmmaker, you can draw conclusions as well. There's no rule that filmmakers have to be neutral or anything like that. If you have an opinion, you can make a film and let that opinion be known. But the questions, like what are the questions that should be asked, I think it will be for each person sitting in this room, it would be specific and different based on their own context. Yeah. Yeah, hi.
Yeah, just curious. Thank you. That was a very powerful presentation. Thank you. Got some inspiration. I'm just curious, have you ever encountered a situation, and I'm asking because of the last session, other things of you and then this, where you got a really good story, and you want to cover it, but then the people say you have to pay them to give you the story, tell the story. How do you navigate that?
Have we ever encountered that situation? I don't think we have, to be honest. I can imagine that would happen. Like that happens in some places, and it really, I don't really know what the right way to navigate that is. It's not something that I've personally dealt with. It really comes down to how critical that particular person is to your story, and then if they feel like what they're bringing to the table, they feel like there should be some kind of quid pro quo, you maybe make them a part of the storytelling process, right? Instead of saying, I'm here to get the story from you, and make them, include them in the process. I don't know if that will help or not help. It really depends on what the motivations of those people are as well. And yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what I would do either. Hang on, do you want to?
Yeah, just, well, I mean, from a broadcast perspective and a producer now, I can just, without a doubt, say that as a producer starting out, you just want to do things the right way. You don't go out with a mindset that you can pay people for a documentary. A documentary is non-fiction. So when you start to make payments, which happens with works of fiction, where you've got actors and you are paying them, so they are performing, it's not real stories, it's different. It is okay to pay if someone is acting, but someone who's telling the truth, who's living their life on screen, when you start to pay them, it means there is that level space, that are they telling the truth or are they saying the things that they are saying because they are paid? You go to any broadcaster and you sell that content and you tell them that you had to pay some of the people that are featured in your documentary, you've lost it. Because the authenticity of the information and the credibility of that project is now impacted negatively. So do not go out with that mindset. But I know people that have had to pay for certain things. So you're going to have to navigate that space very carefully to say, what am I paying for? And what am I going to get out of this payment? So am I paying for the location or access to that, or am I paying for somebody to say something? You know? So those are the spaces that you have to navigate yourself and be truthful to what you are doing, because they might come back to bite you or the work that you have done.
Just a moment, Shamir. I think we're out of time. Is that?
No. Just add on.
Sure.
Is it not fair that when a project is funded, that we can at least compensate whoever's in the project? Because as I know in journalism, that's not allowed, as Ma explained now. But like when we're doing funded projects and we're getting paid to do these things, is it not fair as a human to compensate whoever's in your story for their time and their efforts, and not a matter of they're going to be untruthful or honest, but just as someone that spends a lot of time in front of a camera, it takes me petrol money to get somewhere, I must buy my own food, it's a lot of effort and it's work that I'm doing. So if your project is a funded project and you're getting paid, your crew is getting paid, why can't I get something?
That's a very good point.
Actually, what he said, you are not, I like that she ended that by saying it depends on what you're paying for. Obviously, when you're doing documentary filmmaking, you have to take those who you're working with, those who are telling your story. It's not like you're paying them to say something, to be a narrative. You're paying for their time because you're taking them away the hours they're leaving to tell their story. And obviously, there's a direction that we somehow the biggest money and filmmakers as well. We market them, we send them things, and that's some revenue that some of them that somehow we use to cover our productions or distribute the movie. So it's the fair to equally like give them facilitation to those people who are the stories. So I don't think that
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good perspective, and I agree with you guys. I think somewhere, if you're working with somebody, if you've had somebody offer their time, give you their time and energy, it makes sense to share some compensation with them if you're able to. I just don't know of a way to do it that's better than. Sure.
Yeah, I think what you will do in that situation is, if you have a budget and you should pay him, right? You negotiate on how you can compensate for his time. If you don't have the budget, what about communicating? Is he willing to find a good position to tell the story without you paying him? Are there other ways you can compensate him for his time? And if he says that no, we wouldn't do this without the money, could you find another character or absolutely need him? Could you find ways to get the budget that you need to get him in the story? So it's all about communicating.
Okay, hang on, I'm going to come to you guys after. But before we continue, let me just say, if anyone needs to leave, please feel free. We're well over time. But yeah, we've got both of you. We've got you. You had your hand up earlier. Yeah, go ahead.
Firstly, thank you so much for
thank you.
As a first-time filmmaker, this was very helpful. I don't have a question, but I have a comment on the things that you said are needed for you to make the first film, right? One of them is networks, and I feel like it's such an underestimated thing, right? That we go into films, not understanding what like your friends could do something in to assist you. People you went to high school with, when we busy with our film now. Like people I went to high school with have come through and helped us with something. People from where we used to live when I was still a child or whatever. So it's important to keep your I'm open, especially if you work with limited amounts of budgets. Like, you know, you don't have to pay for everything.
Absolutely.
There will be ways where you use your network.
And also, a network's not something that you either have or you don't have. You write a few emails and you have a slightly bigger network. You have to reach out, you have to do it. Yeah, there we go. We have 2 minutes left, so yeah.
And there's an online question as well. So
okay.
I wanted to. I've lost what she said. Sorry. I wanted to speak to what you were asking. Do you mind repeating what the first of the second one about? Oh yeah, about
ethics.
Telling narratives from African perspective.
Okay.
Because there's a story I would also love to share one day, tell one day. But it was how I realized, especially in Africa, it's issues of like belief use in terms of like vouchers or animals and that are illegal to use and not. And the regular thing to do is go to these markets as well, undercover or something like that, and how it's then broadcast is superstition, this and that, and as scientists predicting vouchers, that was how I got into the problem. And coming back to the issue of how do you tell African stories, how do you say that, how do you bring it forward as an Indian story? I had to realize that whilst I'm a Western trained scientist, I'm also an African, and that's not how the people that are using those body parts are viewing those vouchers. Their worldview is an African one that doesn't need proof in terms of test tubes and p-values. How about telling the story from the perspective of the worldview of Africans in terms of the innate spiritual observed abilities of those animals? Because that's when you equalize. So I was going to say to you that find the worldview of the person telling doing the action that's frowned upon or illegal, and tell, even if yours is opposed, tell it also from their worldview, because your perception is not going to be theirs, no matter how much you go to church about it. And so to equate it and be respectful, don't just write it off as superstition. Superstitions are only as real as their impact.
So let me jump in here, and I think we can continue chatting later. But yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's the whole idea behind changing the storyteller. Where you as a storyteller tell the story from where you come from and the perspective that you bring, and I think that's what's important. We have a question there. Yeah.
I just wanted to comment on the issue of whether one should pay for interviews or not. I work as a journalist, and I encounter this a lot, that sometimes the people that I have to interview have an expectation to be paid. And I would say be very mindful of paying for, of giving money to someone, right? I think there are other ways that you can negotiate so that you're able to do your story. Because remember that after you're done and you've told your story and you've made your film, there are others who will come after you, and there are others who may not have that money. Like I've been in situations where I've gone to a particular setting, there's been some BBC correspondents that came there, they gave that person, gave them $100. Right? I don't have $100 to give, I don't, And so this person has an expectation that, when a journalist comes here, it means that I'll get something out of them, So be very mindful of whether it's $100 or it's 10 rand that you're giving someone. Be mindful that there is another person who will also come out to you, and they're also a storyteller, and they may not have the resources, and they may not get that access simply because they cannot pay. Yeah, so that kind of cash storytelling, let's
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had one more question. Do we have?
Yeah, I had a quick comment.
Comments are great.
Do you want to go for the question, or do we?
I had
Comment.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Was this? I think one of the things we just talked about was, and I agree with what Ndai is saying, but in terms, we've also talked about the idea of a collaborator's fee. Because you see, it's such a sticky situation sometimes. Like in Kenya, it's hard to get things done a lot of times if you don't have the money. It just won't happen. So I think it just depends on what situation you're in and what your funds are, and maybe explain, like we talked about communicating that, but there is talk about a collaborative speak.
Also, I mean, at the end of the day, it's an individual choice of that person whether to cooperate with you or not. I think the best you can do is include them in the process, make them a part of the story that you're telling, and I mean, unfortunately, after that, it's their choice. If they feel like, hey, you know what, I believe in what you're saying, and I see that you're not a well-funded production, I'd be happy to be a part of it. That's their choice to say that, or to say, you know what, no, if you're not paying me, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that's just, I mean, not unfortunately, I think that is the way it is, and it should be, because it's an individual choice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
This is a question you can answer very quickly. What was the process of shopping the film around, and how did Nacho end up buying it?
Okay, the process of shopping the film around, it began with sending it to festivals and winning, getting a few awards. And with this particular film, like, we didn't know how it worked. A network executive or a buyer from Arte France got in touch with us. We saw your film, we liked it, we'd like to buy it. That's how we learned to look out for these people at festivals. So next time we had a film, we knew that there are people from these channels and these networks who are at these festivals, and you can reach out to them and talk to them. Nat Geo ended up buying it because, by virtue of being Nat Geo explorers, we got in touch with, Malaika got in touch with the Asia, the head community, Yannick basically, and he wrote an email, and somebody at Nat Geo watched the film and said, okay, yeah, this fits, and we will buy it. Yeah.
Cool. Just, you can end, but just to say, yeah, we're done. I'll make an announcement after you're done.
Okay, yeah, no, I think we're well over time. I'm around, we can chat, find me, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Nidya. Everybody, this evening's proceedings start exactly at 6. We have a live performance, we have a celebration, we have movies to watch, and dinner is a bit late. It's about 8:30. That's why we try to feed you so much. This is the back of the day, just to last till 8:30. So please, if you want to, please go freshen up. Just go up to your rooms. Please come back down at 6 o'clock. Really, this is the first day of summer. So this is the first sort of evening something that's happening, and we are celebrating the culmination of the Science Film Fellowship. All right, so we'll tell you more about that. We're going to get to watch some films, and yeah, that's a little bit of a celebration. Thank you. Cool.
like you never wanted to rest.
Five summers in the window of rumors. I don't
shida ni sound iko na mingi.
Send your chats, sign the deal, do whatever you need to. Starting in 3 minutes.
2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. Two, 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 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1.
We hope that during the show
Yeah! Woo! The sessions were full. I know in the morning they were trying to kill us with that aircon, right? They thought we were back at Barnyard, okay? We thought we were back at Barnyard this morning, right? They were trying to kill us, but anyway, they figured it out, and then the rest of the day has just been absolutely plain sailing, absolute magic. And so, to continue the magic, for those of you who have been around, have been to NEWF and have been to NEWF Congress, know that we at NEWF do nothing without going to get the blessing of our elder. Okay? We will not host an event. We will not open something new without going to our elder and getting her blessing. And we as an organization are absolutely blessed. You know, somebody said today up here on stage, we are a storytelling project. And we are so blessed and privileged to have the most world-renowned storyteller, South Africa's greatest storyteller, as our elder, leader, our friend, and our mother. So, to kick off New Fellows Summit 2024, I'd like to welcome, she is Dr. Mam Gcina Mhlophe, but we call her Mam Gcina Mhlophe. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sondelani bantabami, sondelani bantabe Africa. Hawuyeni, aningibolekeni ndlebe lalelani bo, aningibolekeni ndlebe lalelani bo, aningibolekeni ndlebe lalelani bo. Uyayeni, 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 ayakhuluma amadlozi, ayakhuluma amadlozi. Olalelani bantaba, milalelani bantaba. Olalelani bantaba, milalelani bantaba. Olalelani bantaba, olalelani. Olalelani bantaba, olalelani. Olalelani bantaba, olalelani. Aningibole nindlebe lalelani bo. Aningibole nindlebe olalelani bo. Aningibole nindlebe olalelani bo. Aningibole nindlebe olalelani bo.
Sondelani bantabami, sondelani bantu beAfrika. Lalelani bo, aningibole nindlebe lalelani bo, ayaningibole nindlebe lalelani, lalelani ayaningibole nindlebe lalelani, aningibole nindlebe lalelani, nindlebe lalelani bo, oh ayaningibole lalelani bo, ayaningibole nindlebe olalelani bo, aningibole nindlebe olalelani bo, aningibole nindlebe olalelani bo, ayaningibole nindlebe lalelani bo.
Whoa! Sanibonani ma-Afrika mahle, karibuni, karibuni. Molweni, dumelang. Habsheni. Every single one of you, we greet you from the bottom of our hearts. This beautiful young lady next to me, Unkosi Ngiphile Mpanza. Her name means the Lord has given us. This is a gift. And she has had her name translated into Kiswahili. And they call her Zawadi ya Mungu. Yes! Zawadi. Yeah, see? When we talked about the opening of the NEWF Congress, this time I said to Noel and Pragna, please, can I bring one of my babies? Can I bring one? A mother with many babies, you know? And they said yes. And I was very, very happy because she comes with these traditional weapons that she has over here. And I would like her to share a song with you before I come back and we tell a story. Vumanimo! Vumanimo! Vumanimo!
Wow. Thank you so much, Mama. Lullaby a cradle song. An ancient lullaby. We don't know. We can try that. Hey, bathowale ndoda emacebece bana gasas bathi ungabe ubuni phuthula gasas. Thank you so much.
There's a gift from God. Umvelinqangi mudimu. Thixo mkhulu somandla sobulungisa. Izulu yemfihlakalo usonini nanini. Thixo abazali bethu, Thixo wakhokho bethu. When the enthusiastic story of our time is told for those who are yet to be born but announce themselves with more generous face will come out ahead, those who've suffered most from these times. But that still being ahead means much more suffering. But then it is beautiful to see the world with eyes that have not yet been born, and splendid to know yourself victorious when all around you is still so cold and so dark. Those are the words of Pablo Neruda from Chile, South America. Maybe you want to travel with me to Nigeria. A nation is as weak or as powerful as the stories they choose to tell to themselves or to one another. If you speak isiXhosa, you will know this beautiful word. I love this word. There's a word in isiXhosa that is betje betje. Who wants to be betje betje? A nation is as weak or as betje betje, or as powerful as the stories they choose, underline, choose to tell to themselves or to one another. It is time for Africa to tell her own stories. That's Ben Okri from Nigeria. Siyabuya. Asise eMzantsi. Simthathe ehlezi le eSirowe village in Botswana. Ha! A woman who was born out of wedlock from a white mother and a black man who took care of the horses in this very rich family. And as soon as they realized she was pregnant, what a horrible thing to do. You gave birth to a child, but we are hlanya. They called it madness. They took their daughter, this rich family, to a mental asylum. She was madly in love. The father of the child will remain unknown because we don't know what his name was. He just happened to be a Zulu man, Mhlophe. But that child managed to connect with her mother because she wasn't mad at all, even though she was in a mental asylum. The nuns at that place helped the mother write letters to the daughter, write letters to the daughter, write letters. She grew up in orphanages, even though she was not an orphan. Finally, the mother, I assume, she finally got mad and she died. Now, the daughter grew to be a writer. She became a journalist, and then a poet, a novelist, an essayist. She wrote so many books, and she's known all over the world. And when I fell in love with her writings, I thought, from KwaZulu-Natal. And now she was interviewed in 1972. You know, these journalists, sometimes they ask you the most difficult questions. I thank God that I was a bit on the slow side in 1972 and I was not well known, so they would never have asked me this question. They asked her, how do you think the revolution will come one day in South Africa? Her response was, it is impossible to know how the revolution will come one day in South Africa, but in a world where all ordinary people are fighting for their rights, it is inevitable. But it is to be hoped that great leaders will arise there who will remember the many years of human suffering, and out of that formulate new laws to treat everybody with common dignity and respect. It is also to be hoped that Southern Africa might one day become the home of the storyteller and dreamer who did not hurt others but only introduced new dreams that fill the heart with wonder, new dreams that fill the heart with wonder, new dreams that fill the heart with wonder. That's Bessie Head talking. That's Bessie Head in 1972. Pinde, githi, uyabona, masithi sixoxe izindaba zase-Afrika, sithi siyabambisana, siyakhulisana, sivulana imiqondo, siyalekelelana, angeke senze lutho ngaphandle kwenganekwane. That is why we always say, come on, let's touch the past with our memories. Feel the future flying on the wings of imagination. Touch the past with our memories. Feel the future flying on the wings of imagination. There was a young boy, his name was Makosi, and he lived with his parents in a beautiful part of Southern Africa, a place with so much fertile soil. Whatever they planted, it grew. Ufaka ubhatata, uyakhula. Ufaka ubhontshisi, uyakhula. Ufaka amathanga, uyakhula. Ufaka amabele, ayakhula. Umbila, uyakhula. Hayibo, whatever they planted, it grew. They enjoyed a beautiful life. They never wanted for anything. They had cattle. They lived a beautiful life. The rivers were flowing. They were singing to them. They did not foresee. Uyabona, when there's something, yes, coming closer, tiptoeing, tiptoeing. It was a drought. 2-3 months, the rains don't come. 5, 6, 7, 8 months, the rains don't come. A whole year, and everything is so dry. Even the grass, the cattle can't even eat that grass. Before you know it, it's dust everywhere. And you know, drought that lasts that long means rivers begin to run dry. After some time, you realize that it's followed by sicknesses of all kinds, and people were so sick. And the cattle were dying, the goats were dying. You name it, was horrible. Inyamazana, kuyafiwa. Uyazi kuthiwa uzulelwa amanqe. Uzulelwa amanqe. Oh, the vultures were having a good time. If you're a businessman or a businesswoman, you know what I'm talking about. When the small businesses are suffering, the big ones. Vultures, what can I pick? It was so bad that the mother of Makosi called him to the hut where they were sleeping with their father, and we so weak they could hardly swallow the water when he tried to give them water to drink. They said, Ndodana, please take the white bull and get on its back early in the morning and leave. Go to your uncle's home. Go. We don't want you to die here. I know. Out there, your uncle will know what to do. Uisanusi. He's a healer. He's a heavyweight of a healer. He will know what to do. Go and tell him how bad things are here. You're going to walk days and days on end, but this white bull will take you there. And Makosi, no, I can't leave you. I can't leave you. Who's going to take care of you? Who's going to cook whatever little bit of food and give it to you? Who's going to bathe you? Makosi, ngithe hamba sasa. Makosi listened to his parents, and early the next morning, he made sure they had something to drink. He made sure they had a little bit of some pumpkin seeds. He made sure they had some dry wild spinach, whatever he could give to them. And then he made what they call unchongo and put it in a leather pouch. And he got onto the back of the bull with tears running down his cheeks. He walked, and the bull walked, and they traveled for quite a long time. And the vultures were flying ahead. And this bull, I like it. I wonder how far they're going to go. The vultures are checking them out. You see what I see? I do. You see? Yes? And they followed them. When they slacked, they sat down and waited. Very patient. That's a vulture. Very patient. And when they started walking, they took to the skies and followed them. And finally, towards the end of the day, they got to a big tree with branches in every direction. And they sat down and they opened these provisions and they ate a little bit. And again the tears came down. He said, I wonder if by the time I come back my parents will be alive or not. And as he sat there, he realized that something was happening there. There was a cloudy, dusty something coming forward, and the bull, he said, Manga Sento, started talking. Huh? Lalela Makos. We are born. Those are buffalo. That's a herd of buffalo. They're going to fight with me, but I have no energy. I'm going to die. No. If you can talk, you've got plenty energy and magic. If you can talk, do something. When the bull from those buffalo fights with me, I know I'm going to die. But I want you. Once I've died, you remove my horns. You take them with you. and you go. Continue on the journey to your uncle's home. You will find the way no matter what. You take off the horns. What did I say to you? And that herd of buffalo came closer and closer. It was terrifying. It was the energy coming towards him. He climbed up to the tree and he held on for dear life. And they fought. The buffalo started galloping away. Galloping, and they disappeared in the distance. They came only to kill my bull. He was furious. He was sad. He felt defeated and helpless. But what's the point of being helpless if he doesn't remember the last words of his father's bull? Utheni akasike impondo ayithathe ayiculele noma inini khona kudingayo isho indlela yakamaluma uzoyithola khona. He will get there eventually. And so with this small little knife he cut the horns off, and then he rubbed them in the sand until they were almost dry, and then he started walking and walking. Then he realized after some time that it was dark, and he could see there was a fire. There was somebody's house over there, and he walked towards that house. It was an old woman, boiling water, no food, just boiling water, sitting there, just staring at the big black pot with the water boiling. As soon as he arrived, sanibonani gogo, bengicela indawo yokulala. Yes, you can have a place to sleep, but food I don't have. It's only water that's boiling in this pot. And Makosi said, I've got some horns from my father's bull. I was told if I sing to them, maybe they will assist. Sing to them. He must be very hungry. He wants to sing to the horns. I'm not laughing at your problem. And the Makosi did not mind the laughter. He knelt down and he began to sing to the horns. What can you do when you don't have any other alternative? Pondola, hola salemtini pondola, hola pondola, salemtini pondola, hola pondola, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini pondola. Hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini. Ayibo, ithebe singakanani wena nyama iphekiwe vuthiwe wena jeqe when all the kinds of food you can imagine. There was a feast in front of them, just Makosi and the old woman. Akaze kunuke kanje kamnandi kanje kule ndlu lena. Ayibo, the old woman couldn't open her eyes wide enough. And the young man said, and they were eating and eating and eating. They even prepared to call the neighbors for breakfast. And the neighbors came. And then he took the horns and he sang some more, and more people ate. And he started walking. I have to go and get some help for my parents. Enjoy the food. There was more than enough for days. And he was gone. And as he traveled and traveled, and he looked at himself, I will need some clothes. Something to be presentable if this journey is going to be long. Why begging? And ask for some presentable, nice clothes. Pondola, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini, hola salemtini pondola, hola salemtini. Ayibo, nasi impahla seyibekiwe lapho. Wenani ibheshe lihle kanje akasalibone selekwasana. Wavunula umfana wamuhle. Hayibo, wazothola nesihlangu sikalokusho. Hey, he was so happy. Ngiyabonga. Speaking to the horns, and took the horns and put them in his bag. He even had a new bag, beautiful leather bag. Put put everything inside and started walking some more. And as he continued, he even found a woman who was crying for her child who had been taken by some strange man-eating ogre that was so short like a dwarf, and put the child in a cave and said, "How says when done?" All it was sing. And the song brought the child back, and he took the child and gave it to the mother, and he continued. Finally, he made it to his uncle's home. They saw him coming. Bamangele ukuthi umfana umuhleka ngakuvelaphi. Hayibo ubekwa yini ndodana? Ubekwa yini umshana wami? And he explained to them that the hunger was horrible at home and explained everything. I need you now. The uncle said, "We can't even sleep. You know that? We can't even sleep." They prepared 2 big, strong oxen, and they got onto the oxen and they galloped all night long, and they made it home by daybreak the next day. And they made it home, and they got everything quiet. Not even a barking dog. Everything was silent. You know how silent death can be. You know how terrifying and tense hunger can be. How strange lack of a child's laughter can be. Oh my goodness, it was horrible. Not even the cocks crowed. Those that were still alive. Mabefika. Umalume uphethe isigubhu sakhe singakana. Uphethe isigubhu singakana ney'nduku ey'mbili lana. Beka la phansi. Wathi mfana, asilungise. Soqoqa yonke into silungise amakhathakhathana. And he put some herbs together. He did everything. He burnt impepho and made sure he's taking care of the ones close to him. And he said, "Let's go to the mountain. We are going." They got to the mountain, and when they got there, the 2 of them, they were like crazy. Where's this Nkosi? Awuyibambele ngoma uqale phansi uthi ngiphondo lami awulahle.
Uphondo lentshintshwa sale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini lolu phondo lentshintshwa lasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini kodwa lasala kanjani olasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini kodwa lasala kanjani olasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini uphondo lentshintshwa lasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini lolu phondo lentshintshwa lasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini kodwa lasala kanjani olasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini kodwa lasala kanjani olasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini kodwa lasala kanjani olasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini kodwa lasala kanjani olasale emthini uphondo lwakho lasale emthini.
Uyazi, when they sang that song, and the rocks and the hills and the cliffs, they started answering. The song was echoing all around, and the clouds gathered, and the uncle was beating the drums, boom, boom, beating the cowhide drum. I'm telling you, before you know it, and then you saw the lightning, shus. The next thing, wacha, and the rain came down. It did not come in a hurry, like all good things. When they start, they act slowly. I want to see your left hand like this. I want to see your right hand like this, with a little finger. Let's just start with the little drops. Let's start with the little drops. 2 fingers. Something called a NEWF. NEWF, man, but NEWF land, it's going to start and it's going to happen, it's going to bring people to NEWF. abantu uyahlanganisa iNEWF enjani le angazi kodwa bathi ihlanganisa abantu. I don't know what's a NEWF, but apparently it brings people together, the right people together. It was just a few drops, a few believers, and then a few more. They thought they are believing, I'm believing as well, might as well. Others, they said, hi, we are seeing NEWF and Bella Land to Hoibo. The next thing, they go, because you can't be a storyteller without having that wonderful gift called a memory.
Memory.
If you are a storyteller, what you need is the hard drive. What you need?
Memory.
How shall I go?
Tales so brave, tales so sad. Some are so funny, so crazy, unbelievable, hi-ho. They come from the bones of memory. Watch my eyes, hear my voice, I tell you true. These tales are from the bones of memory. These tales are from the bones of memory. From the bones of memory. These tales are 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 from the bones of memory. 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 Thank you. From the bones of memory. From the bones of memory. A time to remember. A time to remember. A time to remember.
Yeah. 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 Okay. So we've been blessed, right? We've been blessed, and now we can carry on. Okay? We've been blessed. Mom, thank you so much. And as you can see, this is the reason why we would never do anything anything without going to get the blessing and the guidance of Mom Gcina. Okay? 2. Oh, it's here. The other reason why we are here this evening is to celebrate the almost culmination. I say almost culmination because there's still one more chapter left to do. But the almost culmination of a dream that was born in, I think it was July 2022 in APAC, at the APAC conference in Rwanda, where I was sitting with a very good friend of NEWF, a very good friend of mine, a mentor, somebody who's always there for us, and his name is James Byrne. James is not here this evening, but we salute James for everything that he's always done for us as NEWF. And James is very closely associated with Gorongosa National Park. And we were sitting and we were talking about this challenge, this issue around every time you see a film in nature and wildlife, we are always portrayed as poachers, pirates, rangers, guides, and people who sing for you when you jump off your safari vehicle. We are so much more than that. Okay? We have so many amazing, brilliant, hardworking, dedicated scientists all across Africa working in conservation science, correct? So many of you are here in this room, right? Right? So we were sitting, we were talking about that, and we were like, we need more filmmakers telling stories and showcasing African scientists in their films, because that's how we're going to change the storyteller, right? Right? That's how we're going to change the storytellers. If we start telling our own stories, if we, and so the idea of why don't we, create a fellowship, design this fellowship, because in Gorongosa National Park, there were, every 2 years, there are 12 scientists, Mozambican scientists, who go into the park and they do their masters on a particular study or studies that are taking place, or conservation science or research that is taking place inside the park. And, I know especially here in South Africa, to find scientists in the park researching is not very easy. Okay? So many of our scientists sit and work and research inside labs. That's why we came across that statistic back in 2018, where we came across so many marine biologists who could not swim, let alone dive. And we were like, hold on, how are you researching a project if you've not even been to you've never dived, or you've never been to the body of water that you're actually researching? And so came up with this idea, and we were blessed and privileged enough that this project could be anchored in Africa Refocused, but we had the generous support of HHMI Tangle Bank Studios, and you guys will get to meet Jared Lipworth. He's coming later this week, who made this possible. And we did this fellowship at Gorongosa National Park. Damn, we learned a lot. Okay? We learned a lot. We learned that Dogem is one of the most important things we learned is that we need Dogem. You see how they clap for Dogem. That Dogem is the most popular thing in Mozambique. Okay? No, don't record this. Damn, we learnt a lot. It was the most unbelievable experience. Like that dive master lab that we did a couple of years ago. It was a real university for us. And I think we are so much better for it. So today, we don't think these stories are all perfect. We don't think, but we like them the way they are. We don't think that they are 100% complete in some one or two cases or whatever, and I think Wambui will lead and talk a little bit about them. But today we want to celebrate the films, or the profile films, about those 12 scientists from Gorongosa National Park. At the end of the showcase, you'll get to meet the filmmakers and the scientists. We'd like you all to come up stage because they are all here. Okay? They are all here. Okay? And I think it's not just HHMI Tangle Bank Studios, it's Gorongosa National Park that we want to thank for making this magical experience happen. Okay? I think without any further ado, because we're running so late, I'm going to hand over to Wambui to introduce how the films will be showcased. What you have to do, if I may, is you've got to go onto Swapcard, right, Wambui? Got to go onto Swapcard, and you've got to vote now, this evening, for your favorite film. Okay? For your top 3. Not before you watch them. Hi, Bo. Not like right now. Right? So, but you've got to rate your top 3 in order of third favorite, second favorite, most favorite. Okay? We all understand? All right? Because there's a prize up for grabs. Why are you going who? We all don't know what the prize is. No, they only wanted to be Toshem. It's a trip to Gorongosa. That's the prize. Okay. Okay. There's a prize. We'd like you all to vote. Wambui, there you go. Don't forget. Please vote.
Thank you. So, without taking too much time, we had 12 projects at the beginning of this. No matter how I sound like I am a master of the language, actually. All right, so we had 12 projects. Today we are going to showcase 10, and the other 2 are still in development. But when we do finally finish everything and they are open for distribution, everything will be up in our film portfolio. So you'll be able to watch the remaining 2 at a later stage. And I think without further ado, I am going to call on the first filmmaker. So each of the filmmakers is going to come here and give us a short introduction, 1.5 minutes introduction of their projects. They're going to acknowledge their scientist. They're going to tell us what their film is about their process, so that when we are watching it, we have that in mind. I have the pleasure of introducing one of the gems that we found in 2023. If I'm not wrong, she could be the youngest fellow. She's not? No longer the youngest. Oh, because there are new babies coming up during Summit and Congress. Okay, Chisomo.
So I'm gonna stand here so that all of you could see me. I hope you can see me at the back. So apparently we were supposed to wear this. Sorry. This T-shirt. It's for the Science Film Fellowship. So I mean, why are you a filmmaker if you're not being unique? I didn't wear it because. So anyways, yeah, so I just brought it here as a certificate to know that, yeah, I'm legit. Anyways, my government name is Chisomo Kawaga. I said government because I'm known by a lot of names, and I'm actually glad because my mother can't find out if I ever do something crazy, so that's good. Anyways, my film, oh no, actually our film, it's a collaboration between me and Zito Manuel Bande. Zito, can you stand up so that they can see you? That's him. Oh, we only have 90 seconds. Please stop. We can clap later. Yeah, so it's a collaboration between me and Zito. We actually simplified the topic of the whole situation to flow of hope because he's studying the impact of land use. It's a very long topic, and you know, macroinvertebrates. I think you'll find out if you watch the film because it's long, so we simplified it to flow of hope. How many seconds do I have? Oh, nice. Yeah, so yeah, I hope you enjoy the film, and if you vote for me, I have something waiting at the second floor. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. Please enjoy the film. If you have any questions, you can find me on. Wait. No, actually, is it Tinder? Oh wait, sorry. Swap card.
Eu cresci numa pequena comunidade onde não havia acesso à água potável. Nós bebíamos água do rio ou proveniente da chuva que estava em pequenos lagos temporários. Íamos carregar água para poder fazer o uso diário, e naquele período bebi água contaminada, provavelmente. Tive uma dor de estômago terrível. Me levaram ao hospital, fiquei por 2 semanas a passar mal com dor de estômago no hospital. E mesmo assim atenuou, os medicamentos que me deram só atenuaram. Quando voltado em casa ainda continuei a beber a mesma água porque não tínhamos outra fonte de água potável no momento. Chamo-me Zito Bande e tenho 27 anos de idade e agora me encontro no Parque Nacional da Gorongosa a atender a minha pesquisa de mestrado em Biologia de Conservação. Tenho como foco no estudo o impacto do uso de terra sobre a qualidade da água em 3 rios da Serra da Gorongosa, com o uso de macroinvertebrados bentônicos como bioindicadores de qualidade da água.
Os macroinvertebrados bentônicos são pequenos animais aquáticos sem espinha dorsal, grandes o suficientes para serem vistos sem microscópio. A sua presença ou ausência pode significar boa ou má qualidade de água. A sua sensibilidade aos poluentes e às alterações ambientais alerta-nos para possíveis problemas.
Hoje, os ecossistemas aquáticos da Serra da Gorongosa, eles são muito importantes para as comunidades locais e para o Parque Nacional da Gorongosa, porque eles servem de meio de sobrevivência. Toda a água do sul e do nosso floodplain provém dos rios da Serra da Gorongosa. E é importante entender a saúde e a qualidade da água daquele ecossistema para poder melhor preservar a saúde da fauna do Parque Nacional da Gorongosa. Selecionei em cada 3 rios 2 pontos. Um com impactos do uso de terra e outro sem impactos do uso de terra. Medir parâmetros como oxigênio, temperatura, pH, condutividade, turbidez da água, salinidade, a presença dos macroinvertebrados num determinado ponto ou ecossistema aquático, eles podem indicar boa ou má qualidade de água. Com isso, temos que fazer o join de parâmetros físico-químicos da água e os parâmetros biológicos para poder concluir que a água daquele determinado ponto é de boa qualidade. Após a coleta de dados dos macroinvertebrados no campo, levo-os para o laboratório para a sua identificação. Estou a trabalhar com grupos funcionais diferentes de macroinvertebrados aquáticos e estou focado em 3 taxas.
Até agora, a minha investigação mostrou que todos os 3 rios da Serra da Gorongosa ainda apresentam boas condições de saúde, provavelmente devido ao fato de as comunidades locais não utilizam agroquímicos. É incrível como essas criaturas têm um impacto tão grande e servem como sentinelas úteis no biomonitoramento dos ecossistemas aquáticos. Ao estudar essas espécies essenciais, podemos compreender melhor a saúde dos ecossistemas aquáticos e salvaguardar a biodiversidade desses ecossistemas para as gerações futuras.
right. As the votes start coming in, I invite our next filmmaker, our main man from Madagascar. Where you at?
Oh, man. I think I'll do that. That's too much light there. Hi, everybody. I'm Aina from Madagascar. It's Aina, not hyena, right? It's different, yeah? Yeah, they used to call me hyena. I don't know why, but it's quite different. It's, my film is about butterfly. I did it with a beautiful, wonderful scientist. Where is she? Elsa Candido Quetano. She's there. Yeah, doing her research about butterfly. She's showing how butterflies are important for nature. It's beautiful. They are not just beautiful. So yeah, we will see after. And as a scientist, I was really happy to work with her. And this fellowship was great. For me, this is my very first film. So please enjoy. Great.
Estamos aqui no Monte Gorongosa. Chamo-me Elsa Cândido Caetano. Eu quero entender como o desmatamento afeta a fauna de borboletas e se a restauração da plantação de café de sombra ajuda a restaurar a biodiversidade. Como toda criança, eu tinha muitos sonhos. Eu queria ser eletricista para ser igual ao meu pai. Queria ser médica para cuidar dele quando velho. Mas no final, algo me cativou mais. Quando eu estava na 11ª classe, e o pedagógico da escola disse: meninas, prestem atenção. Se forem a olhar bem, entre os professores há apenas uma professora de biologia. E vocês devem se esforçar ao máximo para um dia fazer parte deste grupo. Daí eu pensei, eu serei essa pessoa, eu irei conseguir. E hoje sou formada em ensino de biologia e bióloga de conservação. Uma das principais razões para o declínio das borboletas é o desmatamento. Há muita prática de desflorestamento. Quase 45% da percentagem da floresta já foi perdida devido ao desflorestamento ou desmatamento e construção de novas casas. Por isso que eu decidi fazer essa relação, o porquê de estudar borboletas relacionando com o desflorestamento e no Monte Gorongosa. Agora não se tem muita informação sobre as borboletas que ocorrem aqui no Monte Gorongosa, porque esse é o primeiro estudo sobre borboletas a ser realizado aqui. O Parque Nacional da Gorongosa precisa ter informações sobre as espécies de borboletas que ocorrem aqui no Monte Gorongosa, porque implementou-se o projeto de restauração da área, usando a plantação de café. E a ideia não é só restaurar a flora, mas sim verificar se a plantação de café ajuda também a aumentar a biodiversidade. E também ter-se a informação de quais são as espécies que ocorrem aqui no Monte Gorongosa, para assim conseguimos preservar. Como bióloga, eu preciso coletar as amostras, pois são a prova viva da existência da espécie. Para o meu trabalho, eu preciso de fotos e representantes de cada espécie para a identificação e preservação no laboratório. Durante o meu estudo, eu construí uma nova coleção de borboletas. Os indivíduos já conhecidos são soltos e as borboletas não existentes na minha coleção são recolhidos para posterior identificação. Como professora, eu gosto de ensinar. Eu gosto de trabalhar com estagiários. Nas atividades de campo, eu ensino como montar as armadilhas. Essa aqui não vai cair. E coletar as borboletas. No laboratório, eu ensino como abrir as asas e identificação. Sinto-me muito orgulhosa porque os estagiários com quem já trabalhei conseguem explicar o meu trabalho para outras pessoas e eles gostam disso. Os resultados até agora mostram que a plantação de café está ajudando a aumentar a biodiversidade, não só restaurando a área, mas também aumentando os outros organismos. E a importância de ter mais estudo, conhecendo a sua ecologia, para que assim possamos conservar essas espécies. Não vamos conseguir preservar algo que não conhecemos. As borboletas significam esperança para mim. Eu vejo como uma lição para a minha vida. Pelas fases que elas passam, as dificuldades que têm até chegar à vida adulta, eu levo isso como um incentivo para a minha vida. Que, independentemente das dificuldades que temos, no final, vamos brilhar.
Next filmmaker, I think if it was up to him, he would still be at Ngorongosa. I've never seen anyone take to a place so much. Shabalala, welcome.
Boa noite, boa noite. A nossa filme conta a história de pássaros na savana de Ngorongosa. So, our film is about, I'm working with the talented Jonathan Camino. He's right here. And just through the luck of the draw, I got a story on birds in the park. We all chose these subjects randomly. And what I came to find with this man is that he loves birds. I was getting into it. I'm not like an ornithologist or anything like that, but I'm getting into the birding side of things. And I got to spend time with this scientist in this amazing place. Nothing was at stake in terms of extinction and stuff like that. It was just about where these birds will occur. And his topic reserved people. And I know you don't believe me now, but because you're all of my family, that's why. But I mean, him and I, we really got to bond on the football field in Gorongosa. There's people that play football there, and I'm very good, so they they were honored to be in my presence. No, I'm kidding, but yeah. So that's what our film is about. It's about the birds in Gorongosa, and we try to incorporate our passion, which is football, into that, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Uma equipe de futebol tem vários jogadores diferentes, quanto à forma e tamanho, e todos eles servem e cumprem diferentes funções no campo para competir da melhor maneira possível. É importante que cada jogador faça absolutamente o seu trabalho e cumpra o seu propósito da melhor maneira possível. Se uma parte, um jogador estiver fora do lugar, toda a equipe sofrerá. Acredito que a vida e os ecossistemas funcionam da mesma maneira.
Porquê das aves? Das aves porque eu já tinha interesse logo de quando era criança, porque eu acho é das primeiras boas melodias que nós temos contato quando é criança, porque a primeira coisa em que nós ouvimos não é as músicas ou os cantores do lado de fora, é o som da natureza. Então um dos melhores sons foi das aves. Primeiro foi pelo som das aves que eu via em casa, era mais o pardal doméstico. Mas depois, conhecendo mais das aves, comecei a perceber que haviam várias vocalizações lindas das aves. As canções eram magníficas. Uma delas é o puffback, que em 2019 foi uma das primeiras aves que eu consegui reconhecer, que eu memorizei o som. Já sabia só pelo som, esse é o black puffback, mas pelo som simplesmente das aves que eu gostava de sempre ouvir era o do Chagra senegalus. Tinha uma melodia bem boa que me fazia passear pela natureza. E quando entrei no mestrado em Biologia de Conservação, eu disse que quero fazer algo relacionado às aves que me ajude a conhecer mais essas aves.
Houve muitas aves deste lado. Yellow-billed bulbul. Oh, strongo. Bulbul, yeah.
O meu tópico é a influência do fogo e grandes mamíferos herbívoros no comportamento da foragem e na estrutura das guildas das aves da savana no Parque Nacional de Gorongosa. Trabalho em um experimento fatorial de fogo e grandes mamíferos. O tratamento do fogo possui 3 níveis: fogo quente, fogo frio e sem fogo. O tratamento de grandes mamíferos possui 2 níveis: exclusão de mamíferos e presença de mamíferos. O fogo na savana tem como principal combustível as gramíneas. As gramíneas providenciam alimento para as aves granívoras e, além disso, providenciam refúgio para os insetos. O fogo no início da estação seca deixa estes recursos expostos para diversas aves granívoras e insetívoras foragearem. Os grandes mamíferos consomem a vegetação da savana de forma seletiva. Destas gramíneas e árvores com tamanhos diferentes. A presença de grandes mamíferos reduz a diversidade das aves granívoras e insetívoras. Isso porque a presença de grandes mamíferos reduz a diversidade de insetos e reduz também a quantidade de gramíneas e sementes importante para as aves.
E E se nós vamos a ver, as aves também vão regularizar a abundância dos insetos no seu todo. Então, vamos supor que as aves insetívoras acabam declinando e depois nós vamos perdendo a nossa vegetação, as nossas culturas, as nossas machambas. Então, isso indica que para isso não poder acontecer, nós devemos conservar, devemos entender porque é que estes organismos dependem disso e como é que funciona. E se perdemos essas aves, estamos a perder diversos serviços do ecossistemas que elas trazem. Trabalhar com a natureza, eu acho que é uma das melhores coisas. É como se tivesse a juntar a diversão ou aquele momento em que a pessoa aprecia a própria natureza, procura compreender e procura ajudar não só a si mesmo, mas ajudar as outras pessoas pela conservação dessa natureza. Através das pesquisas relacionadas às aves, assim como o seu habitat e assim como a savana, as pessoas podem compreender o quão linda é o componente, o quão linda é a biologia, é a ecologia das aves, e talvez podem mudar do pensamento e nós vamos assim manter o nosso bem-estar e também vamos poder sempre ter a natureza, ter a biodiversidade ao nosso dispor. Que a melhor parte mesmo é saber como é que as aves são, conhecer as aves no seu todo. É como, e o que acontece na natureza é como o que acontece no futebol. Todas as partes são importantes para o sucesso.
É tudo uma questão de equilíbrio. Diferentes partes móveis, do maior ao menor, fazem seu trabalho para manter a harmonia e o funcionamento do ecossistema da melhor maneira possível. Isso para beneficiar o coletivo e todos os organismos vivos, para as pessoas, para a vida selvagem, para todos nós.
I never thought science would help me understand how football works, but there we go. Next we have Mr. Nathan Rice. Where are you at?
Good evening. Our film is about plants and their defense mechanisms. Plants are often overlooked as a sense of wonder in the world because they kind of seem uncharismatic. However, there's this one young scientist from Mozambique who thinks differently. I had the great privilege of getting to work with Dadze. There he is. And I just got to learn so much about the wonderful world of how plants work. It was quite a challenge to be able to represent the story on screen because most of what happens is happening on such a microscopic level. But I hope you get to learn something like I did through this process and yeah, maybe start to look at plants a little differently, plants around us. Thanks.
A Serra da Gorongosa é uma área de magnífica beleza natural em Moçambique. Esta área serve de fonte de água para a comunidade envolvente, bem como para a fauna e flora do Parque Nacional da Gorongosa. No entanto, nos últimos 45 anos, perdeu quase metade da sua cobertura vegetal devido a vários efeitos antropogênicos. Eu sou da Gcina Jantarua, sou engenheiro em desenvolvimento rural e sou estudante de mestrado no Parque Nacional da Gorongosa. Quando era muito jovem, era fascinado pelo mundo dos insetos. Eles foram a minha primeira forma de brinquedos. Eu adorava observar como ele se comportava e fiquei integrado com a forma como ele selecionava as plantas para sua dieta. Isso me levou a um fascínio pelo campo da ecologia química, especificamente pela interação entre planta e insetos. Estou tentando contribuir com o projeto de reflorestamento através do campo da ecologia química. Minha hipótese é que uma alta diversidade química em uma parcela limitará melhor os danos causados por insetos e patógenos nas plantas. Por sua vez, também estou testando como as leguminosas que fixam nitrogênio no solo podem ajudar o crescimento das plantas. A estratégia de uso de espécies fixadoras é de partilhar com a comunidade que é possível nós cultivarmos nossas plantas e usarmos algumas espécies naturais, espécies nativas, de modo que nós possamos também contribuir para o reflorestamento. Ainda existe uma parte da floresta intocada no topo de Ngogogo, a parte mais alta da montanha, que nos serve de fonte de sementes. Eu separo as árvores em espécies pioneiras e de sucessão secundária. Essa é uma espécie pioneira, o nome local é Pedze e seu nome científico é Tremorentalis. Esta planta tem uma copa muito grande e inibe a entrada de radiação solar ao redor dela. Portanto, as plantas ao redor dela têm um crescimento menos acentuado em relação a ela. Aqui, nós estamos a ver que aqui tinha muitas plantas. Quase toda essa área era coberta. Nós podemos usar esse conhecimento da ecologia química na essência, de modo que nós possamos implementar, usar as espécies que nós temos, olhando, juntando as plantas não diversas com diversas. As plantas vão crescer mais rápido se forem diversas quimicamente. Para conhecer a diversidade química das plantas, tenho que fazer análise laboratorial das folhas frescas e secas das 9 espécies vegetais. Além da diversidade química, também estou testando em 2 compostos químicos: saponinas, que inibem a alimentação de insetos herbívoros com seu sabor amargo, deixando as árvores quase intocadas por insetos ou patógenos. Os fenóis, que são substâncias químicas que algumas árvores libertam para atrair ou repelir insetos ou patógenos. Para medir os danos causados por insectos e patógenos, tenho que contar cada folha em minhas 80 parcelas e anotar como elas foram danificadas. Para entender como as leguminosas afetam o crescimento das árvores nativas, algumas parcelas têm leguminosas e outras não. Tenho que medir a altura e diâmetro de cada árvore individual e rastreá-la ao longo do tempo. Então, a ideia é de juntar espécies ricas semelhantes numa única parcela. Irá promover um ambiente equilibrado de modo que possamos limitar os herbívoros e as plantas crescerem com muita eficiência. Se as pessoas adotarem esse sistema agroflorestal, podemos não só ajudar a sustentar a agricultura local com os danos ambientais mínimos, mas também promover o reflorestamento da Serra da Gorongosa e o restabelecimento do seu ecossistema.
So, I guess she's already here. Everyone to me. I'm going to say something. She's called 2 plus 2 is? Inside joke, guys. Sorry.
Good evening, everybody. I'll keep this sweet and short. My scientist is Amade Rial. Kindly stand up. Pronto. Amade's research project is measuring carbon above and below ground in the vegetation of the coffee agroforestry system and the natural forest on Mount Gorongosa. It's been a great joy to work with Amadi, to learn about his science project, as well as meet the man behind the science. I present to you The Element of Life with Amadi Rial. Enjoy.
Lembro-me que o meu pai sempre me disse que sempre que encontrares uma planta, proteja ela, cuide dela. As plantas têm um valor. Nunca destrua uma planta enquanto não conheceres o valor que ela tem para nós.
E aqui na Serra da Gorongosa existe um programa de reflorestamento que é através do café, que combina café com plantas nativas. Eu nesse momento estou a estudar o potencial que este sistema de café, que combina café com plantas nativas, que é o chamado sistema agroflorestal, tem em termos ambientais para reduzir o CO2 da atmosfera através do sequestro de carbono. Uma parte que as plantas têm, que é a parte de providenciar um serviço de regulação do clima através do sequestro de carbono, processo da fotossíntese. Desde cedo tive contato com plantas dentro da minha família. A maioria deles são agricultores. E muitas fazemos brincadeiras na floresta. Desde cedo tive contato com a floresta, tive contato com plantas e sempre me interessei em estudar plantas para compreender a biologia delas, o funcionamento delas e a relação que elas têm com as pessoas, conosco.
Atualmente verifica-se redução de áreas de floresta devido ao desflorestamento. E este processo acaba aumentando o CO2 da atmosfera e aumentando a temperatura na Terra, que provoca desestabilização do clima. E com isso cria desconforto para a nossa saúde, o nosso bem-estar e a nossa sobrevivência.
Me, this is Anona. The plant, the name of plant is Anona. 5.9, 30.4.
O objetivo desse estudo é de quantificar o carbono armazenado na vegetação dos 3 habitats: no sistema agroflorestal de café, na floresta úmida da montanha e numa área de floresta degradada e que está em regeneração natural. E abaixo do solo, nas raízes, e acima do solo, nos troncos das árvores, sendo elas nativas, assim como o do café.
Eu estaria muito feliz de ser capaz de fazer isso, porque essa informação seria de grande valia, a princípio para os tomadores de decisão, como governos e os gestores. Fico feliz de saber que o meu trabalho científico, de certa maneira, vai beneficiar as comunidades. As comunidades já têm acesso à informação científica, claro, vai aumentar mais o seu envolvimento para proteger, para reflorestar essa área e para conservar o Monte Gorongosa.
Nunca destrua uma planta enquanto não conheceres. As plantas têm um valor.
For this next filmmaker, we not only showed up in his backyard and we completely took over, but at the same time he managed to take care of us, and we are not easy people to take care of. And all the while managing to do his work and make a really amazing film. So, Mr. Augusto Villa.
Hey everyone. First of all, how many of you likes beds? Okay. Okay, for the ones who doesn't love it, after this film they will love it. So I'm sorry guys. I already want this. So this film, it's about an amazing scientist. Oh, she's doing an amazing work. And she teach me a lot about beds. Cesaria, thank you. Can you stand up? And one of the things that I love about this film is that besides of portraying like a Mozambican scientist studying bats, I work with a Mozambican composer. Mua, where's Mua? Dude, thanks. I can't say thanks to Mua without saying thanks to Noah. One of the sequences that I love it, I put some Italian, like those dancing sexy movements, which I love it because all of the natural history that I watched, I used to see those kind of a score, and I was like, yeah, I want to use this. And Noel came to me, he was like, no, dude, Dago, you have to move it. Let's make Mozambique, let's make African. I know a guy who can do it. And I was like, okay, let's try it and see how does it go. And after that score, I was like, you know what, Mua, let's just score everything on this film. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and thank you.
Os animais noturnos são muitas vezes associados com aspectos negativos, o que contribui bastante para que eles sejam mal interpretados. Os morcegos, infelizmente, fazem parte destes animais. Isso faz com que muitas pessoas tenham repulsa pelos mesmos, ainda que os morcegos sejam animais inofensivos. E eu entendo isso porque já estive nessa situação. O meu primeiro contato com morcegos, porque já estive nessa situação. O meu primeiro contato com morcegos foi interessante porque foi a primeira vez que eu vi um morcego pequenino, tão fofinho. Só por ver ele ali na mão da pesquisadora com quem estávamos, já foi bem interessante. Não diria amor à primeira vista, mas a partir dali já foi um sentimento no sentido, que tal estudar essas criaturas? como nós, os morcegos são mamíferos muito inteligentes e que vivem por muito tempo. E a maioria das espécies são sociais e vivem em grandes comunidades chamadas colônias. Cada espécie tem uma linguagem diferente e complexa que lhes permite comunicar entre si. Mas estes sons estão acima do nosso alcance auditivo, o que faz com que não consigamos ouvi-los. Os morcegos produzem sons relacionados ao cortejamento e acasalamento, a defesa do território, a coesão do grupo e muitos outros comportamentos. Então, daí o interesse em estudar como é este comportamento acústico nas espécies que nós temos em Gorongosa. Infelizmente, tenho de esconder dos morcegos a minha beleza. Eu observo o comportamento, faço vídeo do que eles estão a fazer, gravo os seus sons e tenho que sincronizar as imagens e os sons para poder explicar que aquele som que é emitido naquele momento corresponde ao comportamento X. Depois de passar os sons para o computador para poder escutar, é sempre tudo uma novidade. A questão é sempre, o que será que eu vou encontrar desta vez? O limite máximo da capacidade auditiva humana é de 20 kHz. Acima disso, nós temos ultrassons e os morcegos produzem ultrassons para poder comunicar-se. Por isso, eu preciso usar gravadores e softwares adequados que me permitem escutar estes sons e poder estudá-los. Este é um dos sons que eles emitem quando são agressivos um com o outro. Temos aqui no vídeo um macho e uma fêmea. O som emitido durante a interação é este. E a princípio eu considero um canto de cortejamento. Para a maior parte das espécies africanas, nós ainda precisamos conhecer melhor a sua biologia, bem como a sua ecologia. Então, é extremamente interessante poder parar e observar os morcegos. E uma das coisas mais interessantes que eu tive a oportunidade de ver foi o que é descrito como comportamento de cortejamento e acasalamento. E quando eles estão ali, aparentemente acasalados, é tão bonito, é tão... Ai, só vendo eu. A minha pesquisa vai ajudar a criar a primeira base de dados de vocalizações sociais de morcegos no meu país, que é uma espécie de dicionário de morcegos. Ser uma jovem cientista moçambicana é desafiador, é interessante porque Moçambique é um campo fértil para a ciência. Há muita coisa que nós podemos ainda investigar. Somos gratos a muitos cientistas estrangeiros que vêm cá pesquisar. Nos mostram que há muita coisa que nós podemos informar ao mundo sobre as nossas espécies, os nossos ecossistemas. Mas será ainda mais interessante quando nós mesmos, moçambicanos, formos os principais protagonistas desta produção de conhecimento.
So the next fellow is a marine scientist thrown out of his comfort zone. He will come and let us know how that went. Mr. Randall Mabwa.
Hi everybody. I was told to make it in this field you need to have hair, but I guess that's a different story. I've got 90 seconds, 5 minutes and 90 seconds to convince you that it's the little things that indeed matter. But this is a story of co-creation with the amazing Yolanda. She's somewhere. There she is. It's a story about the little things that we barely notice, and I hope you get to learn something as much as I did, being my debut into the film industry. Enjoy. It's easier to spot a waterbuck on a floodplain. A lazy lion sleeping after its meal. That lone elephant bull we cautiously approach. But there are some species we do not instantly notice, and to an extent, we are unaware of how significant these tiny species are to the environment. Insects, and specifically beetles. Meet Yolanda Macolino, a master's student at Gorongosa National Park who is studying insects with a particular focus on beetles. Beetles are highly sensitive to environmental changes, which means that fluctuations in their population is an indicator of changes in the environment. In a park like Gorongosa, there are two major forces that cause changes on the environment: the presence of fire and the presence of large mammals. By studying beetle populations, Yolanda is developing tools that conservation managers can use to assess and manage the impact of these two large forces on habitats.
O meu amor pela ciência começou desde a infância. Minha mãe é agricultora, então desde a infância ela ensinou-nos a plantar, a cuidar das plantas e dos animais. Daí surgiu mais interesse pela natureza. Insecto seria uma oportunidade porque em Moçambique pouco se fala sobre os insectos.
Besides being bioindicators, the beetle's place in the food chain plays a huge role in maintaining ecological balance.
Temos herbívoros que se alimentam exclusivamente de plantas, temos os coletores que eles se alimentam de matéria morta e temos os predadores que ajudam a diminuir o número de pragas no ecossistema.
Of all the roles that beetles play in the ecosystem, they are most popular for consuming poo. Without them, the environment would be full of waste.
O Parque Nacional da Gorongosa é enorme, razão pela qual eu coloco as armadilhas de queda ao longo das parcelas para poder capturar os besouros. Os desafios que eu encontrei no campo para a realização da minha pesquisa é que os babuínos têm tirado as minhas armadilhas e também os grandes mamíferos têm pisoteado. E após isso tenho levado para o laboratório e faço a contagem e posterior a identificação dos insetos. Os dados que eu estou coletando irá ajudar a construir uma base de dados de espécies de besouros para ajudar o Parque Nacional da Gorongosa. E esse pode ser usado para a conservação porque esses insectos são usados como bioindicadores da qualidade do ecossistema.
In the ecosystem, everything matters. All the species are interconnected. And as Yolanda proceeds with her research, we do hope that her study will inform how we value the tiny species that also matter.
Quando eu encontro insectos, eu fico muito feliz. Hey! Nice!
So the next film is by a gentleman called, Noel is frantically, could you just say, what do you want to say? Okay. The next film is by a gentleman called Mhlophe from the DRC. Unfortunately, Geoff is not here yet. He's somewhere between Joburg and Durban. We hope he arrives soon. However, the scientist that he worked with is here. Isaiah, do you wanna stand? Together, they made a film, Isaiah's project, tell me if I get this right. What I got from it is that a lot of us think of fire as a bad thing, but for him, when he thinks about it, he wants to convince you that fire is not necessarily a bad thing. So that's the premise. I hope you enjoy the film. Please cue it. I'm sorry, hold on everybody. This looks important.
muita gente pensa que o fogo não é bom. E eu também, antes de eu começar a estudar o impacto do fogo na vegetação, eu pensava que o fogo não é bom. Então, ao olhar o fogo, claro, um fogo posto e descontrolado. Porque não estão a olhar o fogo no contexto do instrumento de manejo. Nunca na minha vida tinha pensado, tipo, uau, será que a vegetação pode ser influenciada pela queimada? Então, a professora, quando me dá esse sujeito, que tal nós tentarmos avaliar a influência do fogo na estrutura da vegetação do parque, usando essas tecnologias? Então, foi exatamente o que eu queria. Foi uma espécie de uau, encontrou-me e aquilo que eu queria. Nasci numa zona rural. De certa forma, me fez enxergar a vida de um outro sentido. Meu irmão incentivou-me a ir à escola, mas ele não foi à escola na vida dele. Em algum momento, eu confesso que eu cobicei a vida dele. Que, não, eu também não posso ir à escola, então eu posso fazer negócio. Então, comecei a seguir a escola. Então, a partir dali, começando a apreciar a ciência, então, fiquei atento nas publicações que se faziam acerca das novas vacaturas para o mestrado. Eu me lembro que eu hesitei muito em concorrer, porque é um curso muito concorrido. Mas depois eu disse, não, eu também tenho competência, eu também posso concorrer. Graças a Deus, fui selecionado. E, como deves imaginar, é uma emoção enorme fazer parte da família Gorongosa, cursando um dos melhores mestrados, diga-se, e ainda mais estar a se interar com os cientistas que vêm para o parque, ter o quadro de docentes tão espetacular que se tem, com especializações. Então, não tem como não te apaixonar por ciência. Na minha pesquisa, eu estou a usar 3 métodos. Imagens mods, que são imagens de sensoramento remoto, me fornecem os dados dos últimos 21 anos sobre as áreas queimadas por ano, a vegetação, os ecotipos. E o ground truthing são as medições que estou fazendo diretamente para aferir a veracidade da informação que sou dado pelas imagens mods e pelas imagens de drones. A tecnologia permite que eu possa obter dados que o homem não conseguiu coletar. Permite que eu possa fazer a cobertura de uma extensa área em pouco tempo. O que o homem podia fazer isso por muito tempo. Na ecologia, tudo depende de tudo. Repara só uma coisa, uma das funções do fogo dentro da savana. O fogo remove a biomassa mais velha, right? E quando remove a biomassa mais velha, seca. Então, proporciona o brotamento da nova vegetação, sobretudo das gramíneas. Se não tivermos o fogo, e aí não temos o brotamento da nova vegetação das gramíneas, sobretudo. E aí pode dar o espaço, por exemplo, ao surgimento de árvores. Que se não tivéssemos savana, todos os herbívoros que se alimentam de gramíneas talvez pudessem não existir. Mas, olhando sob o ponto de vista de um ecólogo, a vida não termina por aí. Porque se não temos os herbívoros que se alimentam de gramínea, tu podias dizer, ok, vão restar aqueles que se alimentam de galhos de árvores. E também vão enraizar os carnívoros. Mas então, os carnívoros não terão também os herbívoros para comer. Então, isso seria uma extinção em cascata. Savana por si só é importante para todos os outros, a outra fauna, nem que não coma as gramíneas, nem que não se alimente de gramíneas. O fogo é mau quando o fogo é descontrolado. Esse fogo, quando é usado como um instrumento de manejo, então, esse fogo não é de todo mau. O que é mais importante é sabermos como incluir o fogo como um instrumento de manejo numa área de conservação.
For the next filmmaker, all I'm gonna say is the ambassador of Cape Verde herself. If you don't know where Cape Verde is by now, surely, have you been at NEWF? Have you even met Samira yet? 90 seconds.
Queen Nandi, okay? Excuse me. So yeah, I'm Samira Vera Cruz. I'm a filmmaker and the official ambassador of Cape Verde Islands in NEWF. If you heard about Grog, you know who to vote for. Just saying. Jokes aside, when I first met Clementina in a WhatsApp call, I met this very shy, very quiet scientist. And I had never worked with a scientist this close. I had never been in the bush, especially for a full month, so far away from the ocean. Ooh. But then I discovered all these layers of her. Her work consisted on the study of fire, the effect of fire and mammal herbivores on the soil and the vegetation of the savanna. But she's also a Makua woman, which is a minority from Mozambique, from the north. Usually women who are Makua don't get access to study, let alone study science. Clementina has finished her master's. I would like you to applaud. Where is she? Clementina? Where are you? There you go, Clementina. Savannah Girl is a story of balance. Is a story of balance from being a powerful Makua woman, her tradition, and being a powerful scientist. It's a story of balance as well between fire and large mammal herbivores on the soil and vegetation.
Mikinitania Clementina da Graça Elias, Kinkuma Lapoia Ampula e Distrito Kinkuma Kao, Agitiano Ricarico Soma, Soma Ciência. Estou a fazer um trabalho relacionado com fogo e mamíferos herbívoros. Eu quero testar o efeito do fogo e mamíferos herbívoros na ciclagem de nutrientes nas plantas e no solo. Trabalho geralmente em campo com um estagiário. Dizer que é muito bom aprender, mas muito melhor é ensinando. tenho uma hipótese que diz que nas áreas onde há presença de fogo e ao mesmo tempo passa o mamífero herbívoro, as concentrações de nutrientes, carbono, nitrogênio, magnésio e outros elementos sejam maiores. Uma vez que os mamíferos, a partir do seu excremento, de fezes, urinas, eles aumentam o nitrogênio no solo. E o fogo pode aumentar o carbono depois dele ter passado. Então, essas duas interações poderão nos dar mais concentrações positivas nesse caso, nessa savana, uma vez que as savanas são geralmente ecossistemas pobres em nutrientes. Então, com esses dois fatores podem, ao longo do tempo, equilibrar. Quando eu vivia com minha avó, quase vivi com ela 10 anos. Eu aprendi muita coisa. Acordar, orar, até acho que 4h30. Depois das 4 começar a caminhar 4 quilômetros, uma machama, lá em Ribeirão. Eu nem sabia que aquela área era uma savana, sabe? Então, ao longo da caminhada, ela tinha paciência de me ensinar cada tipo de planta e sua função. Apesar que ela não sabia o nome científico, mas ela sabia a função. Temos 2 tratamentos, um de fogo e outro de herbivoria. Por exemplo, nessa área aberta aqui, há entrada de herbívoros e temos aquelas parcelas fechadas. Ali não há entrada de herbívoros. Já está. No meu trabalho, essas câmeras eu monto nas parcelas abertas, onde há presença de herbívoros. Estamos a testar se está a ter árvore. Me enquinando ria o soma. Mas só tem esse nirania ertua aquela que nakano enquinando ria o soma wenu. Eu tive um irmão com problemas mentais. Então minha mãe passou por vários sítios para poder melhorar a capacidade dele mental, de voltar ao normal. Mas nem consegui. Eu comecei a pensar. E se eu estudasse, é isso que eu estou a aprender aqui. Estou a ensinar com minha avó para poder curar meu irmão. Então foi daí que eu comecei a pensar em concorrer para fazer farmácia. Porque acreditei que iria conseguir curar meu irmão. E foi daí. Assim, meu irmão perdeu a vida em 2015. Eu não quero ser cortada, mas quero ser podada para frutificar, que os frutos sejam meus pais. Que os frutos sejam para minha cidade. Que os frutos sejam para o meu país. Preciso frutificar. Leão. Eu sonhei com o leão de ontem para hoje. E agora estamos aqui no campo, estamos a escutar o rugir dele. Porque isso significa mesmo. Será que não será uma profetisa no futuro ou agora? Eu espero que o meu estudo seja mais importante para perceberem que esses 2 fatores ajudarão a gestão da própria fauna, assim como a gestão do próprio parque. Depois deste estudo que eu estou a realizar, ao longo do tempo venham mais pessoas a testar mesmo as informações, provavelmente, porque ao longo do tempo a savana e outros fatores não são estáticos, nós poderemos ver mudanças. Então, essa ideia de sempre trazer mais informações, nova informação será importante, não de ser. É isso que a ciência nos coloca. A ciência não é estática, é dinâmica. Cada vez mais temos que fazer pesquisa. Como mulher e como menina que saiu daquele distrito de Ribau, agora é município, eu quero servir como uma inspiração para as gerações que agora já estão a nascer naquele distrito, que tenham mais sonho a partir dessa minha presença agora, mostrando que é possível sonhar e chegar, mas temos que ser mais determinantes no que nós escolhemos. É muito bom escrever nossa própria história. Musiro para hia tiana makua. Munira mpanta wetonyerahu wotiana. Musiro onkapelela orera wahu wolumonkunimu. Mika Clementina kamakua ni ka cientista.
Finally, our other main man from Mozambique, our host country for 2023. Mozambique has been good to us.
It's difficult to be the last one. I am Carlos Noronha. I'm producer, director, and yeah, I do everything. Okay. This film tells a story about a child that born in rural areas from Inhambane in Mozambique. So this child studied under the tree, a shade of the tree. And that was the reason that this child started to like plants environment. And that was the second reason that this child decides to start plants. Today, this child grew up and now is a scientist. Lourdes, where are you? Okay, and then I want to say thank you for the moments that I live when I was shooting this film. It was in Gorongosa Mountain, and I like to have a shower, take a shower in the river, very cold, dinner around the fire, singing, read poems. Thank you for all the fellows that was with me in that mountain, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Vejo essas meninas, essas plantinhas com folhinhas bem tristes, bem murchas, mas talvez seja mesmo pelo frio da cera. Ai, era antes de ver a ti. Tens um brote bonito. É muita alegria estar convosco a mimar vocês. Sabe, há um segredinho que ainda não contei para vocês. o vosso mais velho hoje. Faz mais honra, não devido. Bom, é como uma mãe né, com o bebê na barriga, começa a falar com ele lá. Tu vais perceber ao longo do tempo como se ele estivesse a te responder. E as minhas mudas são as minhas meninas. Eu estudei debaixo da sombra de uma árvore, porque não tinha salas suficientes para todos. Talvez seja aí que comecei a ter muita atenção com as plantas. Bom, se não tivesse aquela árvore ali, aonde eu iria estudar? O que acontece na Serra da Gorongosa é uma situação muito triste, porque dia após dia muitas áreas são perdidas. Eu até digo, acho que o ser humano tem que ser estudado e talvez não é algo que de irmos à atividade seguinte, que é reflorestar. Talvez precisaríamos de estudar primeiro o cérebro do ser humano. Bom, eu acho que nem aqui já estava a chorar, mas perder a Serra da Gorongosa é como se perder o Parque Nacional da Gorongosa, porque já não terá-se a fonte de água, que é o grande rio que nasce exatamente nas montanhas, que vai alimentar toda a parte de baixo da área de proteção do Parque Nacional da Gorongosa. Espero que o meu projeto, o meu estudo, possa contribuir para o processo de restauração da Serra da Gorongosa. A pesquisa indica que plantas na sombra tendem a ter taxa de crescimento baixo. Neste caso, plantaríamos primeiro as espécies tolerantes à luz solar e, quando as plantas produzirem sombra suficiente, plantaríamos as espécies não tolerantes à alta taxa de luz solar. Relativamente à herbivoria, o consumo das folhas pelos insetos limita o crescimento das plantas e, para se defenderem dos insectos, produzem suas próprias defesas, como pelos e folhas duras. Igualmente produzem químicos que reduzem o consumo das suas folhas pelos insetos. Assim, podemos usar a capacidade que as plantas têm para produzir defesas, plantando espécies que produzam diferentes defesas químicas para limitar o consumo das plantas pelos insetos. Quando comparados os resultados dos estudos das mudas, podemos perceber qual é a espécie e em que momento pode ser plantado no processo de reflorestamento. É um orgulho para mim transmitir o conhecimento para a comunidade. No campo trabalho com o Sr. Nelson. Sem ele, o meu estudo seria complicado.
Pauya rudi wa nangati sina nzeru zinango zoziwa kulongoti tinaita izvi mashi pachikonda tipfunzisambo tiri kudziwambo chinu kulongoti peno vaso inabatwa tini peno paranta inalonzwa tini peno paranta inaligarwi tini peno paranta inagara tini pambuto.
Acredito que ele tem conhecimento e experiência para recolha de sementes, sementeira, produção e plantio das mudas e pode replicar esse conhecimento para a sua família e comunidade.
Si kuma forma inabula inekuno ndikashika kunyumba panandamala kuja wanasanifunzisa ngoti ba kwenye kubombo mulipendeketa basa layi yotara ngoti nkhabe yona basa naife uko nda miti.
Eu espero que o meu projeto, o meu estudo possa contribuir para o processo de restauração da Serra da Gorongosa. E eu creio que até terminar, até ter resultados, algo positivo, alguma recomendação eu poderei dar para o projeto. E, se possível, talvez possa também contribuir com as minhas ideias, com os meus resultados para o reflorestamento da serra. Eu amo a floresta, eu amo as plantas, eu amo esse ambiente. Por essa mesma razão que eu estou quase sempre na floresta, eu vivo dentro de uma floresta, eu ando sempre numa floresta. Eu sinto-me feliz de estar lá. Uma das maiores satisfações do meu trabalho é estar em contato com a natureza. A música que aqui se escuta é única. Os pássaros, o vento, as folhas, a água bater nas pedras e, por fim, o pôr do sol. A fotografia perfeita.
Two. Yeah. Yeah. We are running 15 minutes late. Dinner was supposed to be at 20:30, but I hope you all enjoyed this. Tonight, filmmakers, thank you for what you showed us. But tonight is about the scientists. I'd like you all to come up here, please. Yeah, one more time. Who's missing? Only one's missing, right? There are 11 scientists here tonight. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Hold on, before you sit down. Last week, Wednesday and Thursday, these guys at Gorongosa National Park defended their masters. And they are all master students. Not master students. They are master scientists. Yeah! Master scientists. One of the scientists could not be here today because he had to go he started working already, okay? And his name is Elio. So we just want to celebrate and recognize Elio tonight as well, okay? We're all going for dinner. It's not in this hotel, it's in the hotel next door, the Maharani, in the restaurant called the Panini. Okay? Is it? Panini. In the restaurant called the Panini. We are all going across there. Tonight is their celebration. You can get to talk to them more, get to know them more. Your filmmakers that most of you guys know can talk to them, can help you, introduce you to them. One more thing is, guys, you were absolutely amazing in Gorongosa. Thank you for welcoming us. Thank you for bringing us and being part of our family. Some of you have come to Sodwana Bay and dived and have become qualified divers. Yeah. Okay.
We are absolutely proud of you. This is the Africa we dream of. Okay? Congratulations, and we'll carry on celebrating on that side. Yeah! Don't forget to vote. You got to vote tonight. Okay, your vote counts. And for those of you on chat box on YouTube, please don't forget to vote. And hold on. You want to sing? Okay. Hello. We love in NEWF, you, NEWF. We love in NEWF, you. In nowhere and Pragna, you. All the filmic, we love you, you. Thank you, Zito. Okay, guys, let's go across to Panini at Maharani. Eh? Where? For those of you that are interested, I will be there. What time? 6:30. I will be there. Yoga starts at 6:30. Me, I will be there. Yoga starts at 6:30. Where? On the spa pool. I knew that. By the spa pool. I will be there at 6:30 myself.